Hello, everybody, and welcome back to North American Challengers. Took a little bit of a break, 3-week break from Challengers to, there was no Challengers, but I was covering Game Changers a little bit in the meantime. But now we are back to North American Challengers, coming off of the mid-season. We're going into Split 2 now. I did miss the first day. I was not feeling great yesterday. But I'm here today, and I should be okay. Yeah, I'm excited about the games that we have this week in particular. There's a lot of big changes, and I'll go over that a little bit as we move through the day. For now, we're gonna focus on the first match that we're starting off with, which is TSM versus Shopify Rebellion. Now, the reason I'm pointing out this is because Shopify Rebellion, Shopify Rebellion, they've made a little bit of a change here. All right. They picked up Vanity as their IGL. Picked up T-Dog as the assistant coach. I don't know if that matters a whole lot right now, but in particular, I'm looking at Vanity, and the reason is because and they were talking about this on North America or in Knights Arena shortly before I went live here, but Shopify has had a very deep and well put together core roster throughout the entirety of Challengers. They have not really made any changes. They came into this with a really solid and an extensive history with each other, and now they're making a change. And I think there's two ways to look at this. It could be looking at it going, dang it, I can't, or like, feeling a little bit sad that, Shopify has to break up. And I'm sure that's how they feel a little bit too. But at the same time, I think this is a change that is necessary. And the reason I think that is because, well, Shopify did not qualify for mid-season. If we just look at their Split 1 performance, it was not great. Now, it wasn't last place, not great, but it was last place in their group, which, again, not great. That's not where you want to be headed And it is definitely disappointing to see just how it ended up for Shopify, and I think that's how they feel as well. Shopify was a team that everyone sort of expected to do well in challengers, and then underperformed greatly. Now, Vanity was in the tier one space, so Vanity definitely so Vanity definitely has a lot of good experience here. And so I think he could definitely shake things up for Shopify. Will it be enough to qualify for playoffs? I'm not sure. I honestly don't expect it to go that way, but we could see it. Now I'm gonna pull up here my pick'ems. Now these are mid-season, but this is this week 6 pick'ems, and obviously we've already seen these two, and I got them correct, which was I thought Moist Moguls was gonna beat Mad Lions, and they did. They 2-0'd Mad Lions, and it was a dominant performance already. Moist Moguls has a 19 round differential, meaning they have 19 more rounds that they've won than rounds that they've lost, which is incredibly impressive. If we look at split one, the highest was 51 and 41. The next one was 20. So just to start it off, that's a good or a pretty decent round differential. And then M80 versus Turtle Troop, everybody was sort of anticipating that to go well. That being said, Turtle Troop did put up a really solid fight against M80. They didn't take it to that third map, but they almost did, and it could have been an interesting matchup. But Turtle Troop did fumble it right at the end. They went into the second half of the second map with the 9-3 advantage, and the curse kicked in, and they did end up losing it. The rest of my pick'ems, first of all, for TSM versus Shopify, you can see I am anticipating a win for TSM. But before we go into that a little bit further, let's go ahead and take a look at the map picks here. We've got Ascent from TSM, and of course, Ascent is a map we've seen a lot in Pro, and we know how strong TSM is on this map. And then on Fracture, we've got Shopify's pick. I believe we've seen Shopify and Fracture towards the end of Split 1, if I remember correctly, and I think they did pretty well on it. Of course, it's not one that, of course, Shopify didn't perform well on pretty much any of the maps. So we'll see if now that they've had this new IGL in the driver's seat, if it's going to be enough to really help Shopify pull through, and if Fracture will be a map for them to pull through on. The decider will be Pearl. Quite frankly, I don't think we're going to see the decider, but who knows? This new IGL may shake things up. But back to what I was saying, my pick'ems for the rest of this week, I of course have TSM beating Shopify Rebellion. I think in my point of view, it's a pretty clear cut and dry case. Because well, TSM is they're just a solid team. They were a solid team throughout all of Split 1, pretty much. And if you look at this, +7, it's not great, but they were also in Group B, so they did pretty well considering the teams that they had to face up against. With a 4-1 win-loss ratio, that's pretty good. And then beating the Guard as well, that was even more impressive. They got 4th overall, which is also pretty impressive. And then they did decent in the mid-season. Maybe not that good or as good as they would hope for, but they did make it through to lower round 2 after getting knocked out initially. So, they were a little bit disappointing in mid-season, but so were a lot of teams. And now that we're coming into Split 2, I expect them to start to pick it up again. And I don't think Shopify Rebellion is going to be the team to halt any of that progress. Then we go to the Guard versus Faze Clan. Again, pretty open and shut case. The Guard takes Faze Clan here. I think the only matchup where I'm not 100% or like 90% confident in the wins is going to be tomorrow's first matchup, which is Oxygen Esports versus Disguise. This one, I have no idea how it's going to go. Oxygen has proven themselves to be a very powerful and tough team, and they did so or proved so in that mid-season face-off. I mean, if you just look at this, it's pretty damn impressive. They made it almost beat the Guard, or at least got a map up on the Guard. Then in the lower round, made it to the lower round 3, nearly made it to finals, but couldn't quite get the ball rolling there. But it was still a pretty impressive performance versus Disguised, who maybe didn't have as impressive of a performance. But as I've already talked about, at least last week, I did make a video. Although my prediction was wrong for where Disguised players did end up. I do want to point out, Disguised did add some new players. I never talked about Nerve, but I did talk about Ye. So Ye was signed. to join the disguised roster. Now, he's a duelist player, so he wasn't going to exactly slot in and fit in. I'll talk about this more later. I did sort of think I would have more time, but I'll talk about it more later because we're getting into the start of Shopify versus TSM. I'll turn the volume up just a little bit, and we're going to get into it right off the bat. Here, we're going into Ascent. This is the pick from TSM. This is the pick from TSM. And I don't expect it to not go to TSM. I expect this to go to TSM. You see some pretty standard picks here. We've got a KO for both Mata and Kimpeki, a Jet for B-Dog and 7, an Omen for GMD and Moose, Corey and Vanity going for the Sova, and then the only difference being the Sentinel for Shopify in the form of Killjoy for Vic versus the Viper, so double controller for TSM versus having Shopify choosing to go with the Sentinel route. So TSM going double controller with that Viper, and Shopify deciding to go for a Sentinel. Pretty standard stuff here. Maybe having double controllers a little bit less common, but we've seen TSM do it before. This isn't anything unexpected. Now, again, we'll see Vanity's debut match on Shopify or with Shopify as the new IGL in-game leader. We'll see if they're really able to pull through here. Now, we're getting ready as TSM is aggressively pushing up. Starting on offense, they're getting through mid here. Maybe trying to take control of market, although they are now pushing it further and further into CT, maybe hoping to get an early pick there. Nature and Corey in B main. 7 takes out B-Dog. An early pick there is going to make it a 4v5 for Shopify. And although they do have 3 stacked on B ready for this push, it's going to be difficult to defend knowing the player disadvantage they have. Mata takes out GMD. Kenpeki takes out Mata, but Moose and Vanity each find a pick. Corey takes out Moose and then goes to take out Vanity. It was even, or sorry, but 7 takes out Vanity. It was even, but now it's a 1v2 for Vic. Now the health is low for 7 and Corey. Vic not quite able to flick onto Corey. Trying to figure out how he wants to approach this. Again, a 1v2. It's definitely not the easiest thing in the world to try and get up here. He knows, and 7 ready though. Gonna be able to take Vic out. Vic knew where they both were, but it didn't matter. This round does go to TSM. Started off strong for TSM on their chosen map. The offense, which always looks strong for TSM, gonna be looking strong here. We'll see if things switch up here. As we have it. I mean, this is our match I'm expecting to go to TSM. This is a map I'm expecting to go to TSM, but the matchup of the series as a whole, I expect to be a 2-0 from TSM. But of course, Vanity being the new IGL, you know, definitely trying to make it a little bit different than we are expecting from Shopify. And I think if there's a team that they can prove they've changed against, like they can prove that they've changed, if there's a map or a team they can do it against, it's definitely TSM. But GMD takes out Mata, and this defense where Shopify's down guns not looking great, although B-Dog does manage to take out GMD, so the player count is going to be evened in a 4v4, but Moose and B-Dog get low, as well as Vic over on B, which means the health not looking great for Shopify. Oh, sorry, Vic was just getting hit by the Viper wall. Thought maybe there was some engagement there. But now it's going to be a 4v4. Vic going to be left alone to defend B site. Not going to find any picks on his way out. Kenpeki takes Vic out. And now it's going to be a 3v4 for Shopify. So they need to figure out this retake. It's a save round from them. They're just looking to find some good picks. Of course, TSM does not want that. They've already lost one. They would like to probably not lose anymore. B-Dog in market and Vanity from CT, while Moose with a little bit of a flank here, and it looks like maybe they're just going to be watching exits potentially here, hoping to find some picks and not try and retake. 7 takes out B-Dog though, so no pick there. But yeah, these exits are being watched by Shopify, and they've decided not to just go in and try and retake here. knowing they have a gun disadvantage. Moose with the Spectre going to be looking to find a pick. Going to find one and another before Corey takes Moose out. Well played there. From Shopify means TSM going to only have 2 guns to use going into this bonus, or 2 rifles to use going into this bonus, which isn't going to be great for them on this bonus, and it should go to Shopify, so well played on that exit call there. Definitely could have been some good IGL call there from Vanity to just hold that exit. That's what happens there, and it works out for Shopify. So they're able to get 3 out of the 5. That's the majority of the players down for TSM. So again, only going to have 2 rifles for TSM. Oh, it looked like maybe they were all going to force. But it does look like the majority of them are going to be forcing here. Or at least light mining for TSM. So it's not going to be easy for Shopify. But of course, if this round does not go in TSM's favor, their econ's going to be a little bit worse for the Wear and Vanity and B-Dog flanking those coming from mid. Not even really, just coming through Cat, able to take out 3. And now it's down to Corey and Nature. They know where Nature is. They spotted Corey as well. They do some damage to Corey through the smoke. And this 2v5 not going to be looking that good for TSM, as this round looking dominant from Shopify. And again, there was some money forced from TSM, so the recon's not going to be great going into the next round. They should still be able to full buy, but again, it's going to be a little bit of a harder econ boost here, and this bonus not going to really provide any good extra cash for them. Moose trying to hold B or mid link, does spot Nature, or does know Nature's there, and the Sova dart comes out and is destroyed to confirm it. Mata watching Cat entrance, looking for the pick. Mata does quite a bit of, or takes quite a bit of damage from Corey. Corey does a little bit of damage himself, but no kills exchanged. Just a lot of damage done. There's 20 seconds left. TSM, again, bonus round. There's no point in really saving unless you can pick up a gun here. Moose gonna spot and take out Corey. And now it's a 1. Where is Moose going? How? He's just walking along that arch. I've never seen that before. Now it's going to be a 1v5 for Nature, down to 2 HP as well, and gets finished off by B-Dog. 3 kills for B-Dog, 2 of those, that early decider that gave Shopify so much of an advantage. And that full buy from Shopify goes well for them. They don't lose a single player, which means no econ loss there. Which means going into this round, they're all going to be able to buy full shield against the full buy from TSM, so it's going to be a complete full buy from both sides. Although TSM's not going to have the best shield here, and they do have to save a little bit of econ, because like I said, some of them did force on that previous round, definitely hoping to win it, and they weren't able to. So we're going to have 7 with the knives coming out, not going to be able to buy a gun, and gets detected by that knife and suppressed there, so those knives are going to be useless to help them try and push out A. They get that orb, but now they're just going to have to back up. All of Shopify have full shield except for B-Dog with light shield. But again, looks like the gun advantage going to be in the hands of Shopify here, and the shield advantage. 7 is spotted and takes a little bit of damage. And this mid push from TSM looks like it could definitely find a few picks depending on where they decide to go. Ooh, Vanity peeking out. Should have been trying to be good for 1, but can't even find 1 despite the head right in front of his face. Not quite going to find it. So it will be a 4v5 for Shopify, but Mata able to find 2 is going to make it a 3v3. Tie it back up. Vic defending the site, going to take out 7 before getting traded off, and that's the best you can hope for there when you're alone on that site. So they've been able to keep it even, and this retake from Shopify could look very good. They do detain Moose. No additional info going to be given there. Oh, and the one-way from GMD going to be good to take out Mata. So now it's a 1v2 for Moose. Needs to try and clutch this by himself. And we have seen Moose on some crazy spots already in these first 3 rounds. Using that TP. Oh, doesn't quite make it out alive. Gonna get finished off with the wallbang from GMD. And this round does go to TSM. Although it was a forced full buy, which didn't... Although it did go in their favor, they did lose 3 out of the 5 of their players. And going into that round, Shopify had a good econ, so they should be able to full buy this round. if they would like to combat TSM, which I imagine they would. Although they may not be able to completely full buy. Yeah, we do see them having to get some light shield there, but the operator's still going to be there for B-Dog and Odin for Vanity as well, and it's going to be a pretty successful full buy, and so we'll see if they're able to convert those expensive guns into some kills. Shopify loses this, it will be expensive. Now we'll see. The operator going to be placed A, Heaven, not really going to connect on anything. The Odin on Vanity looking for a pick. Again, not going to connect on anything. As TSM is still not really pushing very hard. They've taken mid control. And now it looks like they're going to be leaning towards A, but they need to take control of Tree. The start's going to come out from Corey. Start some of this engagement. The flash does come out Tree, but the Molly going to come through, and it does some good damage to 7. Mata going to be the one to defend Tree, able to take out 7 as well, and the operator on B-Dog going to find and take out Nature, and Kopecki takes out Mata, but Moose takes out GMD, Corey takes out Moose, but it's traded off by B-Dog. So now Kopecki alone in a 1v3. Trying to take site. He knows there's an op Heaven. He needs to try and defend himself against it. The op pushes out, and Vanity with the Odin going to be the one to finally get the kill on Kopecki. Kopecki's able to find one, but does get taken out. And it's an expensive round for both sides, as the majority of the players lost for both sides, but it'll be just a little bit more expensive for TSM. It looks like they're going to go for a light buy coming into this round, and the gun advantage, which will be a force here from Shopify. The gun advantage should still turn into a win, but if they do end up losing it, their econ's going to be in a really bad spot. Going to continue to make these rounds expensive. We'll see how this ends up, although so far it's looking pretty strong for both of these teams. The Odin comes out, trying to do some damage. It does good damage to Nature. Nature going to go down to 32 HP, and they're going to have to back up off of B. The Sova drone comes out as well, and it finds some good vision. Vanity looking to maybe do some more damage. TSM still looking to maybe challenge it if somebody does push out, but nobody will. So Odin just looking to maybe find some more damage here. Smoke comes out. And in response, the Odin comes out as well. Not going to do any damage this time around, however. Although now TSM going to be able to push up. The operator going to be looking deadly on B-Dog. Able to find one, the head on 7. Now it's a 5v4 for Shopify. Although some good damage done to B-Dog. And Moose TP's right into some Viper's poison there. The snake bite. And a kill goes off for GMD. Gonna be able to pick up that Odin as well, which could be good and deadly. Which could help benefit TSM here. Again, a light buy from them. Now they've been able to pick up a gun. This round may be able to go in their favor. They've taken sight. The spike has gone down, and now it's down to Shopify to try and counterplay this. Take this site back into their control. And Kopecki takes out Vic. The flash comes out, and the player disadvantage there for Shopify, and they just want to make sure that op gets saved. So now they're going to back up. All 3 of the remaining players going to be able to save here, and I think that's a good choice. You know how expensive it'll be if you do end up losing, so they just go for the save. And a light buy does turn into a win for TSM. Well played from them. And now TSM continues to take the advantage. Those first 2 pistol rounds were good for them, as it's been a little bit of a back and forth since then, which puts them in a bit of an awkward spot here. Now we're going to see, it looks like a weird force here from Shopify. It's going to be difficult for them to play, just not having very good econ. The op gets passed off to Moose, and B-Dog going to use those knives instead. A judge gets picked up by Vanity, and then the rifles that were saved from the previous round gonna be... Oh, B-Dog just misses all but one. All of those knives but one, left with only one knife. Now, B-Dog gonna be looking down on some good good util here, or good guns here. Not gonna be able to really do very much damage here in this round. Again, B-Dog has to find a head with this knife. If he's gonna do any damage, it needs to be a one-tap. And TSM's still not pushing anywhere, really. Getting ready to challenge mid, it looks like, and it could be a mid into A as they're walking up cat. And it looks like that's what's going to happen as they start looking and turning their attention towards tree. B-Dog with those knives looking to do some damage, gets suppressed and not going to be able to. Flash comes out, B-Dog with the op, not going to find a pick. B-Dog, sorry, not B-Dog, Moose with the op, not going to be able to find a pick, but B-Dog finds a pick with the shorty on Corey and Tree. That means the player advantage going to be in the hands of Shopify, but again, B-Dog only has one knife left here. Able to pick up a gun now. Still trying to clear, not going to connect on the head of Nature. B-Dog gets taken out. GMD going to take out Vanity. 7 takes out Vic in this round, leaving 2 alive for Shopify. Mata takes out GMD, gets traded off by 7 though. Now it's a 1v3 for Moose, who runs away to save the op. And it's probably a good choice. This was a forced buy from Shopify, and it has turned into a loss here, which is definitely not good for them. Now TSM going to be in a pretty good spot, as I believe this was a bonus round coming off of that save round win, which means their econ coming into the next round going to be really, really strong. Shopify going to have to save, and it's looking like TSM's going to be able to take that 6th round and prevent Shopify from getting the advantage going into the next half. And I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. This is a defense-sided map, and they haven't been able to pull through on the defense. Shopify has not been able to take the advantage, or what should be an advantage here, and it's really just starting to look like they're struggling.
And when you look at the kill feed, I mean, we are neck and neck. A couple of saves from Shopify obviously starved TSM from a few kills, but we're not too far off. The firepower is there for both of these teams.
Now, both Omens have an ultimate here, but again, the ult's probably not going to be used by Moose here for Shopify, because it will be a save round from them. Sorry if I cough as well. I'm a little bit sick still. But I should be okay for the most part. But yeah, it's gonna be a savior from Shopify. The op gonna get passed off to B-Dog, but I doubt they're still gonna have it after this round. Again, it looks like TSM gonna be doing pretty well here. Now, Nature's still not choosing to buy a gun. That is definitely an interesting choice. I don't know if I agree with it. Still gonna be having that Bulldog. You have the money for a gun, or for a good rifle. I don't know why they wouldn't go for it here. B-Dog looking for a pick with that op. Gonna miss that shot. And now they continue to peek that mid link, hoping to do some damage. Not really gonna be able to. Corey somehow able to find a pick from Cat. And now Shopify gonna be down a player on the save. The Bucky in the hands of Vanity. Not even gonna be good for 1. As 7 takes out Mata, and GMD is the one who takes out Vanity. So it's gonna be a 2v5 for the remaining Shopify players. Vic has picked up the op. But not going to be using it here. Just going to go for the save. Moose has a sheriff to use, but it looks like he's just going to be watching that exit. Maybe hoping TSM will push out into him. Doesn't quite look like that's what is going to happen. Maybe Nature will push out. It looks like Nature will push out. Maybe Moose can find a pick here.
4-5 rounds maybe, now that they've been able to keep this operator still in their hands.
But no, Nature gonna take out Moose, ready for him. Now Vic just gonna save this op. TSM hunting Vic down, trying to find that pick. And Vic not gonna be good enough with that op to find a pick with it. Which does mean Vic gets taken out. The op is gone for Shopify. Now going into this buy round. They will buy another op, but it would have been nice to not have to do so. It's looking like this map gonna be going in the favor of TSM here. Shopify has only been able to collect 2 rounds. Definitely not what they want, especially considering it is Vanity's debut match as the IGL for Shopify. He's really not been able to pick up very much for the team. Of course, you know, your IGL is not going to be the one top fragging the majority of the time with that much multitasking, but it does seem like there's been some interesting calls here, or I mean, overall, the team just hasn't been able to maintain good rigid structure. B-Dog with the op, though, going to take out Kenpeki. 7 going to hunt B-Dog down, though, and Corey takes out Vanity coming through mid, and player advantage going to be in the hands of TSM, but Vic going to be good for a kill there on B-Dog. Not on B-Dog, on 7. There you go, the other Jet. Mata coming in, going to flank those and mark it to get GMD and Corey. The player advantage was made a 3v3, but those picks coming through mid, going to make it a 1v3 for Nature. Again, still only having that Bulldog. Now picks up a gun and just going to go for the save, and I think that's a smart choice. Although, Nature does have time to run it over towards A, if that is what Nature wants to happen. Spots Mata mid. It does a little bit of damage shooting at Mata, but not going to take Mata out, and now going to come into A and get this spike down. But Shopify was ready for that rotate off of the vision that was gained. As Mata peeked out mid, which means Nature gonna be in a little bit of a tough spot here. Not entirely sure why Nature was looking at the floor there, maybe lining up a lineup or something, but does get taken out by Moose, who gets the final kill. Now rushing over to B, trying to grab that op. Gonna be able to, which means the operator's still gonna be in the hands of Shopify. Although it was an expensive round for Shopify, and TSM's Econ has had a really good chance to stabilize, so that loss does not affect them very much, if at all. Which does mean that this, going into this round, it's going to be still very, very strong here from TSM. Shopify definitely going to have to start figuring out how they want to counterplay this, especially knowing TSM has 4 ultimate abilities to use this round. Vanity has 1, but I don't know if it'll be super useful. Using that Sova ult on defense is difficult and is usually used to counter ults, other ults from the offense, but there's not really a whole lot of ults that can be counter ulted by Vanity other than maybe the Sova ult on Corey. But even still, it's going to be a little bit of a useless ult in that case from Vanity because it's not really going to help Shopify gain any grounds in this round. And you can be pretty certain TSM's going to be using those ults here. Although, as I'm talking about Vanity's Sova ult, he does pull it out. Not going to really do any damage. I think he did a little bit to Corey there. Not going to be enough to really make a difference. And it's starting to look dreary for TSM in this round. That ult is now gone, and they're going to have to combat 4 ults from TSM. Still no kills yet, though. And the health advantage is going to be there for Shopify, so maybe they can still pull it through. And TSM coming in from through mid on Catwalk, going to be challenging this tree push. And Mata, who's watching tree, does get spotted in main by GMD, and GMD does quite a bit of damage to Mata. Not going to be good. Moose on site going to get taken out. GMD going to take out Mata Hell, which means now it's a 3v5 for the remaining Shopify players. And again, those ults which I was talking about still haven't really needed to be used. Although that Viper's Pit does come out, and that secures Shopify the loss, as they are just going to go for the save. Now, this is bad for Shopify for multiple reasons, but the main one being TSM has now taken the advantage, or will take the advantage going into the next half after this round. And of course, going to be in an even better position to continue to make that gap that they already have of a lead wider. They want to make that as wide of a gap as possible. And they're going to be in a position to do so just with how good their econ is. Although B-Dog takes out 7, definitely trying to hunt down that op. TSM was pushing for it, but that pick's not going to come out. And Kenpeki coming in from market going to get taken out. Corey and GMD maybe looking to find a pick. Not going to be able to push any further with the time. Still 3 ults for TSM, only had to use 1 ult that round, and now there's no ults for Shopify to try and counter ult any of these ults that TSM might bring out. Although there is a Mata who is only 1.1 ult point away, and that ult, that KO ult, could be really pivotal in securing this round if they decide to get Mata out towards an ult orb, but it looks like Shopify not going to do that. And instead gonna have Moose come out, maybe looking for the ult orb himself, but gonna get taken out by GMD, and now the player disadvantage, gonna give TSM the advantage coming into this round, the early advantage. Now it looks like Mata will be going for that ult orb. B-Dog looking for an op, but the reaction time not there. Gonna get, or an op pick, but the reaction time not gonna be there. Gonna have to back up, or not back up. Does get taken out. I don't know what I'm saying sometimes. That op pick not gonna come through, and now it's a 2-player advantage for TSM. Now, TSM is going to be trying to cross through mid to A, it looks like, and there's smoke going to come through, so they're able to. Corey takes out Mata, and now it's a 2v5 for the remaining Shopify players. Looking to push out mid, maybe find some picks, but Corey denies anything for Vanity. Vic able to trade it off, but then Kenpeki takes Vic out. So 4 players left alive for TSM, makes that a dominant round, and that was an expensive round for Shopify. And now we're going to the last round of the half. The ult is up for Mata now, but the guns are not going to be there for Shopify. They only have 1 ult to use. Maybe if B-Dog could pick up an ult orb, those knives could come out, but it's not looking like they're going to be pushing for that ult orb in any of the locations. TSM has 2 ults to use. One of them is that Omen ult, which is definitely difficult to utilize well, so we may not even see that come out, but the Sova ult could be good for helping them entry onto this site here, or counterplay any other ults, and the ult coming out from Mata could be really good to help try and retake this site if it does get taken, but Vic gonna lock it down by himself, takes out 7, and now that Sova ult does come out, the one I was talking about, but Vic still going to be able to take out Kenpeki before getting traded off by GMD, but Mata takes out Nature. And although the gun disadvantage was there for Shopify, it's looking like they may secure this round as Mata takes out GMD and Corey takes out B-Dog. Now it's a 1v3 for Corey. Definitely has a gun advantage here, but it's a 1v3. Not going to be easy at all, and that KO ult comes out, so there's no vision for Corey. KO ult does end. No null command now. And now that Sova Dart comes out, and it does good vision. Able to find 1, but gets peeked out by Vanity, and the retake comes just in time. This round does go to Shopify, although it didn't look like it would. It does. And now going to the second half, 8-4. Still going to be really solid for TSM, especially considering this is a typically defense-sided map. Despite the fact that TSM does have a pretty good attack side on most maps, although most teams typically have a decent attacking. I mean, they're still going to have a really solid defense, and I don't know if Shopify's offense is going to be good enough to really counteract that of TSM, because again, it's a defense-sided map, and Shopify only got 4 rounds on their defense, so it's if they are able to make a comeback here, it will be really, really difficult, and I don't know if they'll be able to. It's going to be coming into this pistol round. Again, Shopify's now on that offense. TSM going to be on the defense. Now, this is TSM's pick of Ascent, but still not going that great for Shopify. They definitely would like a few more rounds here to give them a good, I guess, showing going into the next map. 7 takes out Vic, and I did talk about how I predict that it'll be a 2-0 from TSM. But regardless, you still don't want it to be this, or you don't want it to be a bad performance. They know exactly where Kenpeki is, and Moose is able to take Kenpeki out, which means it's going to be kept at 4v4. Corey takes out Mata. It's traded off by B-Dog, or a trade pick does come through. Corey takes out B-Dog, but Vanity trades that off, so it's going to be kept even with a 2v2 now. That spike looking like it's going to go down. Moose gonna dig out 7. The spike's still not gonna go down, but Moose takes out 7 and GMD from main. And this round does go to Shopify. Wait. Yeah, this round does go to Shopify. Sorry, my brain was not functioning correctly. But yeah, this round does go to Shopify. Well played there. And it's gonna give this early lead to Shopify. At least in this first half. or sorry, the second half. I'm losing it apparently. But in the second half, Shopify is able to take this first round, and that could be a good start to what needs to be a little bit of a comeback here. And off of this first round, they should be able to secure another. So TSM gonna hold B aggressively, and it's a bad read because Shopify is going A, and they only see Vic, and Vic is playing very far back, so they immediately know it's an A hit. So they're trying to run over to A, but because of how aggressively and pushed up into B main they were, it's going to be a difficult push here. There's going to be a flank coming through from Nature. It's watched by Vic, though, who is... What was that? Not able to take out the flank. You know Vic is crying after that one with such a hard choke. I don't think he can breathe anymore. And this not looking great for Shopify already off of that. But the spike does go down, and it's been down for a little while. TSM does sort of need to make this, and it's a 1v4, or sorry, it's a 4v5, but Shopify does have better guns, and B-Dog proving that, taking out Nature and Corey. Mata takes out Kenpeki, 7 able to take out Mata, but it's immediately traded off. They're not expecting the flank, but B-Dog turns just in time. 4 kills for B-Dog. Gonna mean 3 players left alive for Shopify, which isn't great. You know, you'd prefer 4 out of the 5, or all of your players left alive. A flawless round would be really good as well. But 3 is still the majority of your players. It's not bad. And TSM, they did a good job too. They were able to find 2 picks. That's not bad considering the gun disadvantage, although they would definitely want more than that. Now, the gun advantage going to be in the hands of TSM as we're coming off of that buy round from Shopify, or a force round from Shopify, so we're going to be into a bonus round for Shopify now, although they do force a little bit to get some good guns, or pick up some better guns here. Their econ's still going to be good next round, regardless of if they win or lose, so it is still a little bit of a bonus. And now TSM, of course, needing to win this to get some good econ. Shopify doesn't. And Vanity, peeking out mid, gets challenged pretty aggressively there and takes quite a bit of damage, down to 70 HP. It may not matter. Now, Shopify getting ready for this push into A. GMT jump peeking. I don't think I've ever seen anybody jump that quickly. And it looks like Shopify gonna be trying, yeah, still trying this A hit, although Vic was pushed up a little bit into in through mid and takes does some vision, or does a little bit of sound, makes some sound. There you go, in mid, in market, but now gonna get ready to back up and play with his team. And Shopify getting ready to execute onto A, gets denied by 7, who finds 2 picks. It does get traded off, but that does mean the player advantage is going to be in the hands of TSM. It's going to be a 4v3 for them. Shopify still hasn't taken sight either, shooting through the smoke. Easy for Kenpeki to find a pick there, although it gets straight off by Vic, and Moose takes out GMD, so it's going to be now a 2v2, although Moose is low. Spike does need to go down, and it is going down for Moose. You know TSM would be happy to deny it, and the Vipers, or the snake bite does come out to try and do that, but doesn't quite do or hit any of the players. Doesn't do any damage there, although the vision gonna be good to maybe use that Odin. Doesn't matter. Nature just gonna take Vic and Moose out, make it look easy in this retake. And although TSM did have the gun advantage, they definitely weren't able to win as aggressively as they most likely would have hoped. Definitely would want your team to be, you know, knowing you have that gun advantage, to be getting a pretty massive, pretty massive player difference on a win. They lost the majority of the players, so like I said, it was a bit of a bonus round for Shopify, so they're going to be able to full buy this round. Not going to be a full buy from TSM, or it's not going to be a complete full buy from TSM. As you see, 7 going to go for those knives, and it's going to mean that TSM's econ isn't super stable quite yet. And Shopify's isn't either. They need to win this round to start to build up some stable econ. And although TSM's maybe is a little bit better, still not great. So I'm going to be looking to deny that. Now 7 pushing out very aggressively through mid, into mid link, hoping to find an early pick, but doesn't find it. And that gives TSM a little bit of vision that maybe it's an A hit. Although B-Dog was mid, looking to maybe find the pick, did early catch 7 leaving, but wasn't able to do any damage. B-Dog takes out Corey, and they're pushing in, but Seven with the knives, not gonna connect on B-Dog, who's able to take him out, trying to prove he's the better Jet. Nature takes out Vic, then Mata takes out Nature. Mata also able to take out Kenpeki. 4 players left alive. That's incredible for Shopify to start to stabilize some of their econ. And although this map is defense-sided, both of these teams are making it look like it might be offense-sided. They've been able to really push through here on their individual offense rounds. And again, Shopify still hasn't tied it up. TSM does still have the advantage, but Shopify is looking really strong here, and their econ and guns are in a position to win this round that has come up here. 4 ults for Shopify to use as well, although knowing it's probably a save from TSM, they likely won't use those ults, but next round they will have them to use, knowing TSM will be on a bye. But let's not talk about next round. Let's talk about this round, where Shopify has such better guns, or much better guns, there you go, than TSM. TSM has those sheriffs, although only 1 sheriff and 2 classics, and then the stinger, so it'll definitely be difficult for TSM, and to try and counteract that and give themselves an edge, they 3-stack on A and push out aggressively, and they've misread. So they're not going to encounter anybody from Shopify, as Shopify is getting ready to aggress into B, and they're going to be able to take site control pretty much immediately, able to wall off or use that door on market, and nobody's on site or in Boathouse to try and lock it down, so site is given very easily, and it's looking like this round may go to Shopify. Moose pushing out to watch flank, gonna catch 7, gonna get peeked by 2 though, and he doesn't know quite where to look, as Kampeki's gone the long way around through the attacker side spawn, gonna be able to get that trade off. But it is a 4v4 where TSM is down on guns, so they definitely would have liked to not lose a player there. And Mata did use that KO ult this round, it looks like. Nature are going to take out B-Dog. TSM's retake here starting to look strong, as Nature was able to pick up that Vandal, though Vic and Vanity each able to find a pick, but Corey and Kenpeki each find a pick, and now it's just down to Vanity in 1v2. The new player for Shopify, the IGL, not going to clutch it up. Although, no, never mind. Does clutch it up. There wasn't time. That's my bad. Just barely wasn't time. But does get taken out. It's an expensive round for Shopify, but they went into that round with pretty decent econ and could have even survived a loss. But they didn't even have to try and survive a loss. They won there, so it puts their econ in an okay spot. Again, an expensive round, so they're not in the best spot econ-wise, but it's also not awful for them. Now TSM, off of that save round, gonna be on a bye. They've got 3 ults to try and secure this round with. Shopify has 4 ults of their own to try and defend their win here and get some good momentum built. They've already got some good round momentum and some good econ momentum, but strengthening that would be on the top of Shopify's wish list right now. And this drone coming through does spot 1 in Garden, and now using that Sova ult to try and get a kill, but Kampecky ults, not expecting B-Dog to come up, and immediately takes out that KO ult. Ooh, holding close, Mata and Moose each able to try and, each trying to find a pick. There you go, coming in through window, but only Mata gonna find picks, but does find 2, so good there for Shopify. Now B-Dog takes out 7, and although it was a player disadvantage for TSM, it's now a 2-player disadvantage for TSM. Does have that Viper's Pit, but doesn't use it on the spike. Only uses it in Garden, and now has to run away from that Killjoy ult. Not going to be able to. Gets trapped inside of it. The spike's still going to go down for Shopify after taking out Nature as well. And that means that bye round for TSM didn't go that way, or didn't go their way. And I think one of the biggest reasons was they just didn't utilize their ults very effectively. That KO ult did come out, but it immediately got taken out, which is not at all what you want to see. And then that knife from Vanity, a little bit of a slow motion replay, but the Viper's Pit from Nature did not really do very much for Shopify, which is definitely a little bit disappointing to see. Now we've got 2 ults for both Shopify and TSM here.
They're queued up to find themselves the lead, unless a Hunter's Fury, a Guardian, a few Sheriffs, and a Judge can be enough for TSM, but I mean, if rifles haven't been enough, Dryad, I don't know if
and that ult there for Corey as well.
Just because of the approach here, that is
and now TSM has finally done a good read, it looks like, as they've placed 4 on A, only putting 1 on B. We've seen TSM struggle to do good reads on their save, where they like to just stack as many players as possible on one site. We've seen their reads tend to fail here, but it is good this time around, as they placed 4 on A. And the orb is going to get picked up by Shopify, but it will be a difficult take here because, again, it's 4 on A for TSM to try and lock it down. Nature with the Viper's Pit going to try and prevent them from pushing in. B-Dog dashes through, not going to get any further, though, as the judge comes out from Nature. Judgment Day does arrive. He finds the pick. Vic now going to be challenging B, getting ready for the rest of his team to start rotating in. The ult comes through as well, so it's a 1v2 for Vic. Only able to find one. That's not great. You're at the gun advantage there. You should be able to find that 1v2, but not quite able to. This spike needs to go down soon. They've got 8 seconds. They know one's in Boathouse. They're going to have to try and defend it. Not able to defend the spike, though. Genpeki going to take Mata and Moose out. I believe that was a collateral headshot there. Trying to body block his teammates, and that way the shots don't go towards him, but it just turns into a collateral headshot. And this round does go to TSM, breaking that 3-round win streak. And a sigh of relief for them, as they have been able to prevent some good momentum here for TSM that gains them the lead. But it is still not looking great for TSM, because again, Shopify was able to tie it up after coming into this half, where they were down 4-8, and TSM had the advantage coming into this half, both because of those rounds, which I just said, but also because it's a defense-sided map. And TSM hasn't been able to use that defense-sidedness to their advantage. It just seems like they don't really know how to play defense on this map, whereas their offense looked very strong. 7 pushing out with that op, looking for a pick through mid-link, but does get spotted by the turret, so just decides to take it out and run away. And as Shopify is getting ready for B, that op is starting to rotate through. The Sova drone does come through to try and do some damage, or not do some damage, but find some good vision. B-Dog with the knives, getting ready for this entry. Gonna get shut down by 7, though, with that op. So it's gonna be kept an even 4v4. Now, the econ isn't great for Shopify coming into this round. They've got a little bit, and B-Dog was using knives there, not because they needed to necessarily, but just to try and get some good econ stability here. And again, it's a 4v4, but the spike is now in the hands of Shopify in the sense that they've been able to get that spike down. So the site is given to them. TSM needs to figure out how they want to play this retake, and time is starting to tick down. 7 takes quite a bit of damage from that shock dart, although good vision allows for a wall bang. Moose and Mata, though, going to try and lock it down. Genpeki takes out Mata. It's going to be kept an even 2v2 here. They're trying to push Boathouse. Vanity able to take out Nature, though, and then Moose comes in and takes out Genpeki. 2 players up alive for Shopify. Makes it expensive. But, again, Shopify did go for a little bit of a light buy going into that round to try and get some good econ stability. So they're still going to be able to buy going into the next round. I believe TSM should be able to as well, but a very expensive round from them, as they did pick up that operator, or purchase that operator. So it's not great for them, and 7 going to go for those knives. Now, it's going to be, again, a full buy from both sides here. 2 ults for either side, 7 using his in order to save some econ, but Mata can use his to try and gain site control here. And once they know 7 has those knives as well, it's going to be good for them. And so that ult does come out, and it does do some good denial. And this B push is looking alive as B-Dog's able to entry, but GMD going to take out Vanity and Mata. No hope there. Now it's a 2v4 for the remaining Shopify players, and Moose and Vic were playing a pretty damn good bait as they were all the way over on A. Now, not going to be a good res there. Ramada's not going to be able to get res, but the spike is in the hands of Moose and Vic, who can now try and play this retake to their heart's content. Moose trying to figure out how he wants to play this. Pushed up in Garden, maybe looking to deny some good entry from CT, but not going to be able to. Does get blinded, but immediately counter blinds, which does prevent TSM from pushing him. Now Moose goes to hell. Able to find the pick on Moose, on Nature and 7. Vic takes out to Genpeki. Now it's a 1v2 for GMD. Not going to clutch it up as Moose takes out GMD for 3 kills for Moose. And this 2v4, where Shopify had a really solid bait, does turn into a win. And Shopify is finally, after a very long struggle coming into this half, they've taken the advantage yeah, taking the round advantage for the first time on this map. And you know they're happy about it. This comeback was pretty crazy to see. I mean, it wasn't an insane comeback, or the round differential wasn't insane for TSM, but they've still been able to get some good rounds, and it looks like Vanity's debut match for Shopify is going pretty well. I'll be honest. It's definitely not going poorly. I can tell you that much. Um, and yeah, it's looking really really strong here. I'm impressed, or I'm well impressed with Shopify's performance, regardless of if they win or lose this matchup or this series. It's still a really impressive performance, and it does look like Vanity has been able to make some really good calls here and has been able to pull through for his team. Uh, Almost certainly. I mean, we've seen it really come through. Now it's going to be a full buy from both sides here because, again, TSM was saving a little bit of econ that previous round, but they will be at a health disadvantage as they will not all be able to buy full shield here. In fact, none of them will be buying full shield, despite Kentucky being able to, decides not to in order to save a little bit of econ. But TSM will not be able to buy next round if they lose, which, okay, whatever, they can just save. No, they can't, because Shopify will be at that 12th round. So it's not going to be great for TSM if they lose this round, and of course Shopify knows this, so they're going to try and play their very, very best to try and secure this round, because if they win this round, they've got a good shot of securing next round as well, and securing this map. And again, this is TSM's pick, and they're already doing pretty well considering it's TSM's pick, but if they can take the win here, that's even better. But again, if TSM can secure this round, they can put themselves in the running here. B-Dog looking to do some damage, maybe hoping Gory will peek out just a little bit. It looks like it's going to be a lurk here from B-Dog in B main, while the rest of Shopify is getting ready for this B push. But Nature takes out B-Dog. That lurk on B gets denied. Kentucky takes out Vic. Vanity takes out GMD, but Kentucky's there to trade it off. So now it's a 2v4 for Shopify, and they don't have the spike this time to do a good old bait and switch, so it's going to be difficult for them to try and figure out how they want to play this as TSM gets ready to rotate into A. Now that spike is actually being run through mid towards B, and that will be an open site for them. And Moose trying to figure out how to clear space here. Able to take out Corey as well, and that confirms to TSM that it may be a B push. It's a little late now. Shopify will just be able to take B site and get that spike down. It's an open site. They don't know that. They will have to be a little bit cautious, and they've got 10 seconds to try and clear with the best of their ability. The knife comes out, and it confirms that it is open. Spike's gonna go down with 5 seconds left, and now it's a 2v3 for the remaining Shopify players. That early pick there could help them secure this 2v4 total clutch, but now it's a 2v3. It could turn into a good clutch here if they can play it well. And Mata able to find 2 on Gebecki, and 7 gonna be good for 3 as well, as he's able to take out Nature. And that's that 12th round Shopify was looking for. And like I said, if TSM lost that round, their econ was not going to be in a good spot to buy coming into this next round. And they lost it, so their econ's not in a good spot to buy coming into this next round. So although they're going to be able to afford some rifles, it's not going to be great for them, knowing that they're at this gun disadvantage, and knowing that they may not be able to turn a gun disadvantage into a win with how solidly Shopify has been playing. Their best hope here is that Shopify gets a little bit overheated, maybe gets a little bit too excited and plays a little bit too risky here, but it looks like Shopify just going to do a good job playing how they usually do. B-Dog on top of this, looking for an early pick, able to find 2 on 7 and GMD, take quite a bit of damage, but damage is not a kill necessarily and does not get taken out. Knowing how few are on B, the TP comes into B and the spike's getting rotated over. Although Corey able to take out B-Dog, able to take out Vic as well. It does get blinded, but nobody going to really be there to punish it except for that Sova ult, which does punish. Now that Sova ult looking to clear out CT, not going to find any more damage. I'm mistaken. Does find damage on Nature, but that Viper's Pit does come out. They're trying to deny this plant on B. And the IGL call is to rotate over towards A, and that is the smartest decision there, because it's going to be a 2v2, but it's going to be a little bit of an edge here for Shopify. Now, the gun advantage going to be gone for them, but they do have the health advantage, and they've got the sight advantage, as they've been able to take sight pretty effectively, and the drone here going to come through. The vision going to be so good for Vanity. and for
I mean,
Shopify, and we
it,
know how
TSM
strong
is
Mata
good
has
though.
been this
I mean,
entire
are you
map.
expecting Mata
And I don't think
to
Mata's
go
going to be playing
alone? Are
any
you
worse than
expecting
he has
anybody to be
been
playing
this
alone in
time
this
around.
group?
If you're a
Just because
TSM
they
fan,
can.
you're a little bit shocked right now.
As a
Shopify,
general
who was the
idea,
bottom of their
sometimes
group
some
after Split
competitors
1, may be able to take a
react to
map
one
up
of the
on
picks.
TSM, and this
Rico
is
could have put
TSM's chosen
Vanity's
map. Although
position
Vanity
right
does
at
get
the key
spotted,
point. Can
Mata
Vanity
looking to
take
lock it
advantage
down,
here?
and like I
Make
said,
himself known. A
this
flash
strong
zero
play
point,
we've
a
seen from
fragment
Mata not going to
separating
change
the orb
anything
right
here.
there. And
The Molly
unfortunately,
comes out.
Kanpeki
Could it be good?
falls.
It is, and
One kill, but it
Kanpeki
does not
not going to be able
necessarily
to
come with the
defuse this
victory
round.
here.
Goes
And
to
that is one for
Shopify
Shopify,
and the
who
map. It's kept close by
pretty good,
TSM,
Triad.
but that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see a close map at all when it's your map pick, but you absolutely don't want to see a close map when you have or you don't want to see the round win or the round loss there when it's your map pick. There you go. DSM just not looking strong in this first map. They definitely fumbled it a little bit. Now, to be fair, it's been a little bit of a change for Shopify, but if you're expecting anyone to perform badly coming out of such a long break, it's definitely not TSM. They've had the same core roster since mid-season. They've had so much time to practice with that roster, do all those scrims, but it looks like Shopify, who has a new team comp, a new player, hasn't had very much time to practice with this new team comp, is still performing much, much better than you'd anticipate. And the IGLing from Vanity has been insane. Some really smart calls have come through here. And honestly, I think Shopify or any pro IGL would be able to make a lot of those calls previously regardless, but especially knowing how well Vanity frags despite having to multitask, knowing that you're down in those rounds. This first map goes to Shopify, and if I'm TSM, I'm scared because we're going into Fracture, and although it's not proven to be a super impressive map from Shopify, it is still a really strong map from them, and knowing that they're picking it against TSM, you know that they think they're going to be able to win it, and now that we've just seen them beat TSM on TSM's chosen map, I would not be surprised if we do see a win come through here from a win come in from Shopify. And my pick'em was that TSM would win 2-0, but it's looking like Shopify may be able to win 2-0 here. A big upset, but it's definitely possible, and Vanity definitely trying to prove it. Now, what was I talking about before this map started? Let's get back to the topic at hand, or a sort of topical event. Um, Although maybe I could do a little bit of analyzing of that match if and when it gets updated here. If it doesn't get updated by 2, I will just switch over to what I was talking about before. There we go. Alright, so we can do a little bit of post-match analysis here. You see Kanpeki for TSM continuing to be Kanpeki for TSM, performing so effectively as that flex initiator. But then you look over at Shopify, alright? And we saw an impressive performance from B-Dog. 7, the duelist for TSM, who's supposed to be entrying and helping with that retake, bottom fragged. And that's not what you want to see from your duelist. It's just really not. It's really disappointing to see from your duelist. From that point of view, I'm disappointed to see that 7 hasn't really been able to represent well for TSM on that duelist role versus Shopify, who across the board was performing about as well as you'd anticipate all other players to do. Maybe Vic underperformed a little bit, but everybody wasn't or definitely did not have very high hopes for Shopify. Now there was a little bit of potential knowing that there was a new IGL, but did anybody think Vanity was going to be able to perform this well against TSM? At least I did not. I did not think Shopify was going to perform this well against TSM. But they've been able to, and I'm just going to say I'm very impressed with Shopify and especially Vanity, who was really able to pull through there. Now, that's pretty much all the analysis I have so far. Definitely after this next map, we'll have some more to talk about. But let's go back to what I was talking about before, which was my pick'em predictions. I still expect TSM to win this matchup, although it may not look great for them now. I think they can definitely still do it. There's definitely a little bit to improve on, but I think they definitely still can. The guard against Faze, the second matchup today. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Open and shut case, it goes to the guard. Then I started talking about this Oxygen Esports disguise matchup. And the reason this one is so big to talk about is because this I am pretty certain this will be one of the most watched matches in North American Challengers 2023. across mid-season invitational and across playoffs, I still think this may be in contender for that top spot as far as viewership. And the reason is because, if you missed it, Ye got picked up by Disguised. Not only did Ye get picked up by Disguised, they dropped Ziff. Okay, that's a little bit strange. Why'd they drop Ziff? I had predicted that if there was a player they were going to drop, it would be Gangsta, and they dropped Ziff. And immediately after that, I'm thinking, all right, what happened? And let me explain to you what happened, all right? So Ye is here, let me just pull up the team. Let me just pull up the team here. Here, I'll put the robot on cam as well. Just an FYI, because I do have to say this. Emo is currently on a beta version, so you may see some features or interactions, like if it plays Snake and stuff like that, that are beta features, particularly. So, you yourself, if you have an Emo robot, may not currently have access to them. They are beta features. There is still applications open if you would like to apply for the beta. And any bugs or glitches you may see, just keep in mind it is still beta and still a work in progress as far as this software goes. So yeah, just a little disclaimer I have to give there. Now back to what I'm saying here. Let's take a look at Disguised. Actually, I think I already have them pulled up here. Yeah, so let's take a look at Disguised. All right. So they have a currently a 5-player roster. Riku, I thought maybe they'd sign Riku to replace Ziff. They did not. They put Riku back on that 6th-man position, and I'll explain what happened. So, Ye is a duelist player. The old duelist player for Disguised was Clear. But then Ye gets signed, and of course, Disguised is not going to drop the opportunity to take Ye. So, where did they put Clear? Initially, I thought they were going to kick Clear out and then just hire someone to replace that Flex Initiator role, which still needed filling. But they did not decide to kick Clear off. So what I think happened, and this is just a prediction, is, of course, Ye took that duelist spot. I doubt they would deny him the opportunity to do so. And then they put Clear, and again, this is just a prediction. I don't know exactly if this is what's going to happen. We'll know tomorrow. But I think they're putting Clear on that Flex Initiator role. So we'll see him on that more aggressive Initiator role, playing Breach or KO. I think that's where we'll see Clear, because typically, even those duelist players can do well on those Flex Initiator or on that Flex Initiator role. Exalt was a duelist player until starting to work with Disguise when he was put on that Flex Initiator role. So I think we're seeing the same thing here from Clear. Now, they decided to get rid of Ziff and replace him with Nerve. Now, I don't think this was a smart decision. This is a decision I question heavily and I am very confused about. Because I think Ziff is a solid player, but I don't think he needed replacing. I think Gangsta needed replacing. There are definitely better initiator players or information initiator players you could bring in that would perform better than Gangsta. I imagine they just like it. I think Gangsta's good at gaining vision. It's just when it comes down to finding the picks with that vision, Gangsta's not really good at it. So I'm definitely shocked that they got rid of Ziff or took Ziff off. And then they replaced him with Nerve. Now, Nerve was trialing for C9. So they did pick up Nerve, knowing that he was a decent player. And I do expect Nerve to do well, and probably even do better than Ziff. But again, I do question the decision to replace Ziff rather than replace Gangsta with a different initiator player. But maybe there just weren't any of those initiator players currently available that Disguise could go for. I did make maybe it'd be Tupperware, but that didn't end up coming through. I'm a little bit disappointed about that. It would have been cool if I was right about that. But it didn't go the way I thought it would, other than Ye taking over that duelist role. So Clear's going to slot into that initiator role, and then Nerve going to take over that sentinel role. Gangsta going to remain on the information initiator role. Still going to remain as the IGL on that controller role. And it'll be interesting to see, almost certainly. But again, they're not who we're talking about right now. Let's talk about the rest of my pick'ems predictions. So I did say I think it's going to go to Disguise, just because I think the roster currently for Disguise is more packed. And although they may not have as good of a core roster or a core roster that's well practiced together, I still think Disguise should be able to perform better than Oxygen. Although it may look sloppy and they may lack a little bit of coordination, just not having a whole lot of time to practice, I think it still goes to Disguise. But again, that's a little bit of wishful thinking. I always say I want Disguise to do well. So, of course, I'm going to favor them a little bit here. It could definitely still go to Oxygen. G2 versus OR,
Got a
open
great
and shut
offense
case.
that
This
can
isn't even something I have to
rule
talk
and has
about.
to be able
I
to
mean, it's
you
pretty
know
evident.
blast through on the
OR has
side
not won
and
a
completely
single
disrespect the start of the
matchup.
cooler
They
map.
haven't
And
won a single
does it
series. That's
eventually
right.
end up
You may be shocked to
controlling
learn.
this map at all?
OR has, yeah,
It, it,
OR has not won
it,
a
it,
single matchup. They have won some maps, but they have not won a single series. So they currently have an 0 for 5 streak here, and they have made some player
yeah,
changes.
it's
And
interesting
I
because
pulled
it's a
that up
composition
here. This is something I did
where
want to
the
talk about.
attack is becoming
They've dropped
refined
one of their
across a lot
players.
of different maps to see
Although I don't
the
remember
different
exactly which
targeting
player it was, they
technologies.
did
And
drop
it's
one.
also not a new
They have
concept.
not
When
announced
Shop
who
played
they're
it,
replacing that
Giants have
player
also
with.
played it.
Of
It's
course, I'm
nothing
sure they've
new,
been
but it seems
practicing
like
with
it
that
needs
player, but
to
it
be
does have to come out
better when it
tomorrow.
comes to this.
Everybody
I mean,
will
the second
know
half
tomorrow.
on the defense
But yeah, that's pretty
it
much all I
was the
have
strongest
from the
side, and
disguise
they were
news
really, really
or
strong
any
on the
of
right
that.
side of TSM.
And
Still,
I will wait to
very,
go
very
over
good.
all of the
They
teams
were
until
saying
we're in
it's
between the
very
maps. For
solid
now, let's
performance for this
listen
IGL
to
multiple
the
IGLs
desk
nonstop or first
and hear what they
overall.
have
How
to
about
say about
they
how that
were
map
able to
went,
make
because it
that
definitely
comeback that
was
doesn't
a
happen
bit of
every
a
first map.
surprising outcome to see TSM
I
lose
also want to
their
bring up this,
chosen map
I guess, kind of moving forward because
of
we
Ascent.
understand the role changes, right? When we come into this one, we say this TSM that we've seen should beat the Shopify that we've seen. They've got changes. TSM have just had more time. And then they come into this one with the new comp, like Dryad mentioned. Then also the role changes. Corey no longer on the Duelist. Seven now on the Duelist. Off of your Killjoy. Now you don't have a Killjoy or even a Sentinel at all. So yeah, I think we maybe gave a little too much credit to TSM to get started because of what we had seen. And then they showed us a completely different look here in map one. So
Yeah.
it seems for TSM, they're still going to need more time to kind of figure it out. Because as I said, Shopify, they didn't do midseason face-off. They had more time to kind of figure out what wasn't working. TSM, a little less time, and then they made some changes on top of it.
Yeah, you've got some changes coming in from TSM. They're largely mild and map specific. I'm curious to see how that's going to play out in general because Corey, does go away from the Jet, plays the Sova.
Yeah.
You've got Nature going away from Fade, playing the Viper. You've got Seven going away from Killjoy, playing Jet. On the flip side of that coin, though, Shopify's got role change whiplash. During the regular season, they were playing B-Dog on Omen. They were playing Mata on Sage. They were playing Moose on Killjoy, Vic on KO, Dazzle on Fade. Then in the MSF, or then in the later parts of the group stages, you saw them start swapping roles around again as they brought Moose over to Astray. Then he's playing the Omen today. Vic was playing Breach. Now he's playing Killjoy. You've got Dazzle, who was on Fade, and now Vanity's coming in and playing the Sova. A lot of role change and compositional alignments that needed to happen here for Shopify Rebellion to find success. So things really up in the air. It did kind of put things in a confusing place for TSM, a hard way to read when you have no idea what the team's going to do coming into the day. And I think a large part of that was just, this big question mark on Shopify that kind of gave this little bit of a buff over to the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I although I criticize, we have a replay of a round of something that I think TSM did really well in understanding the way that they play their comp or need to play their comp. The problem is it just worked on the attacking side. So this is a retake, obviously, on defense where they completely flip the sides. And the util is perfect. It's a dart out, it's a flash, it's a paranoia, it's another flash, and they retake the site perfectly. So when you allow TSM to attack you, you're not going to have a good time. Unfortunately, when you're doing it like this, you're against the clock. You're against Vanity with an Odin. You have a lesser buy. We didn't get a whole lot of... we talked about Shopify's kind of glimpses of excellence, and we saw that on TSM's defensive side, but they were just glimpses. We didn't get enough of that, and I think they're getting a little outside themselves in those 4v2s, thinking that they didn't need to play that way when you need to take every round seriously, obviously, because Shopify... those guys whip it on when they're down 2 players. I don't know. That was, it was Louise.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Shopify definitely had some really good clutches there. I mean, Vanity had some really good calls, and on that 2v4 clutch, we did see where they rotated off of A and through B in a little bit of a bait. Vanity was the one to make those calls, and I think already we've seen some incredible moments here from Shopify, and we're not even on their map yet. We're gonna go into Fracture, and I am excited to see how well Shopify can continue to play, and if they can win their first debut match with this new roster, I think that's a good start. That is you saying, or that is Shopify saying, you know what? Sure, Split 1 wasn't great. Our group stage was pretty bad, but we're going to try and qualify for playoffs if it's the last thing we do. And if Shopify performs well enough here, they definitely could still qualify for playoffs. So We will see how this ends up going here. And as we move into this matchup, let's get started. Again, we're going into Fracture, picked by Shopify. So we definitely could still see a win here from Shopify. That being said, TSM has played on Fracture. They're not bad on it. They're actually pretty decent. So I won't expect anything horrible from TSM, but Shopify did prove to perform well on TSM's chosen map, so now that we're in Shopify's playing field, I'm scared for TSM. Quite frankly, I still think TSM could take it, but I am definitely scared for them. Now let's go ahead and take a look at these player picks. We've got a Breach for Kentucky and Vanity. We've got Moose and Seven on the Cypher. We've got Vic and GMD on the Brim. And then the duelist difference is going to be Corey with a Raze and B-Dog with the Jet. All right, it'll be interesting to see that. And we've got a little bit of an initiator difference. So there's not going to be like a core vision initiator for TSM like you'd see with maybe a Sova, a Sky, or a Fade. Instead, we've got a KO with Nature. And then with Shopify, they've gone for that Fade with Mata. So we will see how this ends up going. It is interesting to see, though, because I believe Vic was on Killjoy in the previous map, so you can tell all of these players for Shopify are comfortable playing whatever they need to play. Shopify going to be starting on defense, and B-Dog, who peeked out looking for a pick, gets denied, I believe. He got headshot with a classic there, going to go down to 22 HP, and that gives TSM a little bit of an edge here as they try and take this site. Although, one benefit for defense on Fracture is just how quickly they can rotate here, because it is a fast rotate for these players on Fracture, which means Shopify is already on site. It may not matter, though, as TSM, Corey, and Nature are able to lock it down. Vic takes out Corey, but traded off by GMD. And Mata, who was all the way over on A, goes for the flank and gets spotted twice, I believe, by a Cypher Trip and by a Cam. So now Mata coming in. Definitely needs to figure this out. Gonna be a difficult 1v4, just maybe looking for some good picks. Goes to peek the spike. Backs up a little bit, and then 7 peeks out. Manages to get that kill. So 4 players after live for TSM is definitely a start that they want to see. Hide the robot now. Definitely starting to look strong here for Shopify. And I mean, if I'm Shopify, I'm excited about this. Sorry, if I'm TSM, I'm excited about this. They need every single round they can possibly get. We have no idea what Shopify could be doing on this map and their potential, especially after such an impressive performance on Ascent. The orb is grabbed by Vic. That Brim ult can be huge and vital for getting rounds on Fracture, because the Brim ult can really pin people down and find those early picks. And Vic grabbing the ult orb wants to get it up as quickly as possible. And grabs another ult orb as well. Now Shopify mostly centered around A now after so much vision was given main. But now TSM has backed up and is moving towards B. And now it's a fast rotate for the defense on Beast, or on Fracture. What am I saying? It's a fast rotate for the defense on Fracture between the sites. But having nobody on the site is definitely not going to bode well for your team. And now that the entry has started, site's just going to be given. And although Shopify can rotate quickly, maybe they didn't rotate or get ready to rotate quick enough. As TSM's able to get that spike down, and now they can try and play post-plant as well as they want. Looks like maybe Shopify is going for a save here, potentially. Or not a save, but to just deny any kills for TSM. Which, if that is the choice here, I think it's a bad one, because you want to see, or you want to get as much damage as possible, or as many kills as possible, and deny a good bonus for the enemy going into the third round of the half. Corey not going to find one quite yet. GMD going to be able to take out B-Dog. The rest of Shopify, of course, going to just die to the spike. And although TSM only lost one, or that they did lose one, the player that they did lose only had a pistol, which means now this bonus round going to be really good and easy for TSM to win here. Or at least get some good kills. So Shopify is in a little bit of a bad spot here. Of course, they do have better guns here, but and they should be able to secure the win. But TSM should be able to do some good damage, which does not bode well for Shopify, to say the very least. But it could definitely still go for Shopify. And it looks like TSM gonna be coming in through both SAT and main. Got 2 main and 3 coming in from SAT. And there's only 2 for Shopify to lock down A. They're playing a little bit further back here into CT. Not going to have anybody playing on site. Now, Corey is completely spotted here. Finally trying to hide. Now, Mata with this retake, starting it off good. Able to find 2 picks, but Corey and GFD each able to find a pick. And again, this round should go to Shopify, but they should be looking to get or get away with as many players left alive as possible.
Not gonna get anything. Unfortunately, though, Corey's been left on an island.
Now it's up for a 3v3 retake. And they know Corey's gonna be playing alone here. B-Dog gonna be the one to finish it off. That jet smoke gonna allow him to pass through. Moose gonna take out 7, and now it's a 1v3 for GMD. If he can get one more pick, he's in a really good spot. Not gonna be able to find it as I speak. The Molly gonna be good to find the pick on Vanity, which means the majority of Shopify has been taken out. So it's not a good round for them, especially being a forced full buy here. So now TSM going to this next round where they're gonna be on a full buy. We'll have much better guns here and should be able to secure the win. We'll see what Shopify decides to do. It looks like they may be going for a force here. And we'll see if that does turn into a win for them. They're going to be able to full buy here. And actually, they'll have better shield than TSM. So it's going to be a bit of an even matchup. Although, again, it's going to be even util as well. So it should be a pretty good spot here for both of these teams, although I did not think it would look good for Shopify. They push out aggressive down B main. Only get away with 1 pick while 2 of them get taken out. And Amada coming in for the flank. Not quite going to find anybody. Not going to have to figure out how he wants to deal with this Cypher trip. Decides to just take it out. Now TSM going to have a little bit of paranoia having to deal with a push. Oh, Vanity with the collateral headshot on Kenpeki. And GMD going to even it out to a 2v2. Nature knows Mata is coming in for the flank. Getting scared here. Nature able to take out Vanity, though. So now it has to be a 1v2 clutch. And Mata does not connect. So TSM does take the round win here. And their econ was looking pretty stable. Coming into this round off of a win, it's going to be even more stable. And now Shopify going to have to be on a save or a light buy here. TSM's advantage looking pretty strong here. Although, what I will say is, on the previous map, TSM went into the second half with the advantage and still fumbled it and lost. So, although it looks strong for TSM here in this first half already, we could definitely still see an impressive performance here from Shopify. Now, there's 2 ults for Shopify to use, and it looks like they're using those knives here on this save round. But they've also got that Brim ult, as does GMD. So both sides have that Brim ult to try and use. If Shopify wants to use their ults, although they may not because it is a save round for them. Still no damage done. And again, save round for Shopify. Not going to be able to do a whole lot here. Those knives on B-Dog may be the ones to do the most damage. And as I say that, Mata finds 2 with the Frenzy. Corey or GMD each find 1 to keep it even. But then B-Dog takes out GMD. So it's now a 3v2. Corey does get trapped there and gets low on health, but nobody going to be there to take advantage of it. Just going to be able to heal back up. Or maybe I'm mistaken here. Not going to heal up very much, actually. Only goes up to 3. I thought it was that decay that got her or got him so low, but not low enough. Sorry, I'm still stuck in Game Changers mode here. But the health definitely going to be there for TSM, and this spike still, or sorry, for Shopify, and this spike still isn't down. Finally goes down. This retake does need to start, and Mata takes out Kenpeki. These guns have been picked up, and Mata looking to use them. Corey now needs to defend the spike, able to take out Mata. Not going to find another, the clutch, not going to be able to come through here. And the Neural Theft now up for Moose, so B-Dog goes for the defuse, having just used the knives. And Shopify does take a save round win, which is pretty good for them, although TSM could afford it. So they will be able to buy this next round, although losing a round where you're up, it was a pretty big gun advantage, is not great for them. But they've got quite a few ults to try and secure this round. That being said, so does Shopify. They have quite a few ults to try and secure this round as well. It will definitely be useful, for sure. Neural Thefts for both sides. Those Brim ults still up for both sides. We've got the Showstopper for Corey and the Rolling Thunder for Shopify. So 3 ults for either side to use. And I think we may see all 6 of those ults come out in this round. Because it is a round where both teams are buying. So, of course, they're going to try and use those ults to try and secure it. And we're already looking like we might see that Rolling Thunder come out from Kempeki, which did just get up. So now there's 7 ults in play right now, as Kempeki was able to pick up that orb to get that ult up. Nature's only 2 old orbs away as well. Could potentially just find a few picks. TSM still has not really started this take yet, although now that knife comes through to clear heaven, they're getting ready to push in. The Cypher Util trying to stop the push in, not really going to be able to. The Showstopper comes out from Corey, and already those ults are coming out. And although it doesn't find any pick or any damage, it does push Shopify back a little bit. And the Grenade's going to be the one to finish off Corey. Both of those Brim ults come out. The ones I said were going to probably come out did. Vanity able to take out 7. Damage done to TSM, but will Shopify be able to cash in on that? Doesn't look like it. Moose going to get caught reloading. Nature takes out Moose. And now it's a 1v3 for B-Dog. It has the operator, but may just want to back up and try and save it. Maybe just looking for an exit pick, potentially. The knife comes out. B-Dog is so exposed right now. Definitely not anticipating Nature close like that. Trying to not keep his back open to heaven. Goes in with a shorty, and it's good for 1. The spike's been down for quite a while, though. And if this is going to be a clutch, it needs to start now. Knows that it's heaven. Can't quite defuse. Corey just going to take him out through the smoke. Although Corey was low on health. Not quite going to come through there. Well played there from TSM. Although B-Dog definitely looked like he was in a position to clutch that there at the end. Maybe he had just a little bit more time. Hadn't been so caught up in clearing arcade. Maybe he could have been in a better spot here. But doesn't matter. We're moving into this next round. And although that round looked shaky from Shopify, they're going to have okay econ coming into this. They're going to have 2 guns, but it will still be mostly a save here. And TSM going to have better guns here. They also have 2 ults to secure this round, just in case they want to use those. The Neural Theft in the hands of Moose may come out, but an early pick for TSM. Going to be good for them. Vanity peeks out to see if TSM is still pushing him in A, and they are. So he backs up just a little bit. Now Corey getting ready for this take on. The Boombot going to be the one to finish off Vanity. Nature takes out Vic, and now the 2 players with guns are left alone, and they're just going to go for the save. And TSM looking like they're going to continue to secure these rounds. Although Shopify's been able to stand their ground a little bit, it hasn't been super strong of a performance from them. A little bit like what we saw from them on Ascent in that first half, while they were on defense. Although Fracture's a little bit more, I believe it's offense-sided, although I'm not sure. It may be a little bit of a more balanced map. And so, yeah, we could be looking at a good performance here from Shopify when we switch halves. Similar to what we saw on Ascent, although Ascent was defense-sided, so the fact that both teams did so well on their offense is a little bit confusing. And maybe we'll see the same thing here on Fracture. As both of these teams have proven that they are strong on offense.
Shout out the observers for catching that one in 4K. Boombot to the back, and Vanity was buried. Another buy though around this operator for Shopify.
That operator once again gonna be in the hands of B-Dog. Now it's gonna be a full buy from both sides. 2 ults for TSM, the Neural Theft for Shopify, which I did talk about previously, which may come out here, like I said last round, but they do have to find a pick first, and then, you know, be in a position to use it. That KO ult comes out from Nature. They also have a Neural Theft to use. Vanity looking for a pick to deny the push through Sands. Not going to find it. Nature able to take out Vanity. Mata takes out Nature's ult, but Corey trades that off, and the res can come through. B-Dog takes out Kentucky, but the res does come through. Corey going to take out, or sorry, Moose going to take out Corey, and then Nature there to trade it off, which means the player advantage still in the hands of TSM. Had that KO ult not been a factor, it would be even right now, but KO ult was a factor, so it will mean a player advantage here for TSM. But the Spike, not in the best position here. 7 getting flushed out a little bit with that Brim ult here. Flash comes through, and 7 looking to take out Vic. Gonna be able to, and now B-Dog just gonna try and get away to save that operator. And it doesn't look like TSM will be hunting B-Dog down. And I don't blame B-Dog for saving here. I think it is the best decision in this scenario. Although, GMD getting ready to hunt here. B-Dog be ready? No, not quite. Knife out, peeking out, jumping through. Finally trying to get that gun out, but GMD going to be able to take him out. And this round goes to TSM. They've secured that 6th round. And the 6th round is pivotal because it means your enemy cannot gain the advantage going into the next half. Shopify Rebellion now going to be taking a timeout. Now, in case you're unaware, when you take a timeout, or when a team takes a timeout, the enemy team also gets to take a timeout in a sense, because they also get to talk with the players and the coaches, which is why oftentimes, sometimes you won't see teams use timeouts, even when it looks like maybe they should. It's because they don't want to give their enemy a chance to re-strategize, and they also may think that they're playing good enough, and there's not a whole lot better they can do. But honestly, from what I'm seeing from Shopify, I do think there's a little bit of better play here. I think they're putting themselves in a little bit of positions that are a little bit too open to TSM's pushes. I think their play on A hasn't been super strong here. Their B holds haven't been great either, but TSM's mostly been pushing through A here. So that's really what I have to go off of. Now they're going to place 3 on A and 2 on B. And it looks like TSM will be aggressing B now. Right as they say, they mostly go A. They do aggress B here. And B-Dog and Vanity going to be pushing out B main, looking for an early or easy pick. And they will see 7, or 7 will be there. It does get concussed. Won't matter, though. Still able to find the pick and take out Vanity. Not even going to be good for a trade. And I believe this was a light buy from Shopify, so they're not expected to win, but losing that encounter in a 2v1 is not what you want to see, or definitely not what Shopify wants to see, and Vic and Mata get hunted down, taken out, and leaves Moose alone in a 1v5. Definitely not going to be a good situation. Now, Moose does have that Phantom, may want to save it, also does not have to save it. So we may just want to try and use it, maybe get a few picks here. Able to find the pick on Corey. Have to be an ace to clutch. Able to find 1, gets taken up by Nature. Finds 2 picks before going down. That's respectable, but not going to be enough in that 2v1. At the beginning of the round was the pivotal moment that secured TSM that round. Not only did that secure TSM the round, it secured TSM the advantage going into the next half, which does not bode well here for Shopify. They're definitely going to be looking a little bit scared here, a little bit worried.
Having the read on the attacking side, that's where it becomes difficult to see any success.
Knowing the position that they will be in here. Now, there are 2 ults for Shopify to use here. They've got those Jet Knives. They've got that Cypher and Neural Theft. B-Dog is getting ready to push out here, it looks like.
B side now, aggressive on A.
Pushing up aggressive early, and it pays off. Able to find the pick with that operator. Gonna back up just a little bit, but continuing to aggress main. Vanity gonna be left alone to watch the site, and the showstopper comes through. Not gonna actually be used. And Vanity doesn't get cleared. Able to take out Nature and Gambeki. Not before Nature finds a pick, but Corey gonna get finished off. Now GMD alone, and they know where he is. The operator gonna take GMD out. Well executed from Shopify. Their first full buy since that timeout does go well for them. They maintain the majority of their players alive. They'll be able to full buy again. TSM not gonna be, they're gonna be scratching their heads after that one, thinking, why didn't we clear that site or undersite? A little bit of an oversight there, not being able to find that and clear it effectively. And now TSM gonna turn their attention towards B. Now, honestly, I don't know if that's the best choice to go. I mean, they just went B, then they went A, lost on A, and now they're going back to B. I think it's a little bit of an interesting choice here. And it's a read from Shopify. They put 3 on B. And again, it's a quick rotate from the defense on Fracture, so they can get ready to rotate towards B as well. And now there's 4 on B. And it'll be a difficult rotate here for... Or it'll be a difficult push here for TSM. And it looks like they're getting ready to rotate, but GMT trying to... Or, sorry, Vic trying to catch them. Does get taken out. Vanity looking to engage as well. Nearly gets taken out. The Rolling Thunder comes through, and TSM there to take advantage. Executed beautifully and continued and makes it a flawless round. TSM does use that Brim ult, but gonna be difficult, or that looked difficult for Shopify. Although Shopify gonna force, it's the last round. They've got 5 ultimate abilities to use. That's right. Shopify is 5 whole and intact ultimate abilities to utilize. They've got the Jet Knives, which are going to come out. They've got the Neural Theft. They need to find a pick for that, so we'll see if that'll come out. We've got the Rolling Thunder for a retake. We've got the Fatal to prevent the push. And they've got what was the last one? Oh, that Brim ult to also help with the retake or to prevent the plant. And this will be difficult for TSM. They've got that Neural Theft, which still has yet to be used. I don't know if it'll be enough to push through, though. 7 gonna get pushed here by those knives. Is B-Dog ready for it? Yes, he is. Clears it. 7 gets taken out. And an ult for Shopify, already able to find a pick. Although the Neural Theft not going to be able to come through. Just really nowhere near that pick. But that does mean an early pick here for Shopify. Namada's here with the flank. And it looks like TSM's going to be maybe trying to rotate off. And Nature's getting ready to rotate through through their spawn. But Mada's ready for the push and takes out Nature. Then that Fatal comes out as well to deny some good information for TSM. And B-Dog gonna finish it off. 3 kills for B-Dog as he takes out Corey and Kenpeki. And as Mada finds another. And that means Shopify is able to get a little bit of make it a little bit easier for them coming into this half. It's going to be 4-8. Now, I'll remind you, on Ascent, it was 4-8 going into the second half. Similarly to this one, where TSM started on offense and then went to that second half where they were on defense, and TSM blundered the lead. They were not able to pull it through and get a win going there. And so we may see them do the same thing again here on Fracture, especially knowing it's Shopify's map. I think they may be able to. Although, of course, Fracture isn't Ascent. It's a similar sort of situation here. So we may be able to see Shopify take this, especially knowing, again, it's Shopify's map pick. So they should be able to take it. In theory. But of course, on paper is not a reality. And we'll see how this comes through. Good flush out. That breach util used beautifully. And Moose going to be there with the rest of his team to cash in on it. Now it's going to be a 5v3 for Shopify's players, a 3v5 for TSM's remaining players. And now Shopify rotating back towards B after realizing how many had rotated onto A. Mod is already on site and may be able to find an early pick here, although the smoke not really going to allow that superior vision to be utilized.
So the numbers looking pretty good. 5v3.
Although Mata may have had the drop, there's really no need to use it here. Because again, now it's a 5v3. Shopify's got a good chance of winning this pistol round. And this is pretty much what we saw on Ascent, where Shopify was able to take the pistol round. B-Dog takes out 7. Nature trades it off, but TSM's down 3 players. Or sorry, 2 players. You can't really afford trades when you're down that many players. Vic takes out Nature and also takes out Kempeki. And Shopify has secured the first round, and it could be a start to a comeback. This is what we saw on the first map as well on Ascent, where it went into the second half. TSM was up 8-4. Shopify took the first pistol round, and from there they were able to tie it up and gain the advantage. And I think we may be seeing the exact same thing coming through here on Fracture. If that is what happens, I think TSM will have a lot to work on. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Shopify is able to do that. Again, this is Shopify's map pick. And we do see a lot of teams tend to do better on offense on Fracture. And so I do anticipate Fracture going well here for the offense. And it went well for TSM. What's going to stop it from going well for Shopify as well? Sorry, my brain is starting to lose its ability to function. And it's a 4-man flank coming through here. Gonna be pushing Arcade. There's a trip to detect, so they know there's at least one. Moose able to take out Nature in CT, I believe. 7 takes out Vanity. Mata and Moose each find a pick. GMD able to take out Moose, though. So it's gonna be pretty close. Now gonna be a 3v2. Corey down to 1 HP, though. GMD able to pick up a Vandal. Corey gonna have to maybe just try and gain some vision, but GMD gonna save that Vandal, and Corey just gonna go to die to the spike and deny the extra kill for Shopify.
Well, 3 HP. This time, nope, he's just gonna meet his fate. All alone.
And Shopify definitely didn't get as many picks as they would want off of that pistol round win, but they do have some good econ, so it should be a decent bonus in this round. TSM will not be able to completely full buy here, not going to have full shield for everyone, which means Shopify should be able to get a few good picks here on TSM and deny a good buy here, because it's going to be a bonus from Shopify. So all they're really looking to do is get some good picks, and if they're able to, TSM will be in a pretty bad spot econ-wise, and it could give Shopify some good comeback potential. There you go, some good econ and comeback potential. And we'll see what way this does end up heading. Shopify getting ready to push, although it did look like they were going to push into B. Now like they might be rotating towards A potentially. Did have some maybe thinking about going Arcade. It looks like it will be pushing towards A, although there are 2 looking B, to give a little bit of paranoia to TSM, not knowing exactly where Shopify is pushing, although they know that there's that jet there. GMD able to wallbang and take out B-Dog. GMD also takes out Vanity. Now it's a 3v5 for Shopify. TSM trying to clear sight here. Nobody for Shopify is on B site, although that spike is now getting ready to go onto site, and that knife gonna give all the information that TSM needs. Nature just gonna shoot through the smoke, able to find a pick as well. Mata aggresses that to trade it off, but it will be a 2v4 for Shopify. That spike goes down. Now we did see some impressive 2v4s on the previous map, but that grenade gonna be all that Corey needs to get those 2 kills, finish off here, and Shopify does take their first loss in this half. But again, that's a round TSM is expecting to win, although Shopify definitely should have been looking for some more picks there, and they weren't able to find them. So it's going to be a full buy here from both sides going into this round, and it could definitely go either way. If Shopify had been able to find some better picks there, it may have looked a little bit easier for them to take this round. But just not going to be looking great now. So it'll be a little bit more even. Although that Neural Theft is up for Moose and may be utilized here to secure this round.
they try to go for that risk, go for this map, it looks pretty solid so
Now
far.
Corey, though, close to that showstopper ult, and it looks like Corey will be pushing up for this orb.
Recent times, I say recent times, but back in split one, mid-season face-off.
Now the concussion comes through, and the breach util is utilized, as they know Corey just needs that ult orb to get the showstopper up, and they know how damaging that ult orb could be, but that molly comes through, and it's not going to deny the ult being grabbed. So now TSM has an ult of their own in the form of the showstopper, and it should be used well here, unless someone from Shopify can deny it. And it looks like Shopify will be aggressing B, though. They know that showstopper is likely on A. And that cam going to be good, though. So it does detect that Shopify and that good vision. They know Shopify is going to be coming into B. Now Shopify coming in. They do hit that Cypher trip, and through it, Nature finds a pick. Which means the entry going to be denied. No picks for B-Dog. Although Shopify will be able to take sight there. Some breach util used to try and flush the spike planter out, and it does a good job. Not quite going to be able to cash in and take out Vanity, but does do some good damage. Cypher Trip gets destroyed. Vic turning his attention towards the flank, trying to punish Corey, is able to, but GMD's also on that flank, takes out Vic. So the player advantage still going to be there for TSM. Moose, though, able to find a pick on GMD, so it's now going to be a 3v3, but again, Vanity is at 1 HP. And that neural theft comes through. Moose and Mata each find a pick, but so do Nature at Konpeki. So now it's a 1v1 for Moose. Not gonna be able to find that pick, and the spike was halved. So this round does go to TSM, and the comeback for Shopify definitely not looking as strong as it did on Ascent, and we may be looking at this third map. And I don't know if Pearl could be clutched up here by TSM. We know how strong they were on Ascent in that first group stage, although it was a little bit awkward. There was definitely potential that they could beat TSM on Ascent, and they did. On Fracture, of course, Shopify picked it, thinking they could win, but it's looking like it may go to TSM. And then if we go into Pearl, I don't think it'll go to Shopify, so they really need to finish it out here. If it goes to that Pearl, again, I don't think it could go to Shopify. Although, you know, they've got the new IGL, I don't know if it'll change completely the way that they've performed on Pearl in the past. I'm happy to be disproven, but Shopify, if they want to make this underdog win come alive, they need to beat out TSM here. I think they just need to shut it down, because, again, if it goes to Pearl, I just don't think it goes to Shopify, so Shopify needs to try and push for this comeback, but TSM looking closer and closer towards that victory. We're getting closer and closer towards that victory. Shopify's got to be worried. They've got to be really worried here.
Haven't made any crazy changes on this map. They're playing to their strengths. They're playing what every single one of these players is comfortable playing.
It's going to be a light buy here from Shopify, although it looks like a little bit of a force here, as B-Dog going to go for the Phantom, and Moose goes for the Bulldog. The rest of the players, though, light buying. Although Vanity going for a Stinger is a little bit of a force, so it's going to be a little bit of an interesting call here. So you know Shopify is looking for a win here. They'll be okay if they don't secure it, but they will not be able to buy next round, or at least full buy next round. Now Shopify getting ready for this push in. The Trapwire should be good for a kill. 7 able to take out Vic. Again, that Trapwire good for a kill, but Mata and B-Dog each find a pick. And now B-Dog comes through to CT, able to take out GMD, who was just shooting her to smoke. It will make it a 2v4 for Shopify. B-Dog able to take out Corey. And now it's a 1v4 for Konpeki. Will he be able to clutch it up for TSM? Be able to find one pick. Nearly catches Vanity, but not going to be able to finish him off. 1v4 not going to come true to TSM. They're able to... They're not going to come through for TSM. There you go. But doesn't mean it's over for TSM. Their econ's in an okay spot. Although it's not going to be a complete full buy this round, they will be able to afford some guns. Like I said, if Shopify had lost that, their econ would not have been in a good spot to buy this next round. But they did win it, which did put them in a bit of a good spot here.
on that utility, take it down. But when it's that faster play with everybody going in,
Now there's
like
3 ults for
able
Shopify
answer back.
to
Let's see
use
for
to
how many
secure this
rounds
round. They will
Stella
likely
currently
know
has.
that
It's gonna
TSM
be
is
very
forcing a
important
buy
for these
here and
ultimates
may want to use
to
a...
big
Although I
rotations
wouldn't
that
say they're
Shopify
forcing a
used in the
buy.
first half, and then
They should know that
really
TSM's
push
buying here at the very least.
Some damage there.
Oh, Vic with that Brim ult gonna be big. It takes out both Nature and 7. It looked like maybe they were gonna get away, but not quite able to. Now it's gonna be a 5v3. Now it's gonna be a 5v3 here for Shopify. And that ult was utilized. They said they may use those ults to try and secure the round. And they used it. And now TSM gonna go for the 3-man save. Knowing that their econ's not great, if they lose this, and overall just not great, saving here's a good spot for them. They'll be able to full buy next round, give themselves a chance of trying to regain some good ground here. Looks like Moose gonna go to hunt down TSM here. Makes his presence known though, trying to pre-fire that box. Cam gonna spot GMD. Does get taken out, but now he knows where GMD is. Moose not even gonna get concussed either. Although nearly does. Definitely just trying to hunt down GMD, trying to deny it, takes out Moose. Corey gonna take out Mata as well. Vanity able to take out GMD. The hunt, though, not gonna really be successful. Although they were able to get a pick there, which will be good for them.
It was right in the border. Of the
Literally
ultimate.
on the edge.
But you just couldn't do anything right.
3 ults once again in the hands of Shopify. We may see them come through, although we may not see those knives come through, as they may just want to save them. But this comeback, which Shopify did need to make happen, is starting to come true off of that timeout. It's been good for them. I mean, we saw them take a timeout on Ascent, which also pulled through in a win here. Maybe we're seeing that same thing come through here. Now Shopify getting ready to take A site here, it looks like. Although, maybe not. They were leaning towards A, but now it looks like they're rotating towards B. The Prowler misses 2 there. It gives Corey the confidence. Or Mata, sorry, the confidence to push up even further. Corey just going to be there to easily and quickly take out Mata. And good, well played there. It gives the player advantage to TSM. 7 able to take out Vic as well. B-Dog aggressing CT, able to find a pick though. Now those knives do come out. I thought maybe they'd be saved in case of a round loss. Player count is even. And now the Rolling Thunder. B-Dog trying to take advantage of that. Not going to be able to. Moose looking to take advantage of it. Not going to be able to. Only finds 1 before getting traded off. And although it should have been enough to make the player count even, it wasn't, which leaves Vanity alone in 1v2, and they know where he is. Although the flash gonna be good, does not hit the TSM players. And the defuse gonna come off, and this round goes to TSM. The comeback, which Shopify is looking like they're trying to make happen, is denied, or at least some momentum here is denied by TSM. Not gonna damage the econ too badly though for Shopify, who have gotten some good econ momentum built up. Although if they lose this round, they'll be in a little bit worse for the wear. Now Shopify has a Neural Theft and that Fade ult to utilize. The Rolling Thunder for the Breach ult on Genpeki gonna be good for TSM though if that spike gets down. And nobody else really close to an ult. I mean, Corey and GMD a little bit close there, but not gonna be just easy for them to get up. Some Fade ults are gonna be good there. Able to find at least 1 in heaven, although TSM does back up there. And that knife only spots Mata. Although it doesn't matter. Mata able to take out Nature, but 7 able to find B-Dog and Mata to give the player advantage to TSM here. Shopify gonna start aggressing here. And the Neural Theft does come out from Shopify. So they know exactly where TSM is. But the Rolling Thunder is there for Genpeki to utilize in this retake. And again, it's a 4v3, so this should go to TSM. Just knowing that they have that player advantage, and 7 takes out Moose, widen that player gap. And again, they have that Rolling Thunder. Although Vic able to take out Genpeki to make it a little bit even. Though Vanity able to take out Corey and GMD, gonna keep it even. So now it's a 1v1 between Vanity and 7, although good, really good damage done to Vanity. And that's going to be a difficult position to play or a position to win from. And this round goes to the hands of TSM. And they've secured that 12th round. Now Shopify going to be on pretty bad econ here as they need to make a 4-round win streak to get it to overtime. And it's looking like Shopify took TSM's chosen map. And it's looking like TSM may be taking Shopify's chosen map. And again, like I said, I think if Shopify does not win this map, they're not going to win the series because I just don't think their Pearl is that strong. And they've only changed out one player. I don't know if their Pearl will have become that much better to combat that of TSM's Pearl. Now Shopify coming in here. Shopify has that ult to use, the Fade ult, and it does come out now. 7 denying any push from Sat. And the Rolling Thunder from Kentucky gonna come out to deny the push on, which means no trades are gonna be given. 7 able to take out B-Dog, which means the 2-player advantage now gonna be there for TSM. Shopify coming into Sands through door, not gonna be able to take out Rope. Gonna do some really good damage. The grenade gonna be the one to finish Malta off. And this round does go to TSM, securing the map for TSM. And it's going to take it to this 3rd map here. And these have been pretty close maps, I will say that. Although the first map was kept a little bit closer. Second map was still decently close from Shopify. It definitely looked like the whole time they could have still been in it. And although they did not take the win, they definitely, you can tell they played their best and were really trying to push here. And now we are coming into now we're coming into the 3rd map. Again, it's going to be Pearl, and I just don't think it'll go well for Shopify here, because I just don't think their Pearl's that strong. And TSM's Pearl isn't super strong either, but I think TSM, knowing that they have more practice with this roster, I think it definitely should go to them. I think Pearl should go to TSM. I think they just needed that first map to warm up, and now they're going to start to pick up the pace a little bit. Now we're going into a Pearl. Again, a map Shopify doesn't do super well on. And now we're seeing them with a new roster change. So they haven't really had a whole lot of time to practice with this roster to get good at Pearl. I just think it goes. I think it goes to TSM. That's my prediction. I mean, I said TSM was probably going to beat Shopify Rebellion. I still think that. Yeah, I'm pretty certain about this. Yeah, pretty much what I'm thinking here. All right. So the next order of business of things to talk about, and I sort of already talked about it when I was discussing disguised roster changes, is a lot of teams have made roster changes here, not just disguised. A lot of teams felt like they haven't been performing that well. And so let's go ahead and talk about these teams that have changed rosters here. First one to talk about is Shopify. I already sort of talked about it. Vanity got traded out. He's the new IGL. T-Dog as the assistant coach also got brought in. Let me pull the robot up so you guys can see that. Yeah, Vanity also got traded out here. Or sorry, T-Dog also got brought in as the assistant coach. So there's been some good changes to Shopify. We'll see if it's enough to get them to qualify for the playoffs. I'm not entirely sure it will. The next team to talk about is Faze Clan. They, I believe, traded out, I'm trying to remember. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Faze. Control F. Faze. This just says, Faze Clan is set to welcome Tig and and Mame. Sorry, I recognize those player names. I believe they were playing for Turtle Troop previously. So in return, they they got rid of Dicey and Rossi. Now Rossi actually got invited by another team. Now which team that is? Sorry, I didn't mean to cough into the mic like that. I pressed the wrong mute button. Rossi did get traded to another team. I'll tell you which team that was shortly. But yeah, Tig and Mame do get traded into Faze. We'll see if this is a good trade for them. I'm not entirely sure it will be. But at the same time, I also think they have some good players here that are really, really solid here. Now we look at OR. Now OR is an interesting case, okay? Now they got rid of one of their players, and they still have not announced who will be replacing that player. Who the new player will be. Again, we can turn to this to find it. Lear left. Now again, I don't know who they are bringing on to replace Lear. And so it's definitely a little bit of a mystery here. They still haven't announced it. Again, we'll probably know by tomorrow. But OR has a flawless loss streak. They have not won a single match or a single series in North American Challengers. Not impressive at all for them. And so they definitely need to make some changes. The fact that they're only changing out one player though makes me a little bit concerned. I don't know if I think they need a whole rework, but of course they probably just don't have the money for that. So only switching out one player will be interesting. I don't think it'll be enough to really up their stats enough to boost them into playoffs, especially considering they only have one circuit point currently. Then we go to Mad Lions, and they have made the change of trading out and gaining Blackheart and Bior. We saw them play yesterday, and they actually did pretty fairly well. They did not do pretty fairly well against Moist Moguls. It was a really, really poor performance. Really dominant performance from Moist Moguls to try and continue to cement their performance here. But yeah, not a great performance from Mad Lions against Moist Moguls as the debut match with this new roster. So I don't expect them to do very much better here. Turtle Troop, they got a new player. They got Rossi as the new player. Let me see. Let's see. Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop. Let me just turtle. Yeah. Rossi and Dazzle would be joining Turtle Troop. Tig and Mame left. I believe these are the same players. Yeah, so it looks like Rossi, Faze and Rossi. Is the Faze report here? Hold on, give me a second to find it. No, it should be here. Faze. Let me see. Faze.
One of his best roles, if not the best, being how good he's been looking on the jet. But yeah, of course, I guess they're saying still something that it definitely needs to.
Oh yeah, they hadn't reported on it quite yet, but I believe two of those players, the players that left Faze, joined Turtle Troop, and the players that left Turtle Troop joined Faze. So it's a bit of a trade-off there, which will definitely be interesting to see. And of course, the disguise changes, which I've sort of already talked about in depth, and it'll be interesting to see their debut matches tomorrow. Ye has joined, Zip has left, and Riku's going back to being a sub. Nerve was brought on as that Sentinel player. It will be very, very interesting to see how Disguise plays. Ye is El Diablo. He's one of the best Valorant players. Now, he's definitely had a little bit of struggle finding his footing since he switched to Jet, but that is not why Cloud9 dropped him. Cloud9 dropped him because of role issues, but likely because they couldn't afford to pay him. Of course, that is a rumor. But that is definitely what it was looking like. Ye, looking for a more stable position, decides to go and join Disguise. I don't disagree with that choice. I think it's a smart move for him. Plus, he has to join Tier 2 because there's no Tier 1 teams willing to hire him. He knows Disguise Toast. He's like, hey, man, I'll do it. And that's about it. So I do expect him to do well. I'm impressed so far. Or rather, what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, I'm excited to see with how Disguised performs. I don't know if it'll be enough. I don't know if Ye will be enough to carry the team to like the top spot and get Ye back into Tier 1. But I think he definitely could boost the stats of Disguised a little bit, considering they were 8th place after the initial mid-season, after Split 1. They were 8th place, and then they got out immediately in mid-season. A change like that is definitely needed, and will it be enough to bring Disguise to that top 4 or even top 3? I don't know, but if there's a player who can do it, it's definitely Ye. Now let's get back and listen to the desk and talk about this next matchup that we have coming up, or this next map that we have coming up. Pearl, it is the decider, as Ascent Shopify took Ascent, which was TSM's pick, and then TSM took Fracture, which was Shopify's pick. So a little bit of a trading maps there, but still gonna be kept even. I will say, like I said, I think Pearl will go to TSM. Shopify doesn't have the best track record on Pearl, and neither does TSM, but we know TSM has a really strong core roster, and they've had so much time to practice since the end of mid-season. For Shopify, who had this new IGL come in, and having a new IGL come in is a really big change. It requires a lot of practice to get used to it. And Shopify really hasn't had a whole lot of time to do that, to get used to the new player, and so I don't anticipate Fracture going in the favor of Shopify. I think this series wasn't going to go to them to begin with, but I think they just need a little bit more time to get ready with this new IGL, and I expect them to do well, maybe even enough to make it to playoffs. Now, if they beat TSM here, they will really send a message that they are looking to make it to playoffs. I don't know if they will be able to take out TSM here. If they can, I'm really hyped for it. I still expect TSM to win, but I'm all willing to be proven wrong as my voice cracks. Now, let's take a listen to what these talented casters have to say.
Mistakes that they maybe have made, because in their 2 games, one of them was a loss to Moist Mogul 6-13, which is not a very close game, and then a really close game against a guard team that was dealing with a whole lot of outside pressure. And so maybe you think, should that not be happening, the guard take away that series? Either way, TSM win it, but it's not seemingly, I would say, not the most confident map for them. So I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel for Shopify that, this isn't the best map that TSM could be playing.
Yeah, and I think Shopify definitely could still beat TSM, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. I just think it's going to TSM.
The only time we've seen this was outside of Challengers. It's actually going back to December during Freeze Out, and it was like, the results in that event, it's hard to take them for what they are, because one, they were playing nearest airport, which was mostly a pug roster, a lot of those players going their separate ways. But also the fact that there's agent bans in there makes things a lot more interesting. It's really hard to look at anything at face value. It's also a different roster in that they had Dazzle in the mix, and they've already shown proclivity for changing agent compositions coming into today. So whatever we knew, it was small, and it was very valueless. So we really know nothing about what Shopify is going to bring to the table here in our 3rd and final map. We do have some definites for this TSM roster to a certain degree, but Tanner, I feel like that does play towards Shopify a little bit, because now you have the ability to counter-strat to a certain degree.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're expecting any changes, it's kind of like what Dryad said. We're expecting 7 to maybe be playing that duelist role and things to switch up like that. But you still have a pretty good understanding of what is to come. I'm kind of looking back at the way that Vanity liked to pilot this map previously, and I think that maybe that's what we could look at instead of Vanity maybe looking at hey, give me your agents, right? What works for you guys? Okay, this is what I like to play. Where do we put you, and how does that work in the way that I want to call this map? Because for Shopify, as you've mentioned, Bach, there isn't any background on it. There isn't, Vanity kind of grinding against the way that they like to play it. So he can come into this one and kind of curate it the way that he wants to.
Right. I mean, we keep mentioning the the change with Vanity coming in, we talk about what they're going to do on that side. But like Tanner said, TSM might be changing roles because we've been seeing them do that as well. And we talked about it here just briefly. But expanding on that further, we expect maybe to see Seven play a different role here. It could be a duelist. Maybe.
All right, let's get in here and let's just get into it. Enough talk. Let's play as we get into the agent select here. And so you think Seven's gonna be on that Killjoy? Okay. All right, so let's just go over here. Vic and Seven are both going to be on Killjoy. Kenpeki and Mata each going to be on Sky. Moose and Nature each going to be on Viper. GMD and Vanity each going to be on Astra. B-Dog going to be on Jet. And no duelist for TSM on Pearl. Will be interesting as they decided to go double Initiator, bringing on Sova. So we've got the Jet on B-Dog. It'll be really interesting to see if the double Initiator and double Controller from TSM will be utilized well here, or if it'll be good for them. I think their offense will definitely be a little bit shaky. But of course, Shopify's own defense is not the best on any map. And especially a map like Pearl, which they have a little bit of less experience on. So we will see how this goes. Again, I expect TSM to win this map, but it could still go to Shopify. Now, Shopify starting on offense here. They've got a little bit, I wouldn't say it's an offense-sided team comp, but it will be more offense-sided than TSM's, whereas TSM has a little bit of a defense-sided team comp with that double Initiator. And we've already got some early engagement in a main. Mata able to find and take out GMD, but only one pick for Shopify in that exchange, as 2 picks come through from TSM, so it's going to be a 4v3 for TSM. Although the bait is good, as Shopify is planning this B hit, although the spike still isn't down. It took quite a while to get down. Not entirely sure why that was, but now it's going down. Although Vic defending CT, able to find that pick on Nature, so now it's going to be an even 3v3. Although Kenpeki takes out Moose in CT, and now it's going to be the player advantage back in the hands of TSM. So it's a 3v2 here. Kenpeki's taking a little bit of damage. May not matter a whole lot, though. They know exactly where Vic is. Blind him, finish him off, and now it's a 1v3, and they know that Spike's getting defused. The Astra util comes off, but the Spike's not really planted well, and has to swing wide here. Gonna get defended well, and TSM takes the first pistol round. 3 players left alive. And it's starting to look good here for Shopify, or sorry, for TSM. How did I mess that up? It's starting to look good here for TSM, as they've been able to take this first pistol round. And it looks like they're gonna be pushing forward and trying to get some more rounds here. Although Shopify, are they gonna force? It looks like they will. Shopify going for a force here. And if you see a team force after losing a pistol round, that means they're not just looking for picks. They're not just looking for picks. Oh no, they are looking for a win. That's what Shopify is looking for here. And whichever team loses this, their econ's gonna be in a tough spot. And maybe a little bit better for Shopify econ-wise, but it still won't be a bye next round. I don't agree with this decision to force, but it could go in the favor of Shopify. Maybe. They definitely have that aggressiveness in having that duelist. So if they can get that spike down, that retake for TSM will be difficult. Shopify not going to be able to get that spike down. They send the spike to push out into Secret. Spike still not down, and it was nearly kept even, but now it's a 3v4 for Shopify. And again, that spike still isn't down. They've let and allowed TSM time to get onto site. Plant does go down. Mata takes quite a bit of damage. Doesn't get finished off by that second shock dart. Completely defenseless there. 7 able to take out Vanity as well. Moose, though, with the flank coming through, but it's not planted at all for him. He's got to start going. It's been half. Nobody's sticking it, but he doesn't know that. Viper's... The snake bites do come through. Trying to deny the defuse. Not going to be able to. Kenpeki with 4 kills. Defends his team well. And again, I disagreed with that decision to force. And it didn't work out for Shopify. So now it's going to be a bonus here from TSM. And Shopify not going to have any good guns to defend the bonus with. Meaning they're not really going to be able to find very many picks, I don't think, on this bonus. The best way to, I mean, here's the thing. When your opponent's on a bonus, you're not really going to be able to damage their econ in a way that prevents them from full buying the next round. But what you can do is try and damage it as much as possible. And the best way to do that is to just win the round straight up. Because getting kills there, if the enemy team can just secure the round, it's not going to do a whole lot there. They are aggressing quickly out a main. They're going to push Mata here, who is alone, to maybe just try and fight the Big's A main, but gonna get picked off himself. Seven gonna take out Vic and B-Dog. No more B-Link push from Shopify, and it leaves Vanity and Moose alone now in a 2v5. Both of them have sheriffs to utilize. Trying to clear screen, but Nature not gonna fall for it.
It is one of the things that if you're a fan of Shopify, you don't want these.
And TSM knows exactly where Shopify is. Nature gonna take out Vanity and Moose. Flawless round there on that bonus. I said the best way to deny a good bonus is to just win the round. And Shopify didn't even get close to that. And if I'm Shopify, I'm nervous now. You've just allowed your opponent to get 3 easy rounds. And now you're in a tough spot. Because you're going to be up against a full buy from TSM. And even if you win the round, TSM's econ is so stable now, off of 3 rounds in a row, that it's going to be difficult for you to gain any ground. Again, even if you win, there's still going to be so much good momentum in that econ for your opponent there. Shopify just going to be in a really tough spot here. And if they lose this, it's even worse for them. And TSM are doing some hard reads here. These are reads we saw them do on Ascent, and they really struggled to find some good reads. But this time around, they actually find some good reads here. Push up down B main. They've got 2 sent up there, and it does push Shopify back. Controller util gonna be really good here. Shopify still is unable to push. And there's going to be another Astra smoke. This push from Shopify has been completely denied. But time is going down. The stall has been major here from Shopify. And they've been able to do a good amount of damage to Vanity.
And I'm wondering if this is setting in some type of paranoia where Shopify feel like obviously they're running out of time, but they have to hit this B site because they've got nothing else across the map. They're probably just assuming that TSM have already pushed up. So like you said, it's going to be aggressive.
Jet smoke comes through. This Cosmic Divide is going to be useful. They're going to be able to get that spike down. Mata and Moose each able to find a pick. Although Mata finds 2. B-Dog able to take out GMD as well in Hall. This spike's going to go down. Minimal pushback. And like I said, it's an uphill battle for Shopify even if they win this round. But they need to try and do it with as many players alive as possible. Because when your player count is down, even on a win, the econ that's been built up by TSM will be difficult for you to fight against. And so having as many players left alive as possible is good for them. Now, they keep the majority of the players alive in that round. But they were in a position to go with 4 players left alive. That would have been even better. But that isn't what ends up happening, which does put them in a little bit of a bad spot here, where their econ's not going to provide a complete and entire full buy. That being said, TSM's econ, again, still very, very stable off of that initial 3-round win streak. So it's going to be a full buy from TSM. Like I said, it's going to be difficult for Shopify because they need a good win streak of their own to start to build up their own econ and deny good econ for TSM. Now, once again, TSM is aggressing early on A, and we've seen these early pushes up down these main entrances onto the sites be good for TSM and really good reads. We saw it on the previous round, although it didn't end up helping them win the round. It did stall them for quite a while, and in this case, it actually pushes Shopify off of that A main and moving towards mid, where TSM is going to be putting a 3-man push. Mata able to find the pick on Kempeki before getting picked off. But Corey finds another without getting picked off. Or sorry, Corey does not find another. What am I saying? Vic takes out Corey. Ooh, B-Dog takes out GMD. It looked like maybe GMD wouldn't have been caught there, but is. Which means now it's a 4v2 for Shopify. This 2v4 for TSM will be difficult to play, to say the very least. But they do have a little bit of a flank coming through here from mid. There's also potentially a flank from Moose that could be good.
Get located as well. They know exactly where the killjoy is gonna be,
and it looks like now TSM gonna go for the save. I think that is one of the smarter decisions you can make here. It looks like Moose may be looking to challenge that. Not gonna be able to. Nature takes Moose out. And 3 players after live. Shopify gonna be a decent round. TSM able to save 2 of their players is gonna also be a decent round. And again, their econ was decent going into this round. They did lose it, but they get 2 of their players alive and a save. It's going to maintain some good, stable econ. And again, Shopify, off of that initial 3-round win streak from TSM, Shopify's job from here on out is to just destroy the econ of TSM. And they're definitely going to have a bit of a struggle to do that. And that is especially true here. Now, Shopify Rebellion does have 2 ultimates to utilize. They've got that Sky ult. They've got the Viper's Pit from Moose. The Seekers from Mata. These could be useful to help them try and secure another round. But you look at TSM's econ, and it's still pretty solid. It's definitely not in a bad spot here. And Shopify, again, still has so much work to do to try and axe away. And they're slowly breaking it down. Like sands, or sorry, water's eroding the rock around them. But it's like water is eroding the rock around them. It's difficult for Shopify here. Nature and Corey each able to find a pick, and early on in this round, the player advantage goes to TSM. And the Viper ult comes out. They know that the spike is in their hands, although the flash comes through, and it's good to allow Shopify to pick that spike up. So that ult, not wasted, I would say, but gonna be difficult to play off of. Now Shopify actually gonna take that spike and move it towards B. TSM definitely could be ready for that. They've got 2 in B link. Moose has been able to push up into B. GMT is ready for how deep Moose is, though, and you know Moose thought he would have the drop. So that means now it's a 2v5 for Shopify. If they clutch this, I'd be impressed, but I doubt they're going to be able to do it. And they may want to save here, but they decide not to. They do have a little bit of a win streak going. They don't need to save, but I also think saving could be a good choice. Although TSM has rotated off of site, so Spike is going to be able to go down. It looks like Shopify was anticipating, or sorry, TSM was anticipating that it was a rotate. Vic going to push up aggressively to watch this CT. I don't know. Able to find one, though. Now it just backs up. Gets that lockdown out as well. Will TSM respect it? It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're going to challenge it. And gonna be able to. Nobody able to deny that, or Vic not able to defend it well. I said it probably should have been a save for Shopify, but they continue to force that round. Got that ult out, and, well, they did take the loss, so... they did take the loss, so it wasn't a good choice to force there. I think they should have, saved. And, Shopify now going for a timeout. We've seen their timeouts actually be really, really effective, and really useful. And I think seeing that bad call there, I think that should have been a call coming through from Vanity. That should have been the IGL being like, hey, maybe we should save this to get some good econ stability. I think off of that bad call, or maybe they still think it's a good call. I still think it's a bad call, though. Whatever the case may be, Shopify does take a timeout here.
Yeah, as you said, Kempeki set the bar very high for himself in Split 1. Obviously held in high regard coming into Split 2 and living up to those standards for the most part.
There's 3 ults for Shopify to use here. I already said that, but
I know we keep bouncing back towards the
you know, could be utilized here to try and secure this round. And this would be a pivotal round for them to win as well, just because of this this econ diff that has been prevalent this entire half so far, but is still prevalent despite that 2-round win streak from Shopify. TSM, able to manage their econ well, did not really take very big hits to their econ. And you can see why, as even though Kempeki could afford full shield here, is not going to go for it. B-Dog going to go ahead and use these knives here. See if he's able to connect. That's one of the old Shopify has. we'll likely see the other two come out as well. Because again, they do sort of need to try and secure this round. Skydog comes through. It's not going to spot anybody. I believe it's stunned backside though. But now Shopify backs up. And the spike has been leaning towards B this whole time. And that bait with the Skydog was good as now TSM gonna start to rotate towards A. It's a little bit of a fake out there. And now Shopify should be able to push into B pretty easily here. Although they are waiting quite a while. They're taking their time here. Maybe just waiting for that Seeker on Mata. And now it comes out, and it's only shot out 2, so they know it could be an easy site for them to take. And they see that it's headed B-Link, so they know it could be an easy site for them to take. Now they're going to start going for the plant. The Hunter's Fury looking to deny it. Ooh, not going to necessarily deny it. Does delay it, and is able to get that hit off. GMD able to take out Vanity. Early pick there. Going to be good. Now it's going to be 5v4 here. Viper's Pit, though, going to be difficult for TSM to play through. Vic on screens, not even going to be able to find a pick. Gets flushed out. Moose now left alone, holding that shorty out. Not going to connect with it. I don't know if the shorty was the play there. And Spike's going to get defused. And this round goes to TSM, and it's looking like this first half is going to be really strong for TSM. And this is defense. We haven't seen TSM do the greatest on defense so far. But they're able to pull through, and they are taking the advantage here. And now TSM has more ults than Shopify. They've got an ult to use here. Now Shopify's econ looking really weak, or starting to look weaker, I should say. It looks like they're going to be going for a light buy here, but I don't think it'll convert to a win. They know TSM knows Shopify is on low econ here, so they're going to play probably a little bit riskier. Maybe look to find some of those early picks. Corey going to take out B-Dog. It's B-Dog again, trying to find those early picks. They know they just don't have the guns here. They need to gain some ground. Not able to find it. And TSM is able to punish it. Nature going to take out Mata as well. Moose going to find 2 picks. But won't matter as Corey and Nature finish off the remaining Shopify members. 3 players left alive for TSM. Gonna be a good round for them. And they've secured that 6th round. I feel like I keep saying that TSM is securing that 6th round. And that's because they always secure that 6th round. And what that means is now Shopify cannot win or cannot gain the advantage going into the next half. It looked like after Shopify took that initial timeout that it was useful as they were able to get that 2-round win streak. And it looked like maybe a comeback was starting. And now they just haven't been able to pull through on that. They've got that Killjoy lockdown in the hands of 7. Viper's Pit coming out. Now, 7's had that lockdown to utilize this whole time. But now they know Shopify is on another buy, so they may want to use that ult. Nature takes out B-Dog, and this site is being locked down very effectively. Mata gets spotted as well. Oh, and Corey digs out Mata and Moose. They may not even have to respect this lockdown either. Or sorry, it's not Shopify's lockdown. I don't know why I thought it was. Shopify will have to respect the lockdown, and now they back up. Ooh, Vanity gonna take out Nature and Screen, try and make it a little bit easier. So now it's not a 2v5, but it is a 2v4. TSM has actually backed up off of B site, and they've given it up. I mean, Shopify will be allowed to just take it here. Sovadart comes through. Does get taken out, which gives TSM a little bit of vision that it may just be a re-hit on B. Now the Stars going down. The Spike plant is threatened. Looking to find a pick off of it. Vanity does find 1. Vic finds 2. So now it's a 1v1. But GMD wins it. And now TSM has taken the advantage going into the next half. Shopify's got 2 rounds left in this half. Sorry, why did I think it was 2? They've got 3 rounds left in this half to try and make something happen here. Try and even it back up or get it close. Obviously, they can't even it back up, but get it close to evening back up. They need to start pushing here, and they just really haven't been able to pull through. Again, that initial timeout they took was useful. It turned into a 2-round win streak. And then they lost their footing. And now I know I said TSM was going to win on Fracture, but it looks like Shopify hasn't been able to put up very much of a fight either. Since the very beginning, it wasn't going well for them. They lost the pistol round. Then they decided to force that second round, which TSM won. And that put TSM at such a good econ advantage. They were able to win that third round as well. And then even though Shopify was able to win 2 in a row, it did not damage TSM's econ nearly enough to help them gain some good momentum. And then TSM just got put in a really rocky place. Or sorry, Shopify got put in a really rocky place. You can tell I'm a little bit sick right now, a little bit out of it.
Oh, look at the change up from that Killjoy alarm bot, right? Usually deeper towards holes. This time they're not messing around.
Now it's gonna be a light buy here from Shopify.
Sneak past, they've got it up nice and close.
Ooh, B-Dog able to find that pick on Campegi. It's gonna help them entry onto A here. They still have not cleared Secret though, and Nature able to take out Moose on B is gonna even it out. GMD from Secret still not cleared, able to take out Mata. Able to take out B-Dog as well. Gonna transfer the spray over to Vanity. And now it's a 4v1. Vic in a 1v4. Gonna have to figure out how he wants to try and clutch this. Not really gonna be able to do anything. GMD finishes him off. 4 kills here for TSM. And starting to look very weak here for Shopify. Now it was a light buy. They'll be able to full buy this round. Or at least force a buy. But if they lose this, I don't think they'll win anymore in this half. And although they were able to win Ascent and keep it pretty close, my prediction on Pearl, where TSM probably had more of an edge, is absolutely coming true here. TSM has more of an edge here than Shopify does. 2 ultimates in play right now, 1 for Kentucky, the Seekers, and 1 for Vanity, the Cosmic Divide. And it could be useful here. Looks like they're going to be pushing into A. Now, their push into A was good last time. TSM's actually reading a B hit here. So, if Shopify can start this push into A and get it done and play it through, they may be able to do some good damage here. Although 7, able to lock down the site, take out B-Dog, prevent that entry. Now just going to back up, prevent himself from getting picked off. Shopify still has yet to get that spike down. The Cosmic Divide comes out now, but Sight really isn't in their favor to use that Cosmic Divide. Although Mata able to take out GMD. Again, Spike's still not down. And it's all the way back in A main. There is a flank coming in from Nature to come through mid.
Players alive on both sides, but we'll see how much wiggle room there is.
Flank now coming in from Nature. Although Moose turns just in time to peek it. Vanity able to take out 7 as well. 2v4 now. It didn't look great on this take onto site. This entry onto site for Shopify, but Mata able to take out Corey, gonna make it a 1v4. Mata also takes out Kentucky, 3 kills from Mata, and it's starting to look really, really solid here for Shopify. Off of that performance, maybe they can get another one. Maybe they can make it another 8-4 going into the next half. We saw them clutch up an 8-4 on Ascent. But weren't able to do that on Fracture. We'll see if they're able to do it here on Pearl. I'd say Pearl is more similar to Ascent, though, than Fracture. So, may be able to. Although Shopify did better on the offense of Fracture than they did the defense. Or sorry, the offensive Ascent than they did the defense. But here they're gonna have to do better on defense than offense. I mean, the round differential here for Shopify isn't great so far. The map that they did win against TSM, it was kept pretty close. Then they lost to TSM, and it wasn't as close. And TSM's definitely in a position to dominantly win Pearl here, and that would really not be good for the round differential here of Shopify. Now there's a 3-man flank coming in from Shopify. As lockdown comes out, Shopify still not going to challenge B here. Still not pushing it. Finally starting to push in, but this flank is getting deeper and deeper. B-Dog looking to clear CT with those knives. Not going to find anything. Now this 3-man flank is coming through. The flash comes through. Now Shopify knows maybe there's a 1 or 2 possibly coming in from B. From that B main. I just don't know how many, although that Silver Dart comes through to try and give some confirmation. Rebecca able to take out Vanity. This Cosmic Divide going to be good for TSM on this flank. B-Dog able to take out Konpeki, but Corey trades it out. Moose, though, inside this smoke, inside that Viper's Pit, going to be able to take out 7. That's a 2v3 for TSM. They have to challenge a Viper's Pit. Can they clutch it out? GMD does take out Mata, but Moose locking it down, coming in from Hall. If anybody was going to come through Hall, they definitely were not expecting the Viper. And Shopify is able to get it 8-4 again. Or a 4-8 from their perspective again going into the second half. This is exactly how it looked on the first 2 maps. Going into the second half. Although Shopify has not really been able to turn it into... Or they were only able to turn that into a clutch or a comeback on the first map. The second map did not go their way. Maybe now that they're on the defense, they can try and come back. Now, it should be said, TSM has gone for a double initiator, double controller setup here, whereas Shopify just has double controller and has gone for the Sentinel. So Shopify's defense should look a little bit better than TSM's in theory. TSM double initiator should do decently on offense, maybe not as strong on defense or offense necessarily. I feel like maybe Shopify will shine through a little bit better there. Sorry, what am I talking about? There is a Sentinel for TSM. It was they don't have a duelist. That's what I was thinking of. Regardless, I could talk about that. But the engagement has started. GMD takes out Vic. Now it's a 2v4 for Shopify. GMD gets pushed by Moose, taken out, but 7 just going to trade it off. Now it's down to Mata in a 1v3, and this pistol round is looking like it'll once again go to TSM. On the previous 2 maps, Shopify was able to take the pistol round in the second half to start or at least try to make the start of a comeback. But not looking great here. And yeah, this post plant just going to be played. He has to take out the Killjoy. Knows where he is, but not going to be able to aggress. It's a weird crossfire that's being held. This round does go to TSM, and this comeback not going to look very good at all for Shopify here. Gonna have to go for a save. Yeah, TSM looking pretty strong here.
The rounds in between just get the space just gets bigger and bigger between these 2 teams. TSM, it seems like they already did the most difficult part, and it was
I will say it's interesting that TSM has that Sentinel on top frag. But then you look at the rest of the players, and it's all of the top 4 with 11 kills, and you go, okay, that's why that Sentinel is the top frag. So for Shopify, it's definitely worrying. The fact that you're seeing so much good kill consistency, which I always talk about, having equal kills for all the players on your team is a really good, because it shows all of your players are playing at around the same level. They're all able to trade each other off, and that's what we're seeing here from TSM. Shopify should be worried about that. And TSM has taken mid control. Nobody for Shopify. Nobody for Shopify going to be able to deny it. Though pushing into Heart, the turret's going to spot Konpeki. And now Shopify knows it's a mid portion, possibly even in through Art. Which means it could be an A port. What on earth was B-Dog looking at? 7 and GMD each find a pick. Mata takes out GMD, but 7 takes out Vanity. I'm confused as to what I just saw. It looked like iron reaction times there. Konpeki able to take out Mata. And now it's a 1v4 for Moose. That push through main could have been easily denied by B-Dog. Or at least halted by B-Dog if he was able to find some good damage there. I don't know what he was doing.
I know it's a-
Looking at the map, maybe? I'm not
Moose?
Yes.
entirely
Is it your
sure.
first, folks? Wait, what?
It
Wait,
looks
what?
like Moose will be
What do you
going to
mean? I'm
die to the spike.
Asking. Like
For now, just
big
watching
deal.
that exit.
I know
Shopify
it's-
definitely looking shaky.
I
What I
have
will
a
say is this
general
first
idea
series
of what it is,
has
but
been a good
not
one. Both
exactly
of these
what it
teams
is
have been
yet.
putting up a good fight.
It's like the
TSM is
Canadian mascot, I believe.
going for the save, and they know Moose might be in main. Moose needs to try and die to the spike, so pushes out, knows that TSM is there, but the gun diff going to be very prevalent. TSM has secured 10 rounds here. It's going to be 10-4. Shopify has to make a pretty impressive comeback here. They're 6 rounds down currently.
Yeah, the only moose we need to worry about, unfortunately, is
They need 8 more total to get to that 12th round to at the very least secure overtime.
Will he get something extra?
Now, they're going to have better guns here, but the bonus is going to be pretty decent here for TSM. They did not lose very many of their players in that previous round. So this bonus will be pretty strong for them. So although Shopify should win, TSM should be able to find a few kills here. Corey able to find the vision there. Get that ping off, and it denies Shopify from pushing up any further into B. Now TSM can start this aggressive push into B. One thing I will say about Shopify is they were lacking that sort of aggressiveness maybe we would want to see from an offense team, or a team that's on offense. Ooh, 2 picks already for Shopify. Vanity looking for another, and Corey going to get denied. Corey also takes out V-Dog. Now it's going to be even in a 3v3. Moose able to take out Corey, but not before that plant goes down. So now it's a 2v3 for TSM, but the plant is down, and Shopify has to push here. Although that dog is still in the hands of Shopify. Find one in Hall. Don't know exactly where everyone is, but they know at least one is in Hall. Bird gonna be good, and now they know there's 2. GMD takes out Mata. Kenpeki takes out Vic. This player disadvantage has turned into a player advantage for TSM. And that's it. That is it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what I would say is the end. That's the end of it for Shopify. I think that was a pivotal round for TSM to win, because now Shopify's econ not going to be there at all. TSM's at that 11th round. They are 2 rounds away from a victory, 1 round away from that 12th round. That's it. That's all, folks. It's it's not. Honestly, if you're rooting for Shopify, it's hard cope at this point. I think it's over for Shopify. I'm always happy to be proven wrong, but I don't think that's what's gonna happen here. Shopify getting ready to push into A here. They've got, sorry, not Shopify, TSM getting ready to push into A here. Now, it looks like Shopify has gone for a force here, which means if they lose this, their econ going into what needs to be an 8-round win streak will be very, very poor. Although I imagine if they lose this, it'll be a timeout from Shopify. B-Dog able to dig at 7. It's a good early pick there, although we saw on the previous round, even with that player advantage, even with that gun advantage, Shopify was still choking that win. So we may not see that come to fruition here. And Shopify is almost entirely rotated over to A, leaving only 1 on B, who is now jump peeking out. Could definitely still get taken out here. Sovadrone, though, spotted. And now Shopify going to send some over to B. Vanity able to take out Nature, really trying to lock down this site. Does some good damage as well to Kenpeki. Vanity going to finish Kenpeki off. Moose takes out GMD. This force was a good choice. Corey now alone in a 1v5. He has money, no need to save, but may just decide to go for it, knowing the severe gun diff that he is at here. Should maybe try and guard the guns here. So Shopify definitely wants to hunt him down. The Stinger long range, gonna win it. This was very impressive. Big props to Shopify for winning that round. That should have easily gone to TSM, and it didn't. I still don't expect a Shopify comeback. But that is a good start to what needs to be a comeback. Pretty massive comeback. 8 rounds to get to that 12th round total for Shopify. They've secured the first one. They don't need to win 8 in a row. They've got a little bit of leeway. They can afford a round loss. But it will definitely be a difficult comeback, to say the very least. He's now going to be aggressing mid here. Mata able to get those Seekers up. Grabbing that Orb A main could be useful in trying to secure this round. Now, because TSM isn't at that 12th round, Shopify can save some of their utils, save some of their money, save some of their ults. Versus when your opponent's at that 12th round, there's no point in saving. Because if you lose it, that's it. You wasted that save. Or you could have used that util, that money, that ult, whatever. But because TSM has that 11th round, Shopify doesn't have to use all their ults every round. And has a little bit of leeway here. Already an early pick for Shopify, able to find that pick in Connector, or from Connector. Vic able to find that pick on those pushing through Art. Early pick there, going to be really good for Shopify to help try and secure this round. Again, I don't know if a player disadvantage will matter too much for TSM. They do have slightly better guns here, but it could definitely help Shopify a little bit here. Moose coming into flank through mid, but there's not really going to be anybody to flank. TSM is actually pushed into Connector. They're going for a flank of their own. Nature going for the flank through Connector into CT, and it may come up with a pick, although, yeah, still going for it. Vic takes out 7, traded off by Konpeki, but finding that early pick could be big. Moose with the flank through Art, gonna find that pick. B-Dog takes out Konpeki. Nature's now alone in a 1v4. Shopify able to find some good picks. Nature did have that flank, but Vanity rotating. Gonna be caught by Nature, so Nature just takes Vanity out. The round does go to Shopify, and they only lost, I believe, one of their players. So, well played there from Shopify. Well played to try and keep them in this. TSM now taking a timeout. Very, very good choice. You want to stop this comeback in its tracks. You want to say, all right, no. That's not going to happen. But it should be said, when your opponent takes a timeout, you also get to take a timeout. Meaning, your coach gets to talk to you. You get to have that conversation. And that is absolutely still true. Still true here. TSM at that 11th round, taking this timeout. So Shopify, although TSM's calling it to take a timeout internally with their own people, Shopify going to be able to use this to their advantage as well to try and figure out how they want to restructure and maybe try and get this comeback continuing to get on a roll. Or if they just want to say, hey, you've been doing good. There's not really anything else I want to see you do better. If you start to lose or you lose a round, that's when we'll call our own timeout, and really try and restructure. That could be the conversation that's going through Shopify right now. But there's definitely a little bit of a hole in some of Shopify's plays. Not super good map awareness that TSM has sort of been able to take advantage of. And now TSM taking that timeout. Not only did TSM take that timeout to try and deny this comeback from Shopify, they've got 4 ults to use to try and secure this round. Now, if TSM loses this, I don't think they'll be able to full buy next round. Maybe just barely, but it'll be a cheap full buy or light buys here and there. So TSM definitely looking to win this to get some good econ stability started. That lockdown gonna come out. Shopify just gonna respect it. I mean, they're not really in a position to not respect it, which means TSM can start to push in. The Seeker comes through, but it's actually taken out, I believe, by that Viper, that snake bite. Vic, though, from mid, from Art, gonna be able to find 2. Nature able to trade it off with a bit of a flank going through Art. But that does mean the player advantage is there for Shopify. Wall banging, Moose trying to take out Konpeki. Not going to be able to, although the plant is stopped. I believe he just thought it went down when it didn't, and Moose is spotted. So Konpeki's able to find that pick, and that does mean it's evened out. Spike is down, but Konpeki's down to 30 health. So this could be a good retake here for Shopify. The Cosmic Divide, that's a useful Cosmic Divide as well. It blocks off main and mid, which means they only have to clear where Konpeki is, and they don't. Interestingly, Vanity does not clear that there. A little bit of an interesting play from the IGL there. But they should be able to start this defuse. Oh, never mind. Nature from mid just takes out B-Dog and Mata. They push that. I don't really know where they were looking, but definitely not where Nature was. And Nature able to find both of those picks. Does mean Shopify now going to have to make a 6-round win streak. They just won 2 in a row. They lost 1. Now they need 6 more rounds. And off of that timeout from TSM, they're probably not going to take a timeout here. They just had a timeout. They had that time to talk. But Shopify does need to sort of figure out how they want to do this. Again, that was really interesting from Vanity. I don't think Vanity had to die that round. And that kill could have been a really defining kill there for TSM to help win that round. I think Vanity and Shopify really choked that round. That Cosmic Divide should have been good for a retake. And the one spot they had to clear, they didn't. Definitely could have played that better. Now, Shopify going to have 2 ults to use, however. No ults for TSMs. They used all 4 that they had up that round, in that round. Which does help them out there just a little bit. Now TSM getting ready to push into A, it looks like. Mata pushing out aggressively A main, looking for a pick. They're not going to find it. Vanity with the Judge holding it in connector. Maybe thinking about pushing out. Not going to push out, though. And now Vanity is going to have to play weird. Probably should have held up a little bit more aggressively. Could have been able to find at least 1 or 2 picks there, but did not. Vic going to take out Nature. Now connector being pushed. Becky needs to push back. He knows that that Judge is there and pushes right into Moose. And now it's going to be a 3v4. Shopify has that player advantage still. GMD, though, going to take out Vic. Vanity's low on 15 HP after that exchange earlier. The Viper's Pit, though, does come out to try and help this take upside. The post-plant util going to come through. The Shocker going to take Vanity out. He's already low on health. The Spike going to be stuck, though, and it's going to get diffused. That's it. 7 able to take out Moose, though. It's going to be an expensive round. B-Dog taken out as well. Wall banged. No op for B-Dog. This round does go to Shopify, but it's an expensive one. So TSM going to be in a decent spot here. Shopify starting to look weak. Starting to look scared here. Because again, even though they took that win, it doesn't look like it if you just looked at their econ. It looks like they just lost that round because of how poor their econ just became. So it's not going to be a full buy here from Shopify. 3 of their players not going to be able to have good rifles. They will all still have rifles, but it's Bulldogs and a Guardian for B-Dog. We'll see how those end up playing. TSM's going for another A hit here. They've done 2 already, I believe, in a row. So this third one would be a 3rd in a row. But it looks like they were just looking to maybe find a pick on Mata, who may have been aggressing early. They do back out. Now that Killjoy turret does come out mid, and Moose decides to take it out to deny mid control for TSM. Pretty smart move. It prevents any easy push through mid for TSM. And now TSM going to start pushing down B. Got Nature to try and lock down mid, maybe gain some mid control. There's going to be 2 on B for Shopify to try and lock it down. As TSM starts to push in here. Kenpeki going to take out Moose. Nobody going to be there to trade it off or punish it. Vanity low on health gets spotted. Kenpeki going to be the one to finish it off. Now it's a 5v3. B-Dog able to take out Nature, though. That was the pusher who was taking mid control. And good damage done to Kenpeki, down to 5 HP. So, although it is a 4v3, Shopify could be in a position to clutch this up still. Execute needs to be good here from Shopify, and it isn't starting off good as GMD takes out Vic. GMD also takes out B-Dog. Mata alone in a 1v3. The Nano Swarm gonna be the one to finish it off. No comeback for Shopify. I said it was over earlier, and it was. This map goes to TSM, as well as this series. This first series goes to TSM. And quite frankly, I'm not surprised. I mean, if you look at my... sorry about that. If you look at my pick'ems, I did have TSM taking the win there, and they did. Maybe disappointing from Shopify. After that first map win, it looked like maybe they could have won the matchup. But TSM did not want to allow that, and they didn't allow that. And they were able to do pretty well there to really lock this up. Let's see if I can pull up the match here. It's right here. Let's see if we can get Fracture built in. It looks like they have put it in here. We look at across all of the maps. We've got actually a player on both of the teams with 49 kills, although B-Dog with just a little bit less. And you see the player performance from both sides. Just if you look at the top 3 from both sides, it's pretty similar. It's pretty equal. But then you go down to Vanity and Vic for Shopify, and you go, all right, I see why they lost. You know, you can give a little bit of an excuse to Vanity. He's the IGL. He's multitasking. He's also on a new team. Maybe shouldn't be performing the best. But Vic, who's been on Shopify this whole time, definitely a little bit disappointing to see him performing that poorly with a 148 ACS. Not great, but also not the best either. 50 deaths is not great at all. 14 assists is okay, but you're on that Sentinel role for 2 of those maps, and you're not really able to pull through. It's definitely disappointing for Vic, to say the very least. I'm excited to see how Shopify performs moving forward. That was a really good performance to kick things off for them in Split 2. I'm excited to see how they do moving forward. They're in a pretty tough group, I feel. TSM not showing themselves to be one of the better teams there. I feel like they definitely did not perform very strong. I think it was a really weak performance for TSM. Definitely going to be disappointed from their perspective. They're definitely going to be disappointed. Should have maybe performed a little bit better there. But they are going to win that, which actually does put them not at the top, because it does not go by round differential first. It goes by map differential first. And because M80 has a 100% map win differential versus TSM, who has a 66% map win, they will be below M80. But it is only by barely, so they're starting it off good. And of course, they do have a higher round differential than M80 to start it off. Gotta be happy about that. Shopify, again, not super disappointing from Shopify. They were able to do it pretty well. I think there's a lot to be improved on, but it was a good start, considering how poorly they performed in Split 1, going 1-4, with only winning 5 of their maps, starting it off with a map win to start off Split 2. I think that's a good show. I think that's good and bodes well for Shopify moving forward. Now, again, my pick'ems are continuing to be right this week. Our next matchup, I think I'll be right about as well. And this one, I don't think even has a shot of going any way other than the Guard. Now, the Guard, they've had a pretty good performance. That being said, maybe they had a little bit of a, I would say, a scary performance for the Guard. They did not make it to the Grand Finals. They made it through. They beat Oxygen, and they got through to that upper final. They lost to M80, and then they lost to G2 Esports. That's right, they lost to G2 Esports. Although G2 definitely is a powerful team, I don't think anybody was anticipating a loss to the Guard, and they took the loss. So it's a really disappointing perspective if you're, it's a really disappointing loss if you're the Guard. Not being able to make it to the Grand Finals, which everyone was sort of anticipating a really impressive Grand Finals matchup between the Guard and M80. I mean, my pick'ems were that M80 and the Guard would be up against each other in the Grand Finals. And the fact that the Guard didn't make it to that point definitely doesn't bode well for them moving forward. And definitely M80 was happy about that. And M80 definitely going to be happy that they were able to get such a dominant performance, able to flawless their run through mid-season, and continue a really impressive performance. I believe their current map overall win-loss. I believe their overall current map win-loss is 8-1. Not maps, but series win-loss is 8-1. So they've got a pretty impressive performance. That's all I gotta say. Coming into Split 2, they are in a really good spot here. So, what this does mean is the Guard is going to be playing against the Guard is going to be playing against Faze, and this should be an easy win from them. If you look at Faze in mid-season, they got taken out by the Guard immediately. They then got 2-0'd by G2 as well. Not great for them. So we already know the Guard can beat Faze Clan because we've seen them do it already. Then we look over at Split 1. How did FaZe do? Not great. They did not have a positive record. They went 2-3. Their round differential, although it wasn't bad, -4 is not horrible, not great. 5-8 map wins is really not that good. So yeah, I'm anticipating here that it will be a better performance here from the guard. Again, we've seen them play in mid-season. We saw them play in mid-season. It wasn't very close at all. If we just want to look at that matchup in particular, you look at this and you go, okay, that's not close. You look at Lotus, 13-11, that's pretty close, but that was FaZe Clan's pick, and then it went 13-9. Not super close for the guard. I'd say a close match, or a match that maybe could mean FaZe could do well against the guard would be if FaZe Clan was able to get into that overtime position. But even though the guard did not have the best mid-season run, not making it to that grand finals, I don't think FaZe Clan's gonna be the team to take down the guard here. And since G2's in the same group as the guard, I do expect that matchup to be a really intense matchup. But yeah, I don't anticipate this win going to FaZe Clan. Straight up, pretty open and shut case here. Let's see if we have any highlights from Knights Arena here. Let's take a look here. It looks like we do have some. Not quite.
Where is Moose? As Vic will play off site. Couple of nano swarms. Moose gonna get flashed up. He's tucked away. Oh, and they don't expect him here. One player down. Yeah. Make it 2. The Moose is loose. As Vic will help him out. Moose grabs 3 and shot.
Yeah, well played there. Grabbing 3, like that 2v4 was pretty insane.
Are you ready for this?
No.
Nope, not quite. Nature clearing all the angles, but wasn't completely sure. Good fault line that marks everybody. Stunned up on the opposite side from the Rolling Thunder. Here come the...
Yeah, I think Shopify really fumbled what could have been a good run here. So that's it. We'll see if esports Valorant esports North America had any clips. So we have one.
I get it. Was unfortunately B-Dog. He's had enough. Takes that space back. Has the Phantom in hand. A really strong buy coming into this next round as GMD. They expect him to. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think this is what I'm saying. I think Shopify did play super well. It just wasn't well enough. It definitely was not a good enough of a position. All right, for our next little segment here in between. Sorry. For our next little segment here in between games. Again, there's not a whole lot to talk about. I would love to be able to talk about this next matchup more, this next series more. But it's the guard versus FaZe Clan. It's a pretty, again, open and shut case. A lot of these matchups this week are pretty open and shut cases where it's like, okay, I think I know who's going to win this pretty confidently. And here is no different. I expected 2-0 from the guard. We could even see a quick 2-0, although FaZe Clan did put up a decent performance against the guard in mid-season. So maybe we could see, it kept a little bit close. But again, still a quick 2-0 from the guard is what I'm anticipating. So for this next segment, while we're gonna move in, let me change my title: FaZe Clan versus the guard. Boom. Give me, I can type. Although I did misspell Shopify, I'm realizing now. What we will do is ranked. So I will go ahead and pull this up here. And I'm only going to do Valorant. I realize maybe I could do some of the other ones. But I haven't played League of Legends in almost a year now. I haven't played chess in a very long time. And I also just don't have a good idea of elos for that. Valorant, I play a lot. Apex, I've only played once in my life. Rocket League, I don't play very often. And I'm not very high ranked, so I don't have very good knowledge of people in different ranks of Rocket League. I also don't watch Rocket League. CS, I've never played. I played it once, but I did not play at all. I didn't actually play it. I was just like opening the game, sorta. And then Overwatch 2, I've played once, but I've never played ranked. So let's go into Valorant. Check it out here. The hell is this? Can't have shit in Detroit. Alright. Early pick there. Good crosshair placement. Ooh. Let me see this. That's smart. Peeking out with the knife is like sort of a higher level thing. The ratio is really wide. So I'd say it's Immortal. I won't say it's Radiant because the comms weren't really there, but just with how well he was playing, he's either Ascendant or Immortal. Comms aren't there though. That's actually really big. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot to call him on necessarily. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch it, I buy it, oh, if always let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Alright, we'll go on Immortal. It was Ascendant. Okay, I said it was either Immortal or Ascendant, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, the comms should have tipped me off. It's 50-50 for me. Hold on, let me start this over. Really solid crosshair placement. I was a whiff there, but
Check to your left. You did.
Oh fuck.
He flashed from the left, but I don't know where he went.
let me listen to this again.
Check to your left. You did.
Oh fuck.
Okay, there's good comms. I'd say Immortal, because it's not, the comms are not, like, super, as much of a component here, but they are there, so I'll go Immortal. Diamond! Interesting. I guess I've never played in Diamond, so I don't have, like, a gist for it, but I feel like, I mean, I always mess up when they're Diamond. I never know. The fact that it's okay, they're using Blitz, which is like lower elo stuff. People think, you know, I use the analysis, so I'm gonna get high elo. It's not. Like, this is like low elo stuff. Cause like it doesn't really provide anything useful. Like, you're not gonna improve, like, especially Blitz, because Blitz will like show you your chance of winning. It's like nobody uses that, man. Also, he's taking way too long to find that cam, so that makes me think it's like silver or below. Whiffs the Marshall. It's body there, head there is nice. But he's also had some time to aim it up. Shooting through the smoke is good. There's not a whole lot of data for this, because half of it is the beginning. The fact that it has the Steel Series watermark, though, like, I'm analyzing this stuff out of the game. Let me listen to this again.
This should do.
Pai, não mata, porra. Vai!
Tô entrando aqui pro meu lado.
Yeah, I'll say silver. I just think, like, I'm looking at the stuff outside of the game. I think it's either silver or gold. I'll say gold just because his crosshair placement when he flicked through the smoke was pretty nice, but it also could have just been luck. So I'll say gold just for that.
Get off to a nice start to their group stage here for Split 2, picking up the win
Just
over
like,
a freshly revamped with only one
Mas também percebo, estou a jogar, acho que seja o melhor.
This should do.
Pai, não mata.
yeah, there's no counter strafing or crouching at all. Yeah. It's gold.
Tô entrando aqui pro meu lado.
That's plat? I don't think that's plat, man. Your aim's not good enough. The class decent. All right, we've got the player interview here. This will be interesting to hear. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Given that no one really knows what's going on with the Shopify roster quite yet, still waiting to figure a lot of things out. Do you feel like you stuck to that game plan the way you would have liked to coming into it?
I mean, we definitely followed what we practiced in scrims the entire week prepping for the match. I mean, also a little bit different, right? We have new rules. We kind of just have to make it fit. You know what I mean?
That was definitely something I wanted to ask you about. Is that something you guys used in your off season? You use that time to figure out maybe some new compositions, or people just saying hey, I'm tired of playing this role? You specifically have not played anything other than a duelist for the most part, outside of freeze out with this team. So what did you guys do in the off season, and how did that impact how you guys approach these maps with your agent comps?
I mean, I just think it was just a feeling thing. The team knows I have a strong IQ for abilities and what I like just for the game in general, I guess. So kind of fits my playstyle, put myself in positions that I should be. Just maximize my value, I guess. And we know how Johan likes to play duelist, and he has played duelist in the past, so it just made sense.
Was it weird for you to adjust at first? Because we haven't seen you play Sova pretty much since Faze. You played it maybe 1 or 2 times at a LAN tournament with a non-roster team, just a pub team. So it's been a long time.
I mean, I played it for a seeding match, and it was you won't get the details for that one. It was just, you know what I mean? Who knows? But anyway, I'm comfortable playing whatever. I don't really mind. I don't have a strong opinion of what I play, just as long as it fits with what we want.
It's fair.
I'm happy.
Will we still see you flex that Raze duelist? Because we saw you play it here, and we've seen how good you can be on Raze given the right map.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also be playing Raze. I think it's something that's pretty similar to Shopify with us, right? Mada's a very good Raze. So you play Raze, you're not gonna put B-Dog on it, right? You put Mada on it. So it's pretty similar, except I'm not playing the flasher like Mada is. I'm just playing the scanner.
Do you feel like as a result, maybe your agent pool is a little bit more flexible as a roster? You guys are going to have a little bit more tactical depth coming into stage 2?
I would say that's definitely a possibility, but I think we're big believers in keeping it simple and just keeping the same thing and just figuring out and polishing it. Plus, we need to change. But
I mean, speaking of simple, things on map 3 were strangely simple in that you didn't have a duelist. I don't know if we've ever seen you guys run a duelist-less comp. Curious on what
that was interesting.
Made that happen.
Good question from Bach.
It triggered with the Sova, right? Me playing Sova. We're just yeah. I mean, we already have Johan playing Killjoy. We're just gonna try the no duelist composition and see how it goes. And it actually went pretty well in scrims. We also had a lot of good ideas that we're cooking up. So, I mean, I think the results definitely showed in our scrim. So we're comfortable for sure on the Pearl with no duelist.
Well, this last question does come to us from the fan zone. It's a little bit peculiar, so I apologize in advance for production selecting this one. But draft your pro basketball team from the pool of existing pro Valorant players.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna put everybody together. I'm pretty sure you just get Mata, B-Dog, myself, Rossi, and we probably take on we could definitely be a U13 basketball team is 4 people, I think.
Okay.
We were all 6 foot something. Yeah. You know,
you need someone big. You need a real big man. I don't know who the tallest Valorant player is, to be honest.
It might be B-Dog. Actually, no, it might be Mata. Isn't Mata 6'7" or something? 6'6"? I don't know.
He does look tall. Who knows? It could be Mata. Maybe you can get a voucher and you can go pick up one of the talent. I know that Bren is really tall, but I've seen him play basketball. And
yeah. Hey, it doesn't matter. You just have him be there and be big, and we'll get it through.
Exactly. Well, congratulations on the win again. I'll go ahead and let you go. Best of luck moving forward in the coming weeks.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, well, that wraps things up for our first series of the day, but you better stick around because it's not our only series of the day. We may have momentarily mentioned the name Faze, and if you say it enough times, you'll conjure their presence. They're going to be facing off against the Guard in our upcoming match. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a bit.
All right.
Check it out.
I always hate when I run out of things to talk about. Let me just browse the esports Twitter and see if there is anything
eBay checks. See that little blue check mark?
interesting
Behind it is a team of
happening.
independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything.
Let's
Every
see.
tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, check, check.
Try
check,
this.
check,
Let's
check.
see. Trying to see if
Every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's
anything interesting is happening
the luster of the leather, the topography on
that
the
I need to
tags,
be
the
immediately
straightness
aware
the
of.
stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you
One thing
can't.
I guess we can talk about is Game Changers. So if you missed it, Game Changers did happen in between mid-season and Split 2. This was it's the first of 3 Game Changers series. The first one just took place. The next one will take place in late June, and the third one will take place in September. These will be some very, very fun matches between people of gender minorities. So this includes both women and non-binary people. Because the typical Valorant esports scene is dominated by men in every facet. That includes the players, that includes the coaches, that includes the managers. These are typically men, although more coaches and managers are, or I don't know if there are any female or women coaches, but I do know there are women in management positions in some cases. We're letting more and more women into those positions, but Game Changers is a position or a way for people of gender minorities to really show off how strong they can be, and all players must be people of gender minorities. We saw an incredible run from version 1, and I think they're going to do super, super well as we continue through Game Changers, and I think version 1 will represent North America in Game Changers Champions. I think that's how powerful version 1 is. They really are just a really, really strong team, and I'm serious about that. I think they will pick up and be the #1 team for in Game Changers North America throughout the entirety of the North American series, and going into Champions. I think they will put on a very strong performance, potentially even be that #1 spot. And the reason I say this is because version 1 didn't lose a single map throughout all of Game Changers. All of the best of 3 series and the best of 5 series all went with every single map going to version 1. And nobody even really came close to winning a map. There were a few close cases or a few close calls, but even if somebody had been, even if somebody were able to get a map up on version 1, I still think that version 1 would have taken every single series. They're a really strong team, and I expect them to do really, really well moving forward. And again, I expect them to dominate not just North American Game Changers, but Game Changers as a whole throughout international competitions. And I'm excited to see how they perform. But I'm looking through sort of the esports Twitter scene, trying to see if we have any announcements from any of these Valorant esports teams. Let's see. Let me see if OR Esports has April 18th. I'm just trying to think. I don't. Yeah, OR still hasn't announced their new players. That's mostly what I'm looking for right now. Or their new player. They did drop a player. They posted some matches with Disguised. I'm not sure why though.
Move up now, left back side, and there's a paint shell. Is that their?
Is it an old match? I think it's an old match. But they were posting it recently, which is why I was confused. Like, they posted it this month, despite the fact that OR hasn't played since, or professionally in a while. But it looks like it's the final match that they played in Split 1. Let me see. No, wait, because OR played their final match against Mad Lions. Why are they posting? When did they play against Disguise? They didn't play against Disguise recently. What? I'm so perplexed. Like, why? Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know, maybe they're just posting any clips they have at all. Because it's been a minute since they played Disguise. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they were just like, let's find some cool clips. You know, whatever. But whatever. Still, I was mostly just looking there to see if there were any announcements on their players or player changes. Let's see. Tomorrow will be fun, though. Tomorrow will be really fun to see Oxygen and Disguise play the debut match for Ye and Nerve as Disguised players. I am really excited to see how they play. I expect really good things. I think a lot of people have high expectations for them. So if they don't do well, I will be, not disappointed, but disappointed, you know? Let's see. Hey, let me look at this in particular. I'm just trying to see, like, yeah, I don't think there are really any other big changes yet. Still just waiting on that OR announcement. I'm really like outside of this, like if I'm just like from a viewer perspective, I'm excited for the match. I'm gonna cough and die. I'm excited for the matchup. I'm excited for the matchups tomorrow. I mean, Oxygen versus Disguise. Obviously, you look at my pick'ems. I think Disguise is gonna take the win. Cause, yeah, I mean, it's really cool just to see. I'm excited for tomorrow. Like, I'm just excited. I'm excited to see how Disguise plays. I think there's going to be some really cool moments. We know how powerful this roster is. And although, you know, it's a 5-player game, Ye's not going to carry Disguise through. I don't think Disguise is going to be able to make top 3 even going into the playoffs or overall. But I do think because of how powerful Ye is, he's going to have some opportunity to get some cool clips every now and again. And against Oxygen, this will be one of the more evenly matched matchups I think we see in this group. So I'm excited for it. Because like this group is pretty decently powerful. Maybe I mean, actually no, I'd say Group B is more powerful. What I will say is like I think Oxygen and Disguise are about the same level. If we just look at their standings, they're around the same. Although Disguise performed a little bit worse, they were also in the harder group of Group B. And you know, now with this new roster, I honestly favor Disguise in this match. I mean, that's why I picked them, but also just because I like Disguise Toast. But I did pick them over Oxygen, both because I want them to do well, because I like Disguise as a team, but also because I think they just have a better roster here. I think Ye is really, really going to pull through. Nerve is also a powerful player, from what I've seen. Like, I think Disguise with these new roster changes, I think it'll be enough. Now, they haven't had a whole lot of time to practice, because I don't think they knew Ye was joining until the day it was announced. I think they didn't want anybody to leak it or anything like that. So yeah, they knew that Ye wasn't joining. Or sorry, they didn't know Ye was joining until the day it was announced. So, and that was about a week ago or a week and a half ago. So they haven't had a whole lot of time to practice. And then Nerve was announced. And I think Nerve was brought in roughly around the same time as Ye, maybe just after. Around the time they announced Ziff was leaving, I think was when they brought him in. So yeah, I'm excited. I think these changes are good for Disguise. They definitely had a really disappointing mid-season run. And even beyond the mid-season run, their split 1 was not great either. They barely qualified for mid-season. They got 8th place. That is literally the least amount of points you can get. I think Ye is a really powerful player. Him being on Duelist, a lot of people, you know, and I even acknowledge the fact that it's a 5-player game. He's not going to be able to completely and entirely carry the team, but he is a really powerful player, and I think being on Duelist, it does allow him to pull through a little bit, and I think he'll be able to carry a little bit here and there. I don't know if the rest of the team will be able to effectively shape around having such a powerful player, but I do expect them to still do well. Oh, that's interesting, though. Disguise used to be representing Canada. Now they're representing United States, which means there's only one Canada team, and it's M80. And they're doing pretty damn well, so. Yeah, I will, you know, maybe the Canadians know what they're doing, is what I'll say. Yeah, Group A should honestly be an easy group for M80. Like, I don't think they're going to encounter very much pushback. Turtle Troop definitely did quite a good job of it. But also, it's just the first map for M80. Alright, we're back. Alright, finally, I can stop stalling. Let's just get into it.
One here. We are in our second day of the action. I was actually running out of words to mouth because I was like, oh, shoot, I didn't think he would last this long. The Guard and Faze about to duke it out as we kick off our second series of the day. This is a rematch from the midseason face-off here, Tanner, and this is two teams who very much want to prove themselves. The Guard was supposed to be number 1 or number 2. They get bested in that lower final, and Faze dropped out much earlier in midseason face-off. I think in general, their first split was kind of underwhelming. This is a team that really needs to turn things around.
Yeah, and they started hot, and then they were really met by, and I guess it wasn't until week 5 that we saw them actually meet, but M80 were also like, oh, okay, wait a second. We were really hyping up the Guard. Now this M80 team is right there. And then M80 started to put up huge performances, and the Guards were a little less than. So I think what bodes well for the Guard is they're trusting the process. They stick to what they have. They didn't make any changes. Maybe we see some compositional things because the meta's been getting a little weird. But the Guard is that team that just sticks to the process. And even when they do make changes, it's very minor ones, like one player here or there.
Looking at this Faze roster, they make these changes and they announce them at the last minute in classic Faze fashion. 4:46 p.m. today, they hit us with the announcement that Mummy and Tig are both joining the roster, hence the lack of images of their faces. I'm trying to figure out whose picture that actually is. I think it's Superman's. So we've got Mummy and Tig, who are both joining the roster, coming in from that Turtle Troop team. They were the late stage additions going back to Split 1 that actually did fantastic when they came into that roster. So I look at these two players as potential boosters for this team. But at the same point in time, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of role confusion now on this roster, Drag, because I have no idea where these players are going to end up sitting. So many of these players have overlapping responsibilities.
And let's be honest, I feel like that's been the problem for Faze. From before these changes too. I mean, I think we have to address it. I'm pretty sure.
It should be said, Turtle Troop and Faze literally traded players. This isn't like a oh haha funny they just picked up the same people. No, this is literally they traded players. Faze gave their 2 players to Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop in return gave them 2 players. It's literally like how baseball teams trade around players. That's pretty much what happened. I don't know if it was intentional. I think it was like one of the teams was Turtle Troop was dropping 2 of their players, and then Faze was also dropping 2 of their players. So Turtle Troop picked up those 2 people, and then Faze picked up the other 2. Like I don't think it was an intentional trade of like, here, you can have my player's contract. It was more like of like a you know, let's you know, it was like, oh, we need these players who fit these roles. They just dropped these players who fit these roles. Let's just pick them up. And I think that's how it went for both sides. It's interesting. And it'll be good to see if these players, now that they're in new homes, if the Faze players will be able to do well for Turtle Troop. And honestly, they put up a good performance against M80. And now these Mummy and Tig coming from Turtle Troop going to Faze. We'll see if that's good for them. I mean, they're probably getting paid more than they were on Turtle Troop because I think Turtle Troop is still uncontracted. I still don't think they are receiving any money from sponsors. But it is still a pretty good performance here from these players. And, you know, now that they're on Faze, maybe now that they're getting paid a bit more, they'll perform a little bit better. We'll see. I don't know if it'll be enough to take out G2. But it is still going to be a good matchup to look at.
Who are all going to have their own opinions, and if things don't work, oh, we're going to swap to this guy being the agile and this guy. And we've seen that in other TAC FPS games in the past, and it never bodes well. As maybe you have a 1-week honeymoon period, but it's back to the same results because ultimately there's a problem that exists at a higher level beyond the person who's just calling the strats in the game. But flipping things over and looking at their opposition, the Guard. This is a team that was supposed to be the number 2, potentially the number 1. And even though they still had a great group stage there in Split 1, they played decently at the
It should be said they're still second place overall if you're just looking at circuit points.
Where a lot of people expected to see
so they're still second place overall if you're just looking at circuit points, even though they lost to G2 in midseason. They are still second place. Now they're only second place by 1 point. They are 1 point ahead of G2, but they are still ahead, okay? They are still second place technically, although it may be a minor. It is still
one of the best teams that we have, but that's a given. But can they always remain and keep this number 1 spot? Because we didn't see it, like you're saying, Bok, on that mid-season face-off. They actually fell into that 3rd place. And even then, one of the things that caught my attention is that I went to look at their Twitters right after, and they were overall very calm. They were saying, oh, we got 3rd, we need things to work on, we made a lot of mistakes on this match and this match, but overall we're kind of happy. They weren't, you know, super frustrated about it, maybe not really having that pressure that we saw early in the year before that first split, where it was like the Guard is gonna win everything, they cannot make any mistakes, they cannot lose a match, they cannot lose any map, and now they're a little more relieved, and I think it's gonna be good for the split number 2.
I also think we've criticized the Guard, and I just mean kind of productions across the board, for their ability to adapt, right? When the chamber meta kind of happened, they had a really hard time finding their footing. They got away from this Killjoy meta and, you know, Trent playing the breach, and it felt awkward. They went back to what worked for them and eventually started working again. But now the meta is shifting once more. So that's what scares me, right? Is they've been a team that we see at the top, but you know, did they plateau, and is now it going to be kind of a downward spiral because we're seeing double controllers, we're seeing more harbors, right? Do the Guards stick to their guns like they've trusted the process with their roster, or do they mix it up? And what Guard do we see if they do mix it up?
Because there's a lot of versions for this team, like you're saying, and even though they took them so long to adapt, I feel like we've seen some new introductions of ideas and even compositions. If we go way back to that first split, You guys remember seeing Trent on Raze? It feels kind of a dream, but it did happen. So they're kind of implementing different ideas besides what we're used to seeing from the coach from Valorant as well, the IGL, bringing set plays into the maps that are really the difference maker for them. This is a team that feels comfortable going the long way against other teams, against teams that would be quote unquote lesser than them, because at the end of the day, they're gonna close it out.
And you mentioned the harbor play as well. That's something we actually saw from them. Looking at Lotus, that's a map where we see Valens slot into the harbor play. They go with the double controller look on the map, if I'm not mistaken. You know, we did see them sort of escape that theory of, oh, they're not going to adapt. They're stagnant. They're too stuck in their ways, which is what we kind of saw from them in the past. They tried. It's not that they didn't. I think it's important to phrase that right. In VCT in 2022, they tried to adapt to the changing meta. It just didn't work. They didn't know how to make it work. The magic they found in the early part of VCT that year had dissipated following, honestly, an abysmal showing in Reykjavik that I think affected them on a mental level too. So they were already dealing with that funk in their head, and then they have to try to adapt to a meta that just didn't seem to click for the team. It wasn't until they just threw away the playbook and said, let's just go back and play the game we know, that they started to find a little bit more success towards the middle of the year. But even still, I think that overall, the results just weren't quite what they once were for that roster. And now that we're seeing them at least find some adaptation, it's promising. It shows that they're willing to flex, and it's working. It's not like it's not working. Because again, even though they don't win,
one thing I respect about the Guard, and this is why I view them as one of those top few teams, is they are always like super. They're just always, they always hold their opponents at such high respect. I don't ever see the Guard get overheated. Like, they don't ever go, all right, you know, this is an easy win for us, you know, or we're so ahead. They're always like, every single round is they're just playing at their best. And oftentimes you see that lacking for a lot of teams. Like, a lot of teams, because they're not used to being in those top positions, they don't respect all of their opponents, or like they do tend to overheat sometimes, you know. But with the Guard, I never noticed that. Like, I never noticed the Guard overheating or getting too excited. So, you know, this will be interesting. All right, let's take a listen.
In Split 2, where you're cutting down on the small mistakes or just the dumb mistakes, because I really think that we kind of had it in MSI, and we just choked and made some unfortunate mistakes, but we'll be better this split.
I think you can expect a lot more polished Guard for Split 2. I think we went through actually a lot of losing in Split 1. Lost a regular season match to TSM, and then in the mid-season face-off, we ended up losing to G2 and M80. So it's kind of cliche, but it is true. Like, every time you lose, you are learning a lot, and I think we already got a lot of points. So those losses, we can be taken as lessons, and we don't have to feel too bad about it.
Going into Split 1, we definitely could have done better. Definitely what we showed wasn't ourselves. We know, you know, what our potential is, and Split 1 was not like a representation of our potential, so to speak. Yeah, those games against Guard and T2 definitely, you know, like we definitely gained some confidence from those games, but also we felt very down about ourselves almost, because like when we watched the games back, like, you know, we should have won those games. Just one little, you know, couple little tiny mistakes that really costed us, and that's what we're gonna fix moving forward.
I see Faze going into Split 2 is kind of like a wild card team. They usually are something like that, but especially I saw they made some roster changes, or rumored to be making roster changes, with like Rossi being cut and maybe a couple other players. That was the rumor. So if that is true, I'm not really sure what to expect, because it's a new roster. They could be really bad, or they could be really good.
Throughout my career, I had a lot of role changes, so I guess this time we're bringing in Mummy. He's going to go to Flex. Tig will be Initiator, and then I'm going to move to Sentinel. And I've played Sentinel before, so it shouldn't be that big of a swap, and yeah, that should be good.
I think Baby is their X factor, and you just have to watch out, and you can't really give him the room to work, or else he can take over a game. And our keys of success is definitely, you know, try our best to enable Baby Bay, but also enable everyone else on the team as well, you know, because he can't be a one-man army where he, you know, we expect him to drop like 30, 40 to, you know, carry us to victory, right? So we'll definitely have to focus on enabling him as well as everyone else on the team. But other than that, we just need to, you know, stay composed no matter what the score is, right? We might be down 0-6, 0-7. We can always come back. We've seen like comebacks like that before, even like, you know, like just gotta stay composed and true to ourselves. The X factor for that team is definitely Jonah P. In my opinion, he's super consistent, and when he's showing up, everyone else on his team is are doing good. So he's like one of the better players that can set up his teammates very well.
I
And
will say,
also,
and I think this is one thing the guard struggles with, is their duelist is not that player that usually is the one to really carry through for their team. Usually it's their whole team across the board carrying through. Versus most players or most teams, usually your duelist is going to be the one really carrying through there. But it'll be interesting to watch how this goes. I'm excited for it. I'm sure you guys are all excited for it. I'm excited for every match. Maybe this one not as much as some other ones, but it will still be fun to watch and to see everything go through. And although I do expect a 2-0 from the guard, I'm excited to see if this new roster for FaZe is going to be able to put up a good fight against it. Let's see.
And it was actually pretty even, all things considered. It was a 2-0. It's 13-11, 13-9. It wasn't like it was blowout scorelines, and there was a world where this team could have won Lotus, which makes me wonder where we're going to be going as we take a look at the map picks and bans for our series. I am certainly curious if we end up on that map again, and we will, as the guards still hate Frozen Tundra. They do not want to play Icebox for whatever reason. They still hate the map, Tanner. It's not going to be something we see come out from them.
Yeah, and you know what? I used to not like the idea of teams having permabans, but a lot of the time it's only once you get, those best of fives where another team gets map advantage in the bans that we'll see the guard Icebox. I'm assuming. But yeah, that's fine. FaZe also getting away from Haven. It feels a little strange. They had 3 losses on it. They weren't the closest game. 6-13, 7-13, 8-13.
Yeah. All right, these map picks. Right? I don't know why I'm out of it right now. I mean, I do. I'm a little bit sick, but let's take a look at this. FaZe picking Fracture here. All right, I'm interested to see it. The guard picking Lotus, I think should easily go to the guard. We know how strong they are. I'm not even gonna look at Split because I don't think we're gonna go there. But FaZe Fracture. I mean, we know FaZe has a decent Fracture game, but I don't know if it's the right pick here. I think picking another map, maybe not a 3-site map, I think is a good choice. Banning Haven, but honestly I think they probably should have banned Pearl over Haven. Or sorry, not Pearl. Lotus over Haven, because I think the guard's Lotus is really strong. Icebox is banned. I think that would have been a good pick, but yeah, I think they should have let Lotus through, or sorry, Haven through, and banned Lotus. And then yeah, I'm not entirely sure why they picked Fracture. Maybe they think it's the lesser of two evils sort of situation. Which I guess I understand. But yeah, I am interested to see it. I think maybe Split would have been a better choice because we don't know exactly how the guard likes to play on Split. So FaZe picking Split here could help them, get some good momentum and such built up. But it is what it is. So yeah, I think Lotus goes to the guard, obviously. But again, I expect a 2-0, so I think Fracture goes to the guard. I think FaZe has some potential here, and well, we'll see how it goes. Let's get into these, or this agent select here. Let's see how this goes. There we go. Alright, so we've got Valen and Supa both on Brim. We've got Net and Poised both on Cypher. We've got Mame and Jonah P both on Breach. Now, there's going to be no duelist for the guard. They've gone for a double initiator. Gonna have that, or wait, no. Sorry, they've gone for that double. No, they do have the duelist. What am I saying? The duelist for the guard is going to be Tex with Raze. Baby Bay going to be on Neon for FaZe. There you go. Now, another difference is that Trent on Fade going to be the initiator or the information initiator for the guard. And then the Sky for Tig going to be the information initiator for FaZe. So, yeah, pretty similar picks. Difference in duelist and initiators. Neon will be interesting. Fracture is one of the few maps that Neon really works on in Pro. So it'll be interesting to see if it's gonna be utilized well here. If Neon will be able to find these picks. If Baby Bay is gonna be able to play Neon well. Let's see how it goes. The guard starting off on attacking. Now, I actually see the guard as a more defense-sided team. I think they do tend to play better on their defensive rounds, but starting on offense here, they are still a very powerful offense team as well. Don't anticipate any crazy. I don't anticipate any crazy shenanigans here. Dex takes out Baby Bay. There goes down the duelist. Well, meanwhile, Supa takes out Net to keep it a trade. Dex also takes out Supa, though. Make that a trade. Tig takes out Trent. Then Valen takes out Mame, which means overall the guard up a player. Tig rushing Jonah P, though. Gonna make it even. That's gonna be 2v2. Spike's already been down. They're trying to defuse it, but Tex with the ghost makes it look easy. Finds those final 2 kills, and the guard does take the first pistol round. Off to a good start for the guard. Faze definitely going to be looking a little bit shaky here.
The way of the guard and the way of Tex. With this change in composition, we started to get a hang on kind of all the ideas that they have. And Faze for the second round, this is one of the teams that likes to buy the stingers a little bit more. They like to go for that investment into the second round more.
And yeah, it's going pretty well so far. I mean, already off the bat, I'm looking at the guard, and I'm thinking, all right, winning that first pistol round, it's a good sign. It's not the end of the world for Faze. You can lose a pistol round or two, but, you know, like I said, I think the guard does a little bit better on their defensive rounds typically, so doing good on their offense here would be really, really good for them, in my eyes. That early pick there on Supa just shooting through the smoke. Of course, Faze on a save, just gonna be looking to find some damage, get a few picks here. And, of course, the guard just looking to deny any of those picks. Already, Dex able to find another pick, so Faze down 2 players already. Net and Baby Bay gonna meet each other, each of them with a pistol, but Net does win the exchange. Now there's only 2 players left for Faze, and it looks like they're gonna go ahead and try and die to the spike, and it will be flawless round for the guard, it looks like. Well, Net looking maybe to find a pick. Ooh, but the blind gonna be good. Tig trying to push it, not gonna be able to take advantage. And Net able to take out Tig. Now leaves Mame alone to die to the spike, and it is in fact a flawless round here for the guard. That's a really good way to start it off for the guard. That means that we're going to this third round where, although Faze will have better guns, the guard will be in a good position to try and deny a third round 1 here for the Faze. For Faze, there you go. Now again, this is a rematch. We've seen the guard and Faze play each other previously, and it went to the guard. And it was a 2-0 victory, which is why I do think it'll be another 2-0 victory here.
And looking at a Faze team that has remained with 2-3 players the same, so the same core players with this domination could be maybe a sign of what could happen today, but we definitely want to see sort of Faze and the 2 new players added to the squad to succeed, that being Tig and Mame. And the roles that we talked about.
It looks like the guard has forced a little bit here, buying maybe, you know, a few upgrades to their guns. So this round definitely could still go to the guard. They did challenge B, didn't really find any good vision.
And the guard just working around the world, grabbing a couple of alt orbs.
And they are headed back towards A.
As that's done, ready, Baby Bay.
Or not back towards A, but towards A.
That's a good read so far. See if it finds value. Prowler comes out.
Prowler does come out. It does push Baby Bay back just a little bit, which should allow the guard to push up. Again, maybe a little bit here.
Are they expecting this positioning? You have to be.
Now Valen trying to challenge Baby Bay. Not going to be able to. Baby Bay wins that exchange. Gets flashed towards the end of it, but it does mean the guard now going to be having to play a 4v5. However, it was a bit of a bait. So the majority of Faze players going to be pretty deep into A, which does mean the guard can push onto B here. Dex able to take out Poised, meaning it's been evened out. Now it's going to be a 4v4. Ooh, Dex also going to be able to get Spike down. Not quite well bangable. Ooh, Tig going to take out Tex before that Showstopper can come out. Jonah takes out Baby Bay, though, so the player count going to be kept even. Supa takes out Trent, though, and now the player advantage in the hands of Faze. Supa also takes out Jonah. Now it's a 1v3 for Net. If he can just find 1 or 2 more picks, he will be in a really solid spot here. Able to find 1. And although the round does go to Faze, the guard was able to find the majority of the kills onto Faze, which means Faze will not be able to full buy or even really get a good forced buy next round, whereas the guard, who is on a bonus, will be able to full buy this round, get some good econ momentum built up, and they're going to be in a pretty decent spot here moving forward. Faze will... Phase 1 will be in a pretty bad position here. Now they are going to force here, but again, not all of them going to be able to buy real guns here or good rifles, which does mean the guard has the gun advantage here, and this is what I'm talking about. They were able to find the majority of the picks that previous round, which does give them a little bit of an edge here. Now you see them going for light shield despite the fact that they can afford full shield, because they just want to conserve some of that econ. Do a little bit of damage control here. In the case that they do lose here, they'll be in an okay spot. Now, Poise is actually flushed out of heaven. Get spotted. Good util usage there. Tech's able to know where Poise and Super are. Takes them both out. And now it's going to be a 3v5 for the remaining Faze players. They try and retake this, but the grenade going to finish Tig off. And now it's a 2v5. The Tex is down to 5 HP. Will Faze be able to take advantage of that? Doesn't look like it. And it looks like Faze will be backing up and trying to save with their last two players. It does look like Jonah is going to push through, try and deny the save. Able to take out Mame. And now it's down to Baby Bay. Does get concussed. And now not going to push through CT. And may even get flanked here by Jonah P. Doesn't even need to. Net going to finish Baby Bay off. And it's a flawless round for the guard. And a save is denied for Faze. And those last two remaining players are killed. And that's a good round for the guard. Start off of the first full buy from both sides. That's a good round from the guard. I mean, it wasn't a complete full buy from Faze. I believe two of them had bulldogs, but still a pretty even matchup gun-wise. And the guard was able to clutch it up. Not even clutch it up. They had better guns there. They were able to pull through and take the win. And it's flawless, which is not at all what Faze was hoping for. Almost certainly. So, yeah, Faze going to have to save here. Not looking super strong either.
But it's not going to be the case for this round, as everybody on the side of the guard looking towards the south part of the map. And Baby Bay.
Now, looks like the guard going to come in through this main entrance into B. There's a little bit of util there, maybe try and bait out Faze, and now they're backing up, rotating towards A. Slowly, but they are doing it.
Little lurky here, still hanging out across the map to see if anybody looks to play inside the sewers or take this space away. Fortunately for Faze, nobody's done so just yet.
There's 2 on A to lock it down, and some util usage in what looks like it would be a push onto A does bait Faze a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean quite a bit. They actually send the majority of their players towards A. Only Poise left alone, and he's actually rotating now towards A. Although 3 of Faze will be in a position to rotate towards B, and they start to rotate, but Sight has been entirely given up. Spike will be able to go down with no pushback, no util to ward them off, and now it can be an easy post plant here for the guard. Now, the reason Faze rotated so quickly is because they know they're down so many players. Or, sorry, so many guns. So, they do sort of have to push together and play grouped up, which is why they rotated so quickly towards A. But it was still a bad call. And it was a good bait from the guard. Poise pushing up here along with Valen. Valen not going to find any. Sorry, not Poise. Jonah P. And Jonah P is going to find 3. Net finds 1. Trent finishes it off, taking out Mame. And this round, another round goes to the guard. And that's a round they should have won. And they did. It was a save round from Faze. Not a flawless round, but was still a round win that you can ask for. Faze now going to be on a full buy. It'll be a full buy from both sides. And the econ stability already so prevalent for the guard here. Now, Valen has that Brim ult. Again, I don't remember the name of it. It does have that Brim ult. The Neural Theft for Net. Brim ult also in the hands of Supa.
in challengers. Faster play here for Faze.
Unfortunately, they have guessed incorrectly. They don't even spot.
Now that ult gets up, the Rolling Thunder gonna be in the hands of Jonah P now. So that means 3 ults for the guard to use, and they know Faze is gonna be on a full buy this round, so you know they're gonna be looking to use those ults that they do have.
They've just done it again, right? They've just read it correctly, and they've got the site basically for free. Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder comes through, and site has been cleared, so now the guard gonna be able to take it and start getting this spike down. Trent gonna plant. Tig does take out Tex though, which means the early player advantage in this retake gonna be there for Faze. Tig also takes out Net. Gets pretty low on health. Oh, that Brim ult gonna flush them out. Valen able to take advantage. Takes out Supa and Tig. My man boys though, each able to find a pick, so now Valen's alone. Knows it's being diffused. The molly misses. Just barely, not going to cover the spike. So Faze is able to secure that buy round win. Now, the econ stability is really, really well there for the guard. Which means Faze not really going to be in a super strong position here. They still have a big upward battle to make to knock down the econ stability that is currently in the hands of the guard. But it is still a really, really good push so far. It's a good start to what needs to be a good push. Snarl thefts in both of the hands of each of these teams. They also had that Brim ult for Supa and then that Fade ult for Trent. So 2 ults for either side to try and help secure this round. Another full buy from both sides.
They bring a Spectre into this one. Supa will have full util. A lesser weapon with those full shields. Orbital Strike, though, available. See how that one gets used. Meanwhile, on the opposite side,
a little bit of engagement there on B, but not really a whole lot. Tig pushes out a little bit, maybe checking to make sure nobody's coming in through A main. Does not spawn anybody to take out. And now the guard turning their attention back towards B, as there were some looking A main, maybe looking for an easy pick. Not gonna find it. That Fatal now comes through. Cypher Cam trying to maintain some good vision there. Poised gonna be able to take out Valen. There goes the spike. But Jonah P and Net gonna return with 2 kills of their own. Poised getting taken out as a trade, and then Baby Bay getting taken out by Net. Now it's gonna be 3v4 for Faze, who's down a player. They did have the player advantage. Down a player. Tig though takes out Net. Able to keep it even, but then Tex finds a pick. Super returns with a pick of his own, so it's going to be kept even. Now it's a 2v2. Tex able to take out Super, though, so now it's a 1v2 for Mame. Able to take out Trent. That grenade, though, takes him out, although Tex actually finds the kill with the gun to finish it off. The grenade could have finished him off as well. The guard does take the win. Expensive round for both sides, but of course the guard can afford that expensive round. Faze really can't that much. They definitely do not want those types of expensive rounds. Faze taking their first time out. It's a good choice. You won that buy round. It looked okay, and then you come into this one, and you're just really not in it. You did end up losing it. Take a timeout here. They're going to be going into a save, it looks like, but regardless, you still want it to be a good performance.
Obviously, we talked about the guard and who they are and what it kind of means, their stance, the pedestal that they're on inside.
Give me 1 second here.
And even before these changes, if you looked at the old Faze versus the guard today, you would still say that Faze have some catching up to do. So, I mean, it is a very daunting task to come into your first day of Split 2 and have to play the guard. So, obviously, I mean, you can't discredit what the guard are doing, but Faze are definitely going to have a...
Alright, sorry about that. But yeah, it's going to be safe from Faze, so the guard going to be in a really good spot here going into this round, although maybe they're forcing... It looks like it will... Looks like it will be a force from 2 of their players, maybe, or a light buy. Yeah, looks like it'll be a light buy from 2 of their players, but the rest going to be going for a save. I think that's a solid choice. There's 3 ults for Faze here. And only, well, there were 2 for the guard, but they're using that showstopper now. Some body blocking gonna prevent Tex from pushing up quickly. And no pick gonna be found.
Okay, not quite. Rosa, nobody was home, but ultimate use.
Again, 3 ults for Faze to use still, but it is a save round for them. They probably won't use those.
That players are playing inside the spawn, and that's about to get planted just as they back away. Tick finds the best timing in the world. The spike denied for just a moment. Out comes the neural theft and information.
And neural theft does come through, and again, that was the other ult the guards that had. I thought maybe Faze would want to use those types of ults, but the guard using it here is interesting. They've used 2 of the ults. Maybe they were anticipating a force here from Faze, but it wasn't. So those ults are misplaced. Good save round, or yeah, good save round for Faze here. So they're able to get both those ults used, but it's gonna be a 2v4 for Faze. Probably not gonna win this one. Jonah P takes out Baby Bay, and Net finishes it off. 3 kills for Net to take out Poise. And 4 players left alive for the guard. Makes it a really solid round.
The win conditions for phases it has always been placing Baby in the right place, right time. And I feel like that's always been the story for Faze. Other players, they talked about it, right? The X factor is always Baby because of how good he is individually as a player. But when you have to go for those retakes, your team is already down, you're playing a 5v3. It just becomes so much harder.
Once again, 1 ult for the guard. Or I think they had 2 the previous round. But 3 ults there for Faze to use. Now that they're back on a bye, you know they're going to want to use them. Although this aggressive push out is denied. Ooh, Poise though defends it. 3 kills for Poise. Able to take out Tex as well. He's looking for the ace. Net takes out Supa. Gonna get finished off by Tig though. The 1v3 clutch not gonna come through from Net. And Faze able to secure this round.
And that's gonna do it by itself, thanks to Poise. And also the sacrifice early on by Baby Bay was for the stun, tries to reposition because it gets flash, and Poise is there to help out and give their result. And it was expected, you mentioned it, right? The guard was expecting this kind of push.
Wow, well played there. Really pulling through here for this team. Poised. I mean, that was an insane, like, I want to say clutch moment there. Obviously, they weren't down players. I mean, they were at the time, but, you know, it was a weird exchange. But Poise coming through there really secured that round. It can help the guard start, or sorry, can help Faze what needs to be a bit of a comeback here. The guards already secured that 6th round, so it's impossible for Faze to gain the advantage going into the next half. But they can try and even it a little bit. That kill there is going to do it. Poised, able to take out Jonah P. Gets finished off by Trent, though. So player advantage still going to be in the hands of the guard this round. eBay looking to clear Sands. Not going to be able to. Trent wins that exchange. Now it's a 2v4 for Faze. And although Sight hasn't been given, B site is clear, and Net knows it. Pushing through CT, going to take out Tig. Maybe looking for another. Looks like Mame going to go ahead and save. So the spike is going to go down on B. Mame not really going to be able to do anything against it. Yeah, just going to have to save here. Here 1v4. Maybe still expecting an A push, possibly. But now that that spike has gone down on B, Mame knows it's probably over. Decides to just stick it on A here and go for the save. And it looks like the guard, though, is wanting to deny the save, potentially. Hunting down through CT.
A sneaky statistic. Well, it's not really a sneaky statistic. It's just one that we didn't talk about on the top of the day or the top of this matchup.
Looked at Net. He does see him. Able to take out Net as well.
I can't imagine he's going to be
not entirely sure why. They just assumed sight was clear. I mean, to be fair, it's a difficult position. Mame gonna take out Tex and Trent. Now it's a 1v1. Will Valen be able to deny the save? No! 4 kills for Mame. Now, of course, the spike was already going off, but... And as my voice cracks, but Mame gonna do some really good econ damage there to the guard. Of course, it's not gonna be enough to allow his team to buy, but... It is impressive, nonetheless. Well played there from Mame. Yeah, that was interesting, to say the least. Now it's gonna be a no guns though for Faze again. Not gonna be able to buy this round. Mame gonna be the only one with a rifle. The rest of his team gonna be on a save. Fade Hugel does come through. They know Baby Bay is likely there in box. The Neon ult comes out. Gonna get denied though. Trent takes Baby Bay out. Mummy is heaven and they know it. Send some Fade Util in there to try and deny Mummy pushing out here. Then that Fade ult comes through from the guard. They've got one more to utilize as well. The Neural Theft if they want to. Jonah P finds that pick on Supa. Trent takes out Tig. Tex in heaven clears out Mummy. Now it's down to Poison 1v5. All he has is a pistol. He's not going to do much here, but no point in saving. Going to try and push through here. Breach Util comes through. Poised, I think, lets the Fade, that Fade Util reveal him because he wants the guard to push. But not going to win or get a kill there. Able to find the head tap, but it is a gun diff there. So this round does go to the guard. Another round under their belt. And there are 2 ultimates for the guard to utilize this round as well. Score going to be 3-8. So the guard has gained a pretty significant advantage, even if FaZe wins this last round. But with the gun or the ults that the guard has, they should be able to secure this round.
From Kowalanoob when the guard played them in the regular season. Yeah, the next time Kowalanoob played them, he went plus 17. So yeah, it was a different story then, but during the regular split, they just managed to shut Duelists down so incredibly well, and we're seeing that again here. That Baby
Alright. Take able to get that ult orb up, though, may be useful. Although FaZe, just really not expecting this A hit, just going to allow the guard to push in here. Spike gonna go down. Still a 5v5, and no real gun diff for either side, but there's still that neural theft that the guard can utilize. Tech's gonna get concussed and spotted by Poised, finished off. Poised finds that pick. Trent takes out Tig. Mummy takes out Trent. So it's gonna be a 4v3 here for FaZe. Baby Bay takes out Net. Now it's a 4v2. Poised takes out Valiant, and Mummy takes out Jonah P. Well executed there. And that's going to give FaZe the final round here.
Supa is here to save the day in another 8-4 half on the day for us, Dryad.
This is the 4th one. And I mean, for FaZe, they're going to be happy about it. That was a little bit of a messy round between the two. The positionings as well, though, read so well by the side of FaZe. Where the guard was going to be positioned, and because of that, they're comfortable kind of giving that space. Baby could have gone in, but decides to just wait a little bit longer, and just works out very well for FaZe. And one of the things
it is definitely interesting though to see.
I do think it could play to their strengths, but it's also expected. Early on, when we got to see FaZe with this neon composition, when you were going for those retakes, you could use that fast lane kind of to isolate those.
It is interesting to see how well FaZe has performed. And we'll see. Again, this is FaZe map pick, so they do want to be performing well here and taking the win. And if they're not able to, it will be a little bit disappointing for FaZe, because going into Lotus, that should easily go to the card. We know how strong they are on Lotus.
Some sort of aggression. Exchanged a few DMs with Tig before.
These pistols here in this round
confirmed that Poised is still IGL.
Gonna be really, really solid here. What am I saying? I honestly don't know sometimes. But 4 for FaZe coming in through Sat, now at drop, getting ready. Valen pretty much alone as far as the only person inside of the site, but there are 2 near CT to help lock it down, 1 in Sands and 1 in that CT opening. Jonah B, the Util, gonna be the one to finish off Mame. Supa takes out Valen. Oh, they know exactly where Baby Bay is. That Fade Util gonna be good to do wallbang. That kill. Tex able to take out Supa as well. No more planter. Jonah P. A little bit of a headshot there on both Poised and Tig. 3 kills for Jonah P. Really locked down that round, and now it's gonna be the guard who takes the early advantage here in this half, and that's not good for FaZe. The reason is because, well, they went into this half down 4-8, okay? So you want to win that pistol round to start to gain some of that traction and get a comeback going. Guard winning that pistol round pretty much denies any of that traction that Faze needs. Now, it's only 4-8, so the guard going to be able to win this round, but a comeback is still possible for Faze. It's just going to be much, much harder now.
The team is on top of you. If you look away to shoot the haunt, you're just going to get run down. So at the end of the day,
This Fade util coming through. It doesn't detect anyone, it doesn't show them where they are, but it does get destroyed. So they know that there's at least someone there. And that gives them a good vision that it might be a B hit. Although lack of util in response does tell the guard that Faze likely isn't pushing up very aggressively yet. They're watching tunnel though, and they see multiple. Tech's gonna find both the picks coming from tunnel. Supa and Baby Bay. The grenade gonna be good to ward off Mame. The boom pot coming through now as well. Get stone locked there. Stops itself. Tech's gonna be good for one. Then Valen gonna be good for one. Able to take out Tex, but finds another pick there, and I believe 3 kills for Tex there. Gonna be a really good round. And solid there for the guard, who I believe only lost 1 player. Which does mean they're gonna be at a decent position here now that we're going into this bonus for them. Faze, of course, it does have the gun advantage, but the guard should be in a spot to get at least a few kills here. If Faze can get a flawless round, that's huge for them, knowing that it's a bonus here from the guard. But I doubt the guard will be looking to allow Faze to flawless them. Not entirely sure what that shooting was. Just shooting to make noise, I suppose. Maybe hoping to get that bait out, but the guard had already placed 4 on A. Oh, they're coming across rope. They're not even going to get taken out, though. Trent going to be the first to spot them, and the Sheriff not going to really connect to do very much damage at all. And then Tex going to be there, but at that point, the guard's been, Faze has been able to cross. So an early pick there for Faze. Now they have the player advantage and the gun advantage, which they already did have, but now more so, as Tex was one of the few players to guard with a rifle. Supa, Net trying to come out and do some damage. Able to take out Mame, but not going to find another. So it's going to be a 2v4 here. Baby Bay able to take out Valen. Leaves Jonah P alone. They're trying to shoot him through the smoke, and they do good damage in the process. Baby Bay, who was low on health, does get healed. Jonah P moves up. Now Jig's low on health. No shield for Baby Bay, but Jonah P just going to have to go for the save. And it's not a flawless round for Faze, but they did keep the majority of their players alive, so it's a good round for them.
And they do it in pretty good fashion. Only losing 1 weapon means Mummy might be a little bit sad about what he has to bring into the next round. On the opposite side, Tex, Net, maybe struggling to bring a weapon into this next round.
Coming through here. Poise looking to deny the save. Just spot Jonah P.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure where Jonah P was looking. I'm not going to lie. I don't know why he's looking at nothing there, but does get caught. Gets taken out. You know, should be watching at least one of the sides there. I guess if your vision is wide enough, you could see, you know, both entrances but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. So, off of that, guard does not have a very successful bonus, and they actually spent quite a bit of money in that round, which means they're not going to be able to full buy this round. So it will be a save from them, a save and light buy. And Faze now going to be pushing into A here. Baby Bay does get smoked off coming through Sands. Baby Bay gets that kill on Net, which means Neon is up. Not going to have a time or a chance to use it. Trade's going through, though. Although Faze able to get just one more pick than the guard, which means it's going to be a 3v2. So good damage so far from the guard, knowing that they're at a gun disadvantage here. But it will be a difficult retake. Trent able to take out Poise to start it. Down on health, though. It'll be difficult. More difficult. That Brimbolt comes through to try and deny the guard any good retake here. Oh, that grenade gonna just perfectly land on Tig and force him back. The Fade util gonna be good as well. The Boombot gets destroyed. But the Spike's just gonna be diffused. Has to clear it. Trent takes him out. And this save, light buy, does turn into a round win for the guard. So they've secured that 11th round. Faze now gonna have some pretty I mean, their econ's going to be okay enough to buy this round, but they do have to make the decision if they want to force or try and save in case the guard does take a win here, or at least light buy. Well played there from the guard to really secure that round. Despite it being, I believe, a 2v3, they were down a player. Good damage control there from Jonah P, able to keep it close. And then clutched up there by Trent and Tex. When you already had Tex in that clutch, you're like, alright, maybe it could go to them. And then, I mean, Trent able to really lock it down as well.
Yeah, it is nice to have Tex still alive in a clutch situation with the showstopper. That's always a good feeling. But yeah, like you mentioned,
Alright. 2 ults in play right now. One for the guard. Jonah P got that Rolling Thunder. Baby Bay, that Neon ult. Probably going to use that instead of a gun. Faze taking a timeout here, and it's a good choice. It's pretty early on in the second half, is what you may notice. And that's because it is. But using it here because they know it's going to be their last buy round. Before, or at least a last attempt at preventing the guard at getting to that 12th round, so they want to use the timeout. Now, that being said, they get to take a timeout, but the guard could have used that time as well to really re-strategize as far as how they want to try and counterplay this. And it looks like they're going for a hard read, placing 3, 2, kind of deep on A, but 3 on A. Pushing out aggressively into A main, maybe looking for an easy pick here. May be able to find it. They do find Tig, and the Rolling Thunder Tig. Maybe hoping there would be more, but an ult to secure a kill could be useful. They do now have that player advantage. And if they secure the win here, the econ will not be good for Faze going into next round. Tex coming in here, spots Baby Bay. Gonna be able to find that pick, and now it's gonna be a 3v5. And again, Faze's econ not gonna be great next round if they lose this round. So the comeback will have to start with a pretty bad econ for Faze, or with some pretty bad econ for Faze. Grenade comes through to push Mame back. Does a little bit of damage first, though. Super reveals his position, able to find the pick on Jonah, but gets easily taken up by Tex. Meanwhile, Valen and Trent each find a pick. The retake executed beautifully from the guard, only losing one of their players. And Faze now going to go into what needs to be a 7-round win streak to get to overtime. And they don't have enough money to buy. They're not going to be able to full buy here. You're going to have to force, because again, you know, your opponent's on that 12th round. You have to force. You have to use all of your ults when you get them. These are things that have to be done. You can't save, because if you save and you lose, it was a wasted save. It didn't come through for anything. So you never save your ults. You never save your money. You never save your util. You have to use everything every single round that is to come. Puts Faze in a really bad spot here to start it off, but it is what it is. They do have 2 ults to use, though. Baby Bay and Mummy each finding that early pick. It could be what they need, but Jonah P going to find that pick. I'm going to stop cracking my voice, or using, pitching my voice up, or at least I'm going to try to. Trying to be able to take out Zuba and Mame. A player advantage that Faze had now gone and given to the guard. Net able to take out Tig as well. Poised in heaven. Exchanging fire with Trent. Going to get finished off by Jonah P. The gun diff really came through there for Faze. And that's why they lost. So 13-5 for the guard to secure the first map. And that was Faze's map. And that was not close at all. It was quick to finish off this map. We got one more. And I say one more like there can't be another. There can be another. There can be another. But I'm saying one more because I just don't think there will be. I knew going into this it would be a 2-0 from the guard. But seeing such a strong performance on Fracture, I expect it to be a 2-0 even more so now, because we're going to Lotus, a map that the guard is really solid at. I mean, we can look at their... Oops, that is not what I meant to do. We can look at their previous performance or in the mid-season against, you know, where the guard and Faze did face each other. Their first map was on Lotus. It was kept pretty close, but it was picked by Faze Clan. And honestly, something tells me that Faze Clan is happy to be playing this matchup again on Lotus. Obviously, they didn't pick Lotus, but they do know how close they were able to keep it against the guard. So, you know, they're definitely going to be okay with it. But that being said, with how dominantly Faze was just able to perform on Fracture how dominantly the guard was able to perform on Fracture against Faze, I expect some really good practice to have been coming through from the guard. Now, the guard did take a pretty defeating loss to M80 in that upper final, which is what landed them in the lower final, if I remember correctly here. Which is definitely why, yeah, pretty defeating loss considering it's against M80, which is definitely why they probably performed so well here, because they probably been practicing it. They don't want sort of an upset performance like that to happen again. And so they probably practiced it a lot, and I imagine the same goes for Lotus, knowing how poor their performance was against FaZe the first time. They definitely practiced Lotus since then to get even better on it, and I expect a really quick performance here. We will go ahead and take a look. What am I trying to say here? See if there are any clips here. It doesn't look like it on Knights Arena. Looks like we've got one on Valorant Esports.
Supplement this squad the best he can. Quick into tower. Beautiful reveals there and allow the first kill. Make it to Tex. I mean, it doesn't matter if he's playing Raze or Jet. He's just able to walk into sites and collect these frags. The third one comes through because the U is just going to be...
Yeah, I mean, the guard overall just played so solid. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how... I'm excited not because I think it'll be close on this map, but I'm excited to see how much the guard has improved since their matchup against M80, because I want Split 2 to really be close between M80 and the guard, as far as who's going to really pull through, especially considering the guard did not get to play in the grand finals against M80. I want them to play in the playoffs. I want them to make it well against each other in the playoffs, and I want it to be much closer there. And yeah, I'm excited for it. That being said, I have to go at 6 p.m. So hopefully this finishes up pretty quickly, or at least it starts pretty quickly here. So that way, you know, I can at least view most of it and get a good feel of what's going to happen. If it does go through a third map, I doubt I'll be back in time to see the third map. And even if I was, I would not stream it. So, yeah, just a little warning. I will have to go at 6 o'clock. That'll be it from me. It's been a really good matchup here. I'm excited to see, again, I'm excited to see how the guard goes here. Obviously, we just saw that 3-map series against Shopify, Rebellion, and that other team, TSM. Shopify, Rebellion, and TSM, which I was impressed with how well Shopify Rebellion performed. Still a little bit disappointing from them, definitely, but still a pretty impressive performance. And yeah, I'm excited to see how Shopify Rebellion continues to perform. I'm really excited for tomorrow's matchups. I'm excited to see Disguised's debut match with this new roster, to see if it's really going to help them pull through and qualify for playoffs, because, you know, they're teetering on the edge, being in 8th place overall right now. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to see those matchups tomorrow. Obviously, OR will probably get rolled over there by who are they playing against? I can find it. G2. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, it is G2. Yeah. Yeah. I'm excited to see that performance, just to see if OR has improved. Plus, we're probably gonna find out tomorrow the new OR players or player, which will be exciting. But yeah, I'm interested to see how everything goes. It looks like we're gonna go to the main ad segment, so we could be getting close to the start of this next match. And I'm ready for it. Quite frankly, I am. First of all, I want this to be over quickly, but also, I'm excited to see if the guard can really stack up here. I'm excited.
Introducing eBay's Authenticity Guarantee for trading cards.
Yeah, I'm actually a big basketball card trader. I love basketball. I watch basketball every day. Got all the cards. I don't care. Dude, why does their stream do this? Like, is this like an ARG or something? Like, why? Like, it's uniquely a them problem, and it's crazy. All right, let's go ahead and turn up the volume, and let's hear what the desk has to say about this next map and how it's gonna go.
By hefty margin, 13-5. It was very much a one-sided affair as the guard looked to basically quell any possible concerns about this team's performance, how things didn't go so great for them at midseason faceoffs, since basically the only standard for good was them winning, and they didn't do that. So I think they came into this one with something to prove, like, hey, you know, like, in case you guys forgot, we're still here, we're still really good. And map 1 is obviously an impressive showing for them, Dryad, as they crush Faze on Faze's map pick, no less.
Guard, how dare you not win 13-0? Just a little overrated team. No, I'm just kidding. The guard looking really good, and I think
I mean, 9 first kills for Faze, and they only won 5 rounds. So you know those first kills are not converting into wins for the guard, which is really, really nice. Like, that's what you want to see for the guard. Is even if you're at that player disadvantage, you're not turning that into a loss.
Rates we're looking, the different ideas that they have, the satchel as well to take control of tower that I mentioned from Tex. There were so many ideas to shut down Babybait, to shut down all the new players as well. So again, I think we have to get a little bit of credit to this Faze squad that are just taking things slow. They recently made these changes, so I mean the guard were still going to be favorite, but I mean, wow, what a performance from the guard.
Yeah, coming into this, I really feel like the Neon is kind of figured out on this map. I don't think that was necessarily the case. I think there is a world where the Neon can still work, as we take a peek at kind of the man of the hour here in Tex, who did so much, since we're talking about duelists. But I would definitely love to see Faze maybe try new things on Fracture, whereas
3.4 KDA.
Yeah, insane. 29 and
Yeah,
7 or something like that.
That's a bit much.
Went crazy. But with that, the guard have obviously in their losses learned what they needed to fix, and they do so in kind of the best way possible, right? They didn't come into this one and say, hey, we just need to use a new comp, so Tex just play Raze and we're not going to play Astra Viper. Ryan, you mentioned the blast pack. How many times do we see Razes mess up that blast pack to get into heaven? We see it so often, and you could tell that the guard are just putting in the work at the right spots, right? They're not overdoing it in areas. They're fixing the things that need to be fixed. And that is, a very scary prospect that Fracture now looks like this for them.
Yeah.
You know what they call an opening made by a Raze when they're the first one on a site? It's called a raisin. Get it? Raisin. They go actually even 9 for 9, by the way, first kills with both teams.
Like,
both teams getting 9 first kills.
Like, I get you're trying to say raisin, but it does
that many more rounds despite consistently losing players early illustrates just how lopsided things were. And a large part of that was just there's not really a weak spot on this team. There really isn't. Like, and we kind of talked about that in the first split. Not a single one of these players is going to drop the ball, really, and if they do, that's a major concern because they've been playing together for so long. The communication's on point, coordination's where it needs to be. That's what makes this team so scary, is that every single player can deliver, and clutches are not guaranteed. They could be in a 1v3. You think that's an easy 3 versus 1? Not necessarily. These players are very good in those situations, and it's just they're drilled, they're practiced, they're rehearsed. We do have to take a look at the map pool, though. Remind ourselves where we're going to be going, because, again, this is a map we've seen these two teams play. They played Lotus during the midseason face-off.
And it was close, okay? I want to say it was close. Because it was close. And I want to point that out. But the fact that it was close should not sway your view that maybe Faze can take it. I don't think so. I don't think maybe Faze can take it. The guard is really, really powerful, and I think against Faze, I think their mid-season overall just wasn't that strong, and now that they've had so much time to practice and improve, I expect a really dominant performance over Faze. I expect denial after denial, and I'm excited to see how it goes. It looks like the guard will be starting on defense, which, offense-sided map, but I still anticipate it going pretty dominantly to the guard.
mind blowing. They were going in, Baby was getting kills, they were always fragging out, and then it got a little bit more quiet. So the question is, can they bring it back to the level 10 that we got to see the first time Faze played Lotus?
And then the other question is, will they change anything? Because a lot of teams so far in Split 2 have been making changes. Agent compositions have been a lot more fluid looking at this second split. And I'm sure once we dive into that agent selection, a lot of our eyes are going to be trained towards the guard as well. Because if you remember, they were one of the few teams that was rocking Harbor a little bit more regularly. And it was mostly on this map as they ran it with the Harbor Viper combo. I'm curious if Valen's still going to flex into that spot, because I do feel like there's no reason to go away from it. It worked pretty well for them. And I feel like that is the
all right, let's get into it. I am excited about this match. Again, I want to see the guard perform dominantly here. I want them to make a statement to M80 that, hey, you know what? You may have pushed us around in mid-season. You're not going to do it again. So let's go ahead and take a look at this agent select. Both Poised and Jonah P going to be on Sky. Both Tig and Trent going to be on Viper. Both Supa and Net going to be on Killjoy. That's where the differences stop. Neon still on Baby Bay. Jet now going to be on Tex. Mame going to be on Omen. Valen going to be on Harbor. And then that's it. The other three I've already talked about. But you do see both teams running double controller here. That's pretty standard. And I think that's going to become sort of a new meta here on Lotus. As teams start to figure out how difficult it is for defense to rotate in between maps. So what you can do, you run double controller, so that way on defense you can provide some good control on both A and C site to really provide some good defense, despite how slow of a rotate it can be for defense between A and C site. Then Tech Pause just started off nice. Yeah, so I think double controller is something we'll see more and more frequently. But yeah, again, I still expect the guard to perform super dominantly here. You know, Neon is an interesting pick. I think Neon on Lotus on offense is not great. I think Neon can be denied really easily on offensive Lotus. I think Faze is definitely trying something different here, because Neon is an agent that I think can work on Lotus. The only issue is, like I said, I think Neon can be denied really, really easily. Now, when you switch to Neon being used on defense, it can be a strong pick, and the reason is because, like I talked about, it's a slow rotate between A and C site for the defense. Defense has a really slow rotate, and that's what makes this map so offense-sided. So if you get an agent like Neon, which can rotate really quickly in between those sites, it can really help do some damage, or you can get that fast flank coming through on defense to also do some good damage. And yeah, so I'm anticipating some good play here from both the guard and Faze, and I'm excited to see if Baby Bay can turn Neon into something that is really helping the team work forward, and we'll see if that's the case. Just moving through this tech pause as my voice slowly begins to degrade. Yeah, I think Harbor though, as an agent pick here, I like Harbor on Lotus, especially in those A pushes, but I think it's difficult to utilize well. I think Harbor is a difficult agent to use at all, but especially here in on Lotus, I haven't seen very many players I haven't seen very many players use Harbor well. I'm excited to see if it will be used here. We've seen Valen on Harbor before use it well, or at least decently, but yeah, I expect it to be used well here. Yeah, excited to see how this goes. I will unmute to see if they know what's happening at the tech pause though.
Played with. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Mummy, as it sounds like we might be taking a little bit longer than expected to jump back into the game. So we're going to hop away for a short break. When we come back, we will continue,
nice.
Or at the very least get started.
Right as they say I have to go in 30 minutes, they make sure to take even longer. I imagine it is an internet issue, something like that. Although I believe the guard is all playing in the same compound, so maybe not. Or they might not be, actually, because of the dropping everything. Yeah, so we're just waiting. Again, I have to go in 30 minutes, so hopefully this starts up pretty quickly so I can at least see the good portion of it. See if it will be a dominant performance. All right, it looks like maybe we're back. Yeah, okay. All right, we're back here. Let's get into it. They're just starting it right up. And yeah, let's get going here as FaZe is starting on this offense, and they're pushing into C. It looks like to aggress early. They're gonna be warded off a little bit. That Viper Cloud gonna be good to keep FaZe back, and it gives the guard a little bit of time to rotate here. X with that Sheriff looking to do some damage. The Neon Nanoswarm, Neon, the Killjoy Nanoswarm gonna push them back even further, and they decide to try and take a rotate angle here. And Net gonna try and deny that, able to find a pick. FaZe able to return with a trade of their own, but it will be capped at 4v4, and that rotate was denied. Looks like maybe they're gonna get ready for a rotate towards A. Will be pretty slow here. The guard down a player can actually be a really big player loss here. Getting that, getting a trade here for the offense is pretty big because again, it makes that rotate even slower. Because typically you can do a 2-1-2 setup where you put 2 on C, 1 on B, and 2 on A, but that was denied here. Tech's able to take out Supa though, so now it's going to be a 1-player advantage for the guard, no longer a trade. Jonah P able to take out Tig before getting traded off. Keeps that player advantage in the favor of the guard. The spike still needs to go down, and Mum is going to be able to do that, but the player advantage going to be in the hands of the guard for this retake. Should be a good retake as well. Poise coming through here, but that Harbor Util going to push Poise back just a little bit, not wanting to challenge it too aggressively. And now the guard coming in here, getting ready. Find these picks. Trent able to take out Poise. There you go. And now it's down to Mame in a 1v3, but Trent gonna shut down any hope of a clutch. This round, his first pistol round, goes to the guard. And this is big because I always talk about it, but this is an offense-sided map. This is a very offense-sided map. And so seeing the guard winning the defense here is actually going to be really, really good for them. Already getting that pistol round gives them a good start to try and gain a good edge here. Again, offense-sided map. So the guard wants to definitely wants to be trying to push forward here. And so, of course, they're going to force here, trying to secure as many rounds as possible while they can on this defense. FaZe going to get denied as they start to push out a little bit. Now they're just going to rotate towards A. But again, this 2-1-2 setup, it's common on Lotus, and this is pretty much how you have to play on Lotus because B is super easy to rotate to from both A and C for the defense. But C to A is not easy, and A to C is not easy. So you do a 2-1-2 setup, and then hope both of those players can lock it down well. But still offense-sided. And the reason is because it's a slow rotate for the defense, like I've already stated. But also, in addition to that, the offense can rotate pretty easily. The door from C to B, or from that C main mound to B. Jonah able to shoot through the smoke and take out Poised. Jonah also able to take out Tig. Also still shooting through that smoke. Valen able to take out Mame. Spike down as well in the hands of Valen. Net gonna take out Supa. Baby Bay pushing out into CT, looking for an easy pick. Able to find one on Tex, but Jonah P gonna shut down any hope of clutch. Taking out Baby Bay. 4 players left alive is gonna be good for the guard as they move into a bonus round where they only lost the player who saved. You know, you usually have one of your players save on that second round, and the only player who died that round was the player who saved. So it all works out. Gonna just be able to buy a gun here, and this bonus will be really good here for the guard. They all will still have decent guns, although Tech's already with the op. A little bit of a cringe third round operator. But you gotta do what you gotta do to win. You gotta do what you gotta do to win, and to back up that op, we have Jonah P to help maybe flash out, get some early engagement B main. FaZe will be pushing A. But as I was saying, it's an offense-sided map because of those easy rotates for the offense. Because if you push up A main, you can go through breakable into B. You push up C mound, you can go through door to B. Vice versa, if you're going through B main, you can go through and rotate through door to C. So the rotate for offense is super quick and easy, especially if you're already pushed up into those main entrances into the sites, which is why it's an offense-sided map. Trent is getting shot directly at, but that orb is in the way. Not gonna get shot through the smoke. Tries to peek out for an easy pick. Not gonna find it. The operator not gonna be good for a pick. Tech's not gonna get taken out. Does get aggressively, but not gonna get taken out. Barely gets away with his life. Jonah P gonna find the pick on Baby Bay, and now it's gonna be tied up. The Tex is very low on health. Goes for the heal though, and Net with the flank gonna be good to take out Tig, who was trying to make sure that Op didn't come through breakable, and now it's gonna be a 4v3 here. Net's able to pick up a gun, so the gun diff that Faze had is starting to falter. And again, more players here for the guard. Soba able to take out Valen and Tex now down. There goes the operator. Jonah, Net each able to find a pick though, so it's gonna keep it even. And then Mame find that pick on Jonah. So that player advantage that the guard had is now gone, and it's a 1v1 here. Mame does get taken out. So now, I know what you're thinking. Well, Faze won that round. Yes, but it was a full buy force from Faze, which means the fact that they won but lost all of their players means their econ is really not going to be good going into this this next round. Now, they will be able to force and get good rifles here, but coming off of a bonus from the guard, where they were able to kill all of the players from Faze, it means the econ's going to be good for the guard. Of course, as I say that, they want to disprove me. Jonah P, I think he went and decided to buy the operator for Tex, which does mean no good gun for him and an operator in the hands of Tex. That wallbang coming through from Trent, looking to do some damage. The operator again on Tex. It was purchased by Jonah P for Tex, and it was a good gift. Able to find a pick with it. The Odin. As that door does get opened, that Odin spam comes through to find the pick. So now it's a 5v3 in this first full buy from both sides, and maybe even a little bit of a disadvantage for the guard. Ooh, timing for Tex gonna miss. Could have probably found a pick with it, doesn't. Now Faze is rotating towards B. Now they're gonna push back to where the op is, but it does get smoked off. Tex just gonna hold this heaven spot here on B. Get shot at, wallbang, but not gonna get taken out. They're not gonna clear it either. They know there's probably someone there, and they're not really in a position to clear it. Mame gonna get taken out by Jonah P. Tex now gonna peek out as that smoke goes down and take out Baby Bay. Now it's just down to Poise in a 1v5 to play this post plant. Not looking great here. Poise able to take out Jonah P. The spike's just gonna get held though. The rest of the team gonna be there to try and defend the spike. The ammo gonna have to go for a reload. Net takes Poise out. And this round does go to the guard. First full buy from both sides goes to the guard, and this dominant performance, even on the defense for the guard, is starting to come through. And again, offense-sided map. So the guard already doing this good. I mean, a 3-9 is not unwinnable, even if the guard did not lose or did not win a single other round that is to come. They would still probably be in a good spot to make a comeback if it switched to offense. But it looks like they're going to have some momentum to maybe even possibly tie it up, if not gain the advantage going into the next half. And it's only been 4 rounds, but I'm only going to be here for about 20 minutes longer, so I'm going to make some early predictions here.
Tex, an awkward percentage on shots taken versus shots hit. It's a little uncharacteristic. We usually see him landing those shots now out towards
Trent able to take out Baby Bay, trying to catch any rotation through that door, which they know is open. So the smoke goes down and able to catch the rotate. Finds an early pick there, and this save not going well for Faze. It's now going to be a 5v4 here for the guard. Was Trent able to do some... That was a long wallbang damage there. Gotta feel bad about that. Poise takes even more damage. 17 health left for Poise, and there's no healer to heal Poise. Poise is the healer. Which means it's now going to be 5v4 here, where Poised is so low on health. Down to 20 HP. 17 actually. Net watching breakable, getting ready. Potential that it gets broken, and Tig gonna break it immediately. Met by Net, who finds the pick on Tig, gets blinded, and finds another on Mame. Did quite a bit of damage from Supa, but meanwhile, Jonah able to take out Poised, who is pushing in through B main. Jonah P gonna finish off Supa, and it's an easy and quick execute to make it a flawless round for the guard. 4-1 is the score. Now it's going to be another full buy here from Faze. The econ momentum is starting to really build up for the guard. And Faze, after only 5 rounds, takes a timeout. That's a pretty early timeout. I don't know if it's a good choice here. I mean, you've only seen 5 rounds. You don't know if this re-strategization will come through. Although, if the IGL is the one who called it, then yeah, it would be a good choice, I suppose. You think you don't know what to do, but I think if the coach is the one calling it, that's a weird choice, considering it's only about 5 rounds. You gotta figure something else out here. Come on. You just look at Jonah P and Net though, already 9 and 8 kills respectively. That is insane. Going 8-1 already for Net, 9 and 3 already for Jonah P. Although Tex hasn't been super strong so far, he's been able to find some good op picks, or I think he only found 1 op pick so far, but that's still an op pick. Still starting what is looking like it's going to be a strong op here. Now, can Faze start to gain this half back into their control? Again, it's an offense-sided map. Faze should have an easy advantage here. They haven't really been able to find that easy advantage that you may expect from them. And now, the guard actually pushing up aggressively here. They've 3 stacked on A, pushing up aggressively, looking for some early engagement. Not going to find any. Faze does not budge, and they're actually going for a split push. They've got 1 in spawn to watch any push out from B, then they've got 2 on looking C and 2 looking A. And nobody's getting picked off either, and no real vision gained. Other than that, there's quite a few on A for the guard. So they start to push and commit to this scene, knowing it'll be a little bit of a slow rotate here. But what the guard did is just leave B empty. So if Faze had started pushing to B, it would have been bad. They would have been able to take a site, but they didn't. They're now starting to aggress C, and the lockdown comes out in response. Nearly gets destroyed by Baby Bay. They're trying to destroy it. Did not want to respect it, but does get taken out there. Lockdown going to be defended. Now Faze going to have to rotate. Now, the way you take advantage of the fact that you can rotate quickly is by going through door, or going through, or, you know, straight up just don't go from C all the way all the way to A. It's going to give a lot of time for the guard to rotate, or for the defense to rotate there. But unfortunately for Faze, that is what they do, and the guard is able to respond aptly. Trent gonna be able to take out Poise. Now it's a 2v5. Fallon takes out Soup. The spike's gonna go down, but he gets finished off. Mummy gets finished off, and it's a wallbang. A flawless round for the guard, and that was a full buy from Faze. That was a full buy from both sides, and he went flawless for the guard. That is not a good sign. And again, offense-sided map, and it doesn't look like Faze has been able to take advantage of that in the slightest. And this is a flawless for the guard, coming off of a timeout from Faze. So they really wanted to figure their stuff out. They really wanted to restructure themselves.
No matter where they go. And so, yeah, look at this buy. This is a Faze buy that I know.
And out towards Rubble they go. This time the guard, no defenders, pushed up aggressively. As you mentioned, yep.
And now the guard getting ready to push in here. The guard. Faze, sorry, I was looking at something else. Faze getting ready to push into A, and they've actually taken pretty aggressive site control here, knowing that it's a light buy from them. They do sort of have to push aggressively. Ooh, Poise is spotted, but not going to get punished. Jonah P, though, going to take out Mame. His retake is starting. Net going to take out Supa. Dog comes out. Does spot one. Poise able to take out Net, but that's the only pick. for Faze. A dominant round again from the guard. It's interesting that that Faze got more kills on their light buy than on their full buy. Now, normally I would say, all right, no hope of Faze gaining the advantage, but they can still tie it up. I don't think Faze can. They've lost pretty badly so far. They've only gotten one round. It's been a 4-round win streak after that first 2 rounds. Yeah, again, the only round Faze has won so far is the round they are supposed to win. They're supposed to win that 3rd round, and they did not lose it dominantly. They lost all of their players on the 1 round that they did win, and that just goes to show how incredibly impressive it is from the guards so far. They've just been able to really dominantly control this map. They really did not want it to go the same against Faze as it did previously. They really did want to prove that they've practiced and they're ready for it. And they've done that. Faze pushing through 3 through B main to rotate towards C. It does force Tex to back up, but it's not going to get Tex killed, is what I would have said if Tex didn't die. Trent able to trade it off, but that does mean a player advantage for, well, it's going to be kept even for Faze. But again, trades are good because it's an offense-sided map. So if you can get that player count low for the enemy, it puts you in a pretty good spot here. Score going to be, or the player count, it's going to be a 4v4 here. But the Viper's Pit from Tig could help them to finally secure a round here. Start a little bit of a comeback. Trent pushing in here. Takes quite a bit of damage, though, through that Viper's Pit. Mama able to just shoot through and take out Jonah P. This retake going to be really chaotic here. It's a 3v4 here, and not really any time. Tig, or sorry, Net, looking for maybe just a pick. It's taken up by Tig, and time running out. Valen going to be able to take out Tig, but I don't think he's going to get away with his life. Maybe looking for another pick. Not going to find it. Boy's going to take Valen out. Trent does die to the spike. All of the players died for the guard, but I think those deaths may have been intentional. Knowing that they do have so much money, they can just die to get their ult points up. And now Trent has that Viper's Pit to use himself to help lock down any site he chooses. And it looks, I mean, typically the Viper will put that ult in B main. That's sort of become the meta for the Viper's Pit, I'll notice. But Viper now going A, puts 2 controllers on A, and you can be pretty certain that that means the Viper's Pit will be used on A. Or maybe they're just doing a good read. Because guess what? Faze is pushing A here. Looks like Trent just wants to use that Odin here. Isn't going to do too much damage here. Does a little bit to Baby Bay, but nothing crazy.
You're pretty realistically so safe in that position for Trent, even if you go through 100
Baby Bay just going to be able to get healed. Wait, how did Baby Bay take damage from that Odin play? A little bit weird and impressive there. Tex just holding B main, hoping, praying that somebody for Faze will peek out here. Oh, he wants it. And they do. They give it to him. Tex gonna find that pick on Baby Bay. That means the player advantage is there for the guard. And now that Viper's Pit comes out A, and I think it's because the guard wants Faze to rotate towards B. They're ready for that. They're okay with that. Oh, the blind comes through, but doesn't hit Jonah P. No op, but Jonah P still there, able to take out Supa. Poise, though, gonna take out both Jonah P and Tex. No more op. Takes out Jonah P, and now it's gonna be a 3v3. Tig pushed up aggressively, gonna be able to take out Valen. That means it's a 2v3. Looks like maybe the guard wasn't ready for the push through to Breakable, despite that Viper's Pit being a good tool to force them through there. Spike does go down. Net and Trent each gonna find a pick, though. This retake has started, and now it's a 2v1. Boy's able to take out Trent. Now it's a 1v1. Could this be a clutch here? No. Net gonna finish it off. And another round for the guard under their belt. And this dominant performance continues. This dominant performance continues to pull through here from the guard. And they've officially taken the advantage going into the next half. It is impossible for Faze to tie it up or take the advantage going into the next half. And the guard just looking to make that advantage wider. And I think they're in a position to do so. Although that previous round did really show that Faze is starting to put up a little bit of a fight. It looks like they're going to force this round, though. And I disagree with that choice. Because you don't have enough money to buy. You know how well the guard has been performing. a force here, not really going to be good for you. And it looks like they do roll it back, so it's going to be a little bit of a light fight. Jonah P going to find that early pick on Baby Bay, then knives on Tex, whiff a little bit, but Tex going to find Mame. Poise able to take out Valen, but Jonah P going to be there to trade it off with the help of Tex. Now it's going to be a 4v2. And this push into A has been adequately denied. Supa going to get taken out by Trent. No more Odin. Or sorry, trying to deny the Odin spam. The Odin going to win that exchange. Now it's a 4v1 for the guard. 1v4 for Tig. Can he do it? All he has is a shorty. He picks up a classic. Will it be enough? And no, Tex takes him out. It ends immediately. Any hope of a clutch there. And that light buy definitely did not go in the favor of Faze, but they should be able to full buy this round, or at least force a buy. Maybe some gonna have light shield this round, but still a really solid performance there from the guard, and a really solid showing from the guard. Put them in a really good spot here. 2 ultimates for the guard to use as well. Faze only going to have 1 to use, and it's that Omen ult. It's difficult to utilize in any way, shape, or form, in any rank, but this is pro play, so it's even harder to utilize well, unless you are using it to quickly rotate the site with the spike, or something of that sort, or get some good vision. Regardless, it is difficult to use, but it is definitely usable. Again, 2 ults here for the guard to use. Odin spam though from Trent gonna do a little bit of damage there to Tig. And boys, not really gonna do too much, but a little bit. The defender lockdown comes through, and it looks like maybe Faze wanted to disrespect that, and they're still trying to. Not gonna be able to though. They end up losing the majority of their players, and now it's a 2v3. Mame with the spike though, gonna TP over to A, but it's honestly like the guard was ready for it, as Jonah P is already near the spike. Not gonna be able to deny the plant, but should be able to catch Mame off guard potentially. Oh, do some good damage to Mame. Gets him down to 5 HP. Poise not going to be able to heal him either, so it's going to be a 2v2 where Mame is at 5 HP, and they know he's probably in tree. Now they see that smoke come through, and they know, Trent knows he's low, so he just wallbangs. And now it's 1v2 for Poise. Now if Faze loses this, their econ not going to be good next round. Trying to wallbang it, not quite going to be able to. The orb going to be really good. Trent able to take out Poised. And even if he lost that, the spike still would have been diffused. Lost that 1v1 with Trent. It still would have been diffused by Valen. So the guard has secured 9 rounds. Faze not really going to be able to full buy here. You're going to see some light buys, it looks like. Baby Bay going to be able to full buy, it looks like. Or buy a gun. Not a great gun, but does have that neon ult to use, hence why the full shield comes through. Yeah, this is starting to look very dire for Faze. And if they go into the next half 10-2 on an offense-sided map where they're now on the defense, it's not going to look good at all. Voice sending that dog through. An operator shot comes through to take out Tig. Baby Bay with the neon ult going to be able to take out Valen. The Tex able to take out Mummy again with that op. Trent takes out Supa. Now it's a 2v4. That neon ult's still prevalent and is pushed up into CT. Net's ready for it though. Takes Baby Bay out. Poise takes out Tex. Poise able to take out Trent. Now it's a 1v2. Starting to look very, very scary for Faze. And not going to be able to clutch it. Net takes Poised out. Still no clutches, as the guard doesn't find themselves in clutch situations, and Faze doesn't need, or isn't able to clutch. They do find themselves in clutch situations. They have not won a single clutch situation in this matchup against the guard. And now we're switching sides. Might have to go in 5 minutes. But maybe, if I'm lucky, I can catch the end of this game. It moves fast enough. Yeah, we're switching sides here. But like I've talked about time and time again, this is an offense-sided map. The guard may not have made it look like it, dominating that defense, going 10-2 on that defense. But regardless, still an offense-sided map. So now that the guard is switching to their offense, I expect a flawless second half. And it wouldn't be difficult. It'd be a quick second half. They only need 3 rounds in this half to make it flawless. We will see if they're able to start it off early here. Although 3 on theme may make it difficult as the guard does decide to aggress B a little bit. Although now that spike rotating. And Baby Bay does take out Tex, which makes it even harder for them to rotate. Jonah P takes quite a bit of damage. They're down to 15 HP, which means player disadvantage for the guard. Down health as well for Jonah P. So Faze may be able to secure this pistol round. This would be big if they want to try and make a comeback. Jonah P able to take out Baby Bay. Tig though gonna deny the plant. Takes out Valen. And Net. Super takes out Trent. Now it's down to Jonah P, the one with 15 HP, remember. And Tig, it takes him out. It's not going to be a quick 13-0. As maybe or 13-2, as maybe I was hoping. But he's able to take the first pistol round. Should be able to secure another. That being said, if the guard wants to force, they can. Because again, it's an offense-sided map. They should be able to take it if they force. They'll have the odds in their favor, maybe. Or at least be on an even playing field. But they do not decide to force here.
To climb for
and yeah, that's a good choice, to say the very least.
But yeah, like you said, just a long way to go. A team that has been going through this adaptation.
Gun advantage going to be here for Faze. Definitely going to be looking to secure this round, or should even be able to secure this round. Jonah P has that Marshall, maybe looking for an early pick, knowing that the health won't really be there, but Faze has opted for full shield and light shield, knowing that it may be such an aggressive force here, or that there may be a Marshall in the hands of the guard. And a Marshall, when your opponent's at no shield, could look, or does look like an operator, but more accurate and faster. Which is definitely very deadly. Some good damage done to Super there, which means the health advantage is going to be there for the guard to start it off. But again, gun advantage still very much there for Faze. Baby Bay throwing it back there. On site, Tig going to take out Dex, but immediately traded off by Trent, and Net takes out Baby Bay. Apparently throwing it back is not the way to go here. That means the player advantage here for the guard. If they secure this second round, deny any good advantage or momentum here for Faze. They've been able to pick up some guns, which could be good for the guard here. The player who did not have a good guns gets taken out. Super takes out Net. So it's a 3v3. But again, guns really there for the guard. And this postman could be played very well for them. Valen going to be able to find the pick on Mame. Poise at the same time to take out Jonah P. So it's going to be kept even. Super able to clutch it up just barely. I was talking about how there haven't been any clutches. A clutch does come through there. Super able to find the clutch. Now it's going to be 10 for the score. So Faze has secured the second round, which they should have. Now, Faze took quite a bit of damage. Not at all good. I'm going to watch this final round. This last round I can see. I imagine it'll go to the guard, or at least it should. They'll have a pretty massive gun advantage here. And then I do have to go and end it. I implore you to check out, it's streamed on NA Valorant, NA_Valorant. It's hosted by Knights Arena. For you to go watch the end.
Tex behind the Trailblazer, a wide open B site, now under fire. High Tide goes out. Cuts off the avenues of approach, but I mean the guard for a couple.
Like I said, the gun advantage is really going to be there for the guard here, so they should be able to secure this round pretty easily.
They have to have a defender, and I mean that's exactly what's happened. They've already got players rotated over.
And everybody looking towards this A site on the side of the guard. This is one of the things that he talked about, right? When you have a Viper and you have a Harbor, the way that you play this post plant is just so strong, especially towards A, where you're gonna
Will Faze be able to make a comeback?
Ooh. To see which one is gonna come through, and it's gonna make it impossible for the defense. So defense depending so much.
And Tex now looking directly at Boys. Boys still gonna find two. It's traded off by Trent, but that took a little bit too long. That player advantage now gonna be in the hands of Faze. Still the gun advantage for the guard, but again, Faze may be able to take this, although the guard has been allowed it to rotate into B through breakable, which doesn't mean that spike can go down. It's thrown down Trent.
They'll toss down the spike. Trent a bit closer to that Viper's
Jonathan and Mame in a little bit of an awkward 1v1. But you don't really want to be locked in a 1v1 for too long when you're down a player. Although Net able to take out Supa means that he can try to win that. And the guard does take it. That gun advantage should have given them the win. Did, but they did lose the majority of their players, which does put FaZe in a good position to win this next round. Unfortunately, I can't stick around. I do have to go. Again, I'm excited for tomorrow's matchups. I implore you to watch the end of this. It's going to be fun. Or at least, we'll see if FaZe can try and make a comeback. They may be able to start one. They're in a little bit of a good takeoff to do so. But I do have to go. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.